A fierce battle was unfolding amid a raging storm, as if the heavens themselves thirsted to wipe all living things from the face of the earth. Here, one of the opponents fell at the hand of the legendary warrior who bore the majestic title King of Fists, an honorary title granted only to that one fighter who subdued the entire Uang Hu solely by the power of his own fists. This invincible martial arts master was called by his title far more often than by his name, fearing his colossal might. The King of Fists was named Dan Woosen. Despite the victory over the enemy, a bleeding wound gaped on the body of the invincible warrior. Such a dire condition was the result of a treacherous ambush set by a mysterious faction. Now only 2 adversaries remained to face the legendary fighter. Both observers watching the course of the battle appeared to be quite skilled masters, and burning curiosity tormented the warrior. Where had these enigmatic enemies come from? However, before asking questions, the mighty fighter threw the body of his subordinate to the persistent youth, casting it at the very feet of the opponent. The unfortunate man could only desperately scream, begging the sword demon for salvation. However, unwilling for this pitiful body to stain him with its blood, he made the only correct decision in the situation. He simply destroyed his own subordinate, slicing the unfortunate man in 2 halves with a single swing of his blade. Honestly, such cruelty stunned Dan Woosen. A man capable of dispatching his own comrade without the slightest hesitation definitely preferred to fight with dirty methods. Moreover, the sharp gaze of the warrior noticed a plaque on the opponent's belt. There was a sinister symbol of blood and cruelty. Therefore, it was not difficult for Dan Woosen to conclude. These people belonged to a demonic faction. The young man himself, descending to meet the opponent, was sincerely impressed by the King of Fists, who managed to hold out for such a long time in battle. The legendary fighter truly justified his formidable title. However, the fighter ordered his opponent to be silent and not waste precious time in vain, for he would destroy this demon in any case with just 10 strikes. The sword demon himself was struck by the audacity of the old upstart. The formidable fighter immediately rushed at the daring opponent, delivering slicing blows to test whether this presumptuous king could keep such a reckless promise. In the end, skillfully dodging the attacks flying toward him, saturated with internal energy, Dan Woosen rapidly closed the distance, finding himself dangerously close to his enemy's face. He struck the audacious man with a punch of such crushing power that he even dropped his precious sword. Of course, the young swordsman was stunned, as he did not expect that the King of Fists, even in a wounded state, would be so swift and deadly. This was already the first strike delivered. 9 more remained to finally defeat the legendary warrior. However, Dan Woosen very soon realized a troubling pattern. All his attacks, honed over the years, missed the enemy's vulnerable spots. There was an oppressive feeling as if something invisible was restraining his movements. And the formidable fighter was right in his suspicions. Somewhere on the cliff still remained that vile degenerate who wielded energy fibers that intercepted the hands of the legendary fighter and prevented him from delivering an accurate deadly strike. At that fateful moment, the wounded sword demon had already regained his blade and struck the chest of the mighty opponent, aiming straight for the heart. The treacherous swordsman knew the end of the reign of King of Fists had already come. The warrior, unable to accept such a shameful fate, immediately tore the threads binding his hand and prepared to deliver his final blow. The magnitude of the destructive attack proved that the man was truly an unmatched master of his craft. All that remained for the sword demon was to rejoice that this devastating attack was not directed at him. Even the comrade of the sword demon perfectly understood how dangerous this move was. The swordsman managed to survive solely thanks to the help of his ally. However, the arrogant warrior immediately rushed to the fallen enemy. He felt that the King of Fists was still breathing, so he angrily demanded that he quickly depart to the other world. But at that fateful moment, the dying fighter, without much hesitation, extended his bloodied hand and unexpectedly delivered a crushing blow to the opponent's jaw. It was his 10th strike, and at that moment no one was holding him back anymore, so the blow turned out to be quite strong. After that last strike, his strength began to rapidly leave his wounded body. The legendary warrior understood. The end of his life path was inexorably near. However, all he could bitterly regret was that he did not manage to properly deal with that vile bastard, putting all his rage into the strike. In the end, the day was marked by the fact that the King of Fists, Dan Woosen, fell at the hands of the demonic faction. Meanwhile, the events shift to a luxurious estate on Mount Juhua. Under the careful watch of a devoted maid, the young man finally began to regain consciousness. Obviously, he had no idea where he was, what had happened to him, or who had healed him. As soon as the youth sat up in bed and examined himself, he was amazed to find that there was not a single injury left on his body after the brutal fight. The maid, bowing respectfully, immediately hurried to bring the young master some water after his long sleep. She addressed him as the first young master, and until Dan Wooson saw his reflection, he had no idea why such respect was shown to him. As soon as the man's gaze fell on his own reflection in the mirror, all the water he had managed to drink immediately spilled past his mouth in shock. The stunned warrior thought it was some kind of cruel joke, as if someone had decided to pull a disgusting mask over his face. However, there was not a single tie on his neck, nor a hint of anything like that, so there simply was no mask on his face. At this alarming moment, watching the first young master trying to tear off his own skin, the frightened maid ran in panic to call the doctor. In fact, the girl was extremely frightened, for today the young gentleman was behaving particularly strangely. At the same time, the hero himself blamed those two from the demonic faction for everything that happened. However, the rational part of his consciousness understood that this assumption was foolish. If the enemies had the ability to possess people in other bodies, they would surely have long since taken control of the entire Jianghu. However, the understanding of what kind of person he became after the death of the King of Fists was absent, so it was necessary to find out everything independently. When the warrior's gaze fell on the small notebook resting on the table, he immediately got out of bed to reach it. However, his new body was in a simply terrible condition. He felt like a newborn fawn, just learning to stand on its own legs. In the end, he somehow managed to reach the table and sit down, still looking at his feeble body with bewilderment. On the table lay a book dedicated to the trading group with the loud name, the Enka Company. It was a large group located near Mount Juhua. They were quite influential, as even the King of Fists had heard of them, although he had no connection to the traders. Also, the recipient of orders from this company was indicated there. This recipient was the owner of the body into which the spirit of the warrior had moved. He was the eldest son named Li Jin-yon. All the letters that were sent to him mostly concerned money, gambling, and women of easy virtue. Honestly, for the former King of Fists, it was a real disgrace, as the image formed from the read letters turned out to be extremely disappointing. Considering that no magic was cast on the new body, there was no mask on the face, and the warrior did not feel any strange energy inside himself, it is most likely that he reincarnated. This meant that his previous body was dead by this time, and the soul, wandering between worlds, had transmigrated into the body of Li Jin-un. The very thoughts of this made Dan Wooson believe that he had completely gone mad. But at that tense moment the young man heard someone calling his name. It was a worried doctor who immediately, bursting into the room, began to check the pulse of the young gentleman with tears of happiness in his eyes. Obviously, the young man, not recognizing this man, only recoiled with rejection, not understanding what this unfamiliar old man wanted from him. The same man, with tears of joy from the awakening of the ward, explained to the still worried maid that something was wrong with the young man. The doctor was extremely concerned about the young man's condition, so he ran over to examine him and immediately grabbed his hand. Dan Wooson only jerked the old man's hand, asking him not to worry needlessly, for he was fine. And of course, the healer was extremely glad to hear such encouraging news, so he asked the maids to bring the young master's favorite food. It was a nutritious chicken broth, which was excellent for strengthening the body. However, the experienced fighter knew that this chicken soup, known as the dragon and phoenix soup, was an excellent dish only for healthy people. For someone sick like the current owner of the body, this soup was equivalent to poison. Moreover, the warrior noticed the healer's keen gaze, who was secretly trying to feel his pulse. Surely the old man found it strange that suddenly after waking up the first master looked quite vigorous and healthy. It became obvious. Something was definitely wrong with this healer. However, he continued to convince the young man that he needed to regularly consume this miraculous soup. Then he would become as healthy and strong as the youth participating in the legendary Dragon and Phoenix martial arts competitions. Dan Wooson then decided to find out how long these famous martial arts competitions had lasted so far. According to the healer's memory, they had already been going on for about 200 years. Immediately after this revelation, Dan Wooson asked the healer to take the soup back, since the patient had no appetite. When the old man begged the young man to definitely eat, he simply pushed the intrusive healer away, as he wanted to rest peacefully. Finally slamming the door, the hero was left alone with his own thoughts. He perfectly understood that little time had passed since his death, considering the approach of the 200th Dragon and Phoenix competitions. This also meant that his sworn enemies from the demonic faction were still alive. And this snake healer clearly wished him doom, although the exact reason remained not fully known yet. However, the warrior was little interested in that. He would definitely take revenge on all these rotten bastards, killing them with a single strike. The very next day, the hero decided to start training. Meanwhile, the servants were bustling, working on his menu. They were extremely glad that the young master began to eat more. Previously, he could only manage thin porridge, but now he started walking more, and a healthy appetite returned to him. Finally, after the morning walk, the young man returned to his chambers. Having hastily taken a refreshing shower, he was glad to find that the servants had already finished preparing his breakfast. The youth decided to check what they had prepared for him, but seeing an excessively exquisite dish, he firmly ordered that from now on, the maids prepare exclusively simple breakfasts for him. After that, the young man quickly dressed, and the maids whispered among themselves, looking at how Li Jinen's complexion had transformed. The young man himself, pleased with the changes, sat down at the table to begin his morning meal. However, he heard the familiar voice of that very healer, after which all the servants bowed in a respectful passage, greeting the physician. The arrogant man immediately strode past. Moreover, he rudely bumped one maid with his shoulder and did not even apologize to the unfortunate girl. Dan Wusan, frankly speaking, was infuriated by the audacity of this presumptuous healer. As soon as the old man saw his ward, he immediately put on a hypocritical smile, greeting the first master. Honestly, for the former King of Fists himself, it remained a huge question why this man continued to so diligently ingratiate himself with him. The warrior literally could not wait to finally catch this little vile rat and understand what he was plotting. As soon as the healer came closer, the hero directly decided to find out why the medic had come to him. However, with the most concerned look, he reported that he could not control his anxiety about the young man's condition, so he came to visit him. The old man was extremely happy to see that the young master's complexion had improved. This meant that all the healer's efforts were not in vain. However, these saccharine words only provoked mockery from the experienced martial arts master. He directly admitted to the healer that he was well aware of his attempt to poison the ward with dragon and phoenix soup. Of course, the frightened healer immediately froze in place, stunned by the unexpected accusation. However, the old man tried to justify the incident as an unfortunate misunderstanding. With a forced smile, he explained to the clueless first master that dragon and phoenix soup was a nutritious tonic food. The hero calmly explained that this soup reminded him more of a deadly poison. And such a statement deeply offended the respected healer. So the old man had to remind him that all this time he personally had been treating the young master. However, realizing that he was an unwelcome guest here, the healer hastened to bow and leave the chambers. However, the hero was quite angry at his behavior, so he demanded that the man stay. The warrior was curious to find out which of the two was the true master, since the healer came to him uninvited, and now was leaving without asking for permission. Of course, the healer immediately faltered, since previously the heir had never paid attention to the old man breaking etiquette rules. Li Jin-en, having made sure he had sufficiently frightened the healer, eventually let the man go, attributing his behavior to a harmless joke. At the end, the young man only asked for writing supplies to be brought to the table, as he needed to send a message. The warrior decided to dictate, and gave the healer the task of writing down everything he was about to say. The message was composed on behalf of the healer, who admitted that the serious illness of Lord Li Jin-en was progressing, and therefore he must stay in the estate for some time. However, the healer asked that his client inform him how he should proceed further with the young man's life. Obviously, as soon as the man heard these treacherous words, he immediately froze and stopped writing, which did not go unnoticed under the keen gaze of Dan Wusan. The healer, with a forced smile, decided to find out from the First Lord why he was writing such a strange message. However, at this tensest moment, grabbing a chopstick, the young man threw it with such incredible accuracy that the wooden object almost pierced the healer's throat completely. Then the shocked man noticed that a bleeding wound appeared on his neck. However, it was not deep enough to cause him serious harm, it was only a warning. Li Jinyan calmly informed his attending physician that he had long ceased to be the helpless Li Jinyan the old man once knew. The frightened doctor immediately began to bow humbly, not understanding what the master meant and why he was behaving so strangely. In the end, the former King of Fists had to explain the peculiarity of the dragon and phoenix soup. For healthy people, it was indeed an excellent tonic, but for the seriously ill young master, it was a real poison. Obviously, any worthy doctor should have known this. The doctor deliberately sought to keep the youth's energy in chaotic disorder. It was foolish that the healer tried to secretly check his belt when Li Jinyon did not die as he expected. And most importantly, the man could not even properly hide his intention to kill the young man. The hero noticed this precisely at the moment he sent the maid away with the soup prepared according to the doctor's recipe. Of course, the King of Fists knew perfectly well that this traitor was not acting alone, so he demanded that the name of the one who gave the order to the healer be written in the message. Honestly, the doctor was extremely offended that the young master suspected such a kind person like him. He immediately closed his eyes as if about to burst into tears from the unfair accusations. And Li Jinyon became very cautious, and rightly so. In the very next moment, the healer's face took on some sinister features as he sneered maliciously at the First Lord, amazed that such a worthless man as this youth had not a drop of prudence left. The former martial arts master himself was only glad that the man finally revealed his true face. And he frankly admitted that all this time he had wanted to get rid of the First Lord with dignity. However, now he had no other choice. He needed to kill both Li Jin and himself and all his servants so that they would not blab to outsiders. After that, the old man took out one of the acupuncture needles to strike the Lord's body with it. But he did not manage to carry out his plan, as the former King of Fists immediately struck him with the elbow side of his fist. From just one blow to the head, the old man's jaw immediately cracked, and it seemed he even bit off his tongue. The hero, looking at such a pathetic assassin, ordered him not to be distracted while the Lord was speaking to him. In fact, although the blow seemed familiar to the warrior, he suddenly felt a dull pain in his arm. He could not believe that he, the former King of Fists, was feeling such pain from such a light blow. Apparently, his new body was indeed in a deplorable state. That means he needed to rapidly restore his former strength. As soon as the youth manages to do this, it does not matter with whom. Even with the entire trading group at once, he will deal with them alone. However, in order to regain his former power and wipe his sworn enemies off the face of the earth, the warrior had to master the art of Gonsun Men. Suddenly, the young man grabbed his head, experiencing such an unbearable headache that his vision began to darken rapidly, as if the darkness itself was devouring his consciousness. After that, a clear silhouette of the late Mockinsop appeared before his clouded eyes, and then, like a turbulent stream, all the memories related to the owner of this body flooded in. They flashed before his inner sight in an instant. Unable to withstand their crushing force, without even realizing it, Dan Woosen shed a sparse tear. Now he finally grasped the bitter truth. His soul had transmigrated into the body of the eldest son of a prosperous trading group. Li Jinen never possessed the sharp insight that his second brother had, nor did he have the overwhelming strength that his third brother was famous for. He was simply an unworthy eldest son. Trying to compensate for these harmful shortcomings with gold, the young man ended up mired in a life of debauchery and carnal pleasures. When the unfortunate one realized his fatal mistakes and decided to change, it was already hopelessly late. Because he neglected his own health, he was sent to this secluded estate. Which is not surprising, considering that even his main clan was so little interested in him. So this estate actually became a genuine place of exile. The original problem of Dan Woosen was that he reincarnated into this body without any memories of the previous owner. However, now the warrior could finally focus solely on martial arts and not have to figure anything out by trial and error. And yet the soul was tormented by sadness from the realization that Li Jin-un had wasted such a talented body pointlessly. Fortunately, with the invaluable knowledge of the King of Fists and several rare elixirs, the warrior could rapidly reach the highest level of mastery. Thinking about elixirs, the young man immediately glanced around the room and discovered a whole stack of banknotes resting nearby. Remembering the life of Li Jin-en, it became obvious. All he had was an abundance of money. This meant there was nothing he could not afford. However, next to the impressive pile of gold, the warrior also found his healer. By this time, already lifeless, the deceased would also do well to be buried. After solving all pressing problems, life began to flow slowly and measuredly. A whole year has passed since the reincarnation of Dan Woosen. The maids also lived their usual lives, tidying the rooms, until suddenly a young gentleman came to them. He was a member of the security squad of the trading group and arrived to deliver a message for the first young master Li Jin-un. The maids immediately pointed the arriving guest in the direction where their master might be. However, to be honest, when Mockinsop saw the young man, he was literally jolted with amazement. He no longer resembled that fragile first young gentleman at all, who could do nothing but drink incessantly and lead an idle lifestyle. Obviously, several seasons passed while Dan Woosen continued to perfect his body. During this precious time, his energetic essence manifested, and he engraved on this flesh all the martial arts necessary for survival. The former King of Fists preferred to call them the art of enlightened mobility, the art of the enlightened body, the swift step as well as the art that allowed him to command lightning. This is the art of white lightning in 10 phases. To date, thanks to relentless training, the warrior has already reached the 4th phase. Everything was going quite well, as far as he expected. The master had reached such a high level that in flight he could cut a falling leaf perfectly in 2 halves with just 1 foot. But even this impressive level was still not enough for the young man. It was just at that moment, while he was engaged in training, that one of the guards of the trading company came to him. Entering the garden grounds, he hurriedly bowed and respectfully greeted the first young lord. The guard also explained that he had arrived to deliver a letter from the young man's main clan. The warrior immediately extended his hand to take the message and familiarize himself with its contents. From his confident and piercing gaze, the guard grew even more doubtful, as it was hard to believe that before him stood the very young master he had known before. He had always been a fragile, sickly youth. While ManhwaCapped stared at the lord with undisguised amazement, Dan Woosen himself was somewhat displeased, so in the end, he even had to urge the guard to hand over the message more quickly. After that, they settled in the gazebo while the guard patiently awaited the reaction of the young master. The letter reported that the young man's father had fallen ill and was constantly bedridden, struck down by an ailment. However, the message contained not a single explanation for the cause of his illness. Fortunately, ManhwaCapped knew something about this. The guard had suspicions regarding the Uyang clan. Most likely, the current deplorable condition of the head was provoked by their vile hands, as the group had been paying them tribute all this time under the pretext of payment for protection. However, these payments accumulated to the point of becoming literally unbearable and ruinous. Obviously, Lee Jin-eun was curious to find out what the clan had done to deserve this monstrous increase in the levy, and this was precisely the main reason for ManhwaCapped's rage, which made him resemble an angry chihuahua. After all, these dogs did nothing even when the sect of minor deities briefly tried to impose inappropriate trade taxes. The problem was never resolved. The clan representatives only stated that it was not a serious enough problem, and they did not even deign to meet with the head of the trading group Yenha to discuss the tariff. In the end, their security captain could not even object because it concerned Uang Hu. This man was well known throughout Jianghu and obviously possessed enough power that even Dan Woosen himself had heard of him in the past. Surely the arrogant man was convinced that trading groups like theirs were incapable of anything. Therefore, the warrior decided to help and deal with this annoying clan once and for all. Of course, ManhwaCapped was struck by these bold words. However, the guard hastened to explain another reason for the illness of the father of the first lord. Between the second and third young masters, a fierce sword battle took place. After the head witnessed this fratricidal battle, he collapsed, struck down by illness. Honestly, the hero was amazed. How furious must a person be to become so seriously ill from just rage? Moreover, how foolish it was for the brothers to engage in a duel before the head of the group of merchants, and with drawn swords at that. ManhwaCapped thought that the first gentleman was worried about being drawn into this bloody fight. However, on the contrary, he was eager to solve the problem, not just sit on the sidelines and do nothing, waiting for the outcome. After that, the warrior stood up and, without explaining anything to the frightened servants, ordered them to leave him a message, and made it clear that he himself would go to his father and resolve all the accumulated problems with his own hands. When the young man returned to his security comrades, he shockingly told them how incredibly the first gentleman had changed. Now he was the perfect martial arts master, and his body looked simply amazingly powerful, which even astonished the experienced guard. But from the skeptical glance of the comrades alone, it was clear. They did not trust his enthusiastic stories. Their impression of Lee Jin-en was limited to the image of a loafer, moreover a very sick one, so it was hard to believe that in just about a year he had become a true martial arts master. Moreover, the guards clearly understood. Even if the heir's health had improved, even they, ordinary guards, surely surpassed him many times over in strength. Therefore, the comrades asked ManhwaCapped to stop joking so irresponsibly, since even believing that the deputy captain had a mistress would be more plausible. And as if materializing from thin air after these bold words, the formidable deputy captain appeared. He immediately grabbed the young man with the long tongue by the head, and himself was glad to hear that the first young master had finally regained his health. Han Yeopu easily believed that the young master could now look like a true martial arts master. After all, he had always had excellent physical condition since early childhood. For this reason, the deputy decided to find out from his young subordinate when Dan Woosen planned to return to his duties. The young man was just about to report that Lee Jin-en himself was supposed to visit them soon, when the arrival of the young master was suddenly announced. In the end, everyone went to greet him, some out of burning curiosity, and some did not even want to go, considering the heir too insignificant for such honors. However, Han Yup reprimanded his guards, reminding them that the trade association fed them all. They must show respect to the heirs of the family. At the same time, the hero was looking around the trade association with wide eyes. Although he had heard they were wealthy, he could not even believe how luxurious their main headquarters was. So he was reincarnated in the body of a young man not just wealthy. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Looking back at his maidservants, the warrior warned that he would go to visit his father. They, after a long, tiring journey, could rest peacefully. The only thing that still surprised the hero after the maids left was that no one came to meet him at the gates. But at this tense moment, members of the security organization appeared from everywhere, raising their blades up. After that, the guards lined up in a row and solemnly greeted the young master on his return. The vice-captain of the security squad, the very Han Yop, approached the warrior. To be honest, at first glance the deputy could confidently say that their heir had changed beyond recognition. He was glad to see the young man in good health. The red-haired youth watching this was amazed that their captain showed no sense of pride at all. Everything Dan Woosen had done before was only showing his disrespect to the guards, looking down on them with contempt. Therefore, of course, everyone expected that this arrogant guy would once again start mocking Han Yop, and all the deputy could do was endure such humiliating behavior. However, unexpectedly, the young man folded his hands in a respectful gesture of gratitude. He sincerely thanked everyone for this warm reception. The warrior was too respectful for such a troublesome person as he was known to be before. After that, casting a glance over the crowd that came to meet him, he asked to be escorted to his father. Everyone immediately froze in a mixture of shock and confusion because Li Jin-en, this good-for-nothing idler, had actually thanked them. Ma-kin Sop was proud and reminded his friends that their heir had changed a lot. And now everyone really believed it, because they felt as if a completely strange, unfamiliar person was standing before them. Now everyone, including the deputy captain of the security squad, seemed to think that the hero was not their enemy, but rather a reliable ally. And of course, everyone attributed his changed behavior to the fact that he had grown up, not suspecting that a completely different soul inhabited his body. Finally, after a brief wandering through the palace, they reached the door of the head of the trade organization. The vice-captain was about to leave to inform the man of the arrival of his elder son. At that moment, another arrogant youth was strolling through the same corridors. This turned out to be the third son of the trading group, concurrently the younger brother of Li Jin-un. He immediately grabbed the elder by the shoulder, calling out to the lazy heir. However, the younger was extremely surprised that Li Jin-un looked so serious. His facial expression seemed to turn him into a completely different person. Honestly, the stunned youth saw for the first time ever the stern expression on his older brother's face. Kaneopa was extremely worried that a fight might break out again between the two, in which obviously Li Jin-un would lose, and he had just returned to the main palace. For this reason, Kaneopa hastily removed the hand of Enhajayen from the hero's shoulder and smiled, noting that the two brothers had finally met after a long separation, attributing the younger one's behavior to missing the heir very much. However, the third heir could not tolerate such audacious behavior from the deputy, and immediately slapped the man who dared to touch him without permission. Obviously, right after that, the arrogant youth was met with a confused and contemptuous look from Han Yop. However, Enhajayen only smiled even wider and more maniacally. It was not enough for him that this incompetent had returned. Now Han Yop also dared to behave arrogantly towards him. The younger one even decided to teach the man a harsh lesson, so that he would never dare to look him in the eyes again. At the same time, the enraged Dan Woosen carefully reached out his hand to the youth's hair, pretending to want to fix it, after which he struck him with all his might, causing him to fall backward from surprise. Of course, the younger immediately shed a sparse tear from the pain, not understanding what the hell his older brother was doing. Li Jin-un himself, as if nothing had happened, admitted that he had been extremely nervous the whole time he was traveling here, so he was a bit on edge. The warrior pretended to want to apologize to his brother and pat him on the shoulder as a sign of reconciliation. However, from the sheer force of his grip, it was obvious. He rather intended to break that shoulder completely. Immediately, the frightened Enhajayen shouted, calling Li Jin-en a damn psycho. And this infuriated the hero even more. Therefore, enjoying the crunch of joints, the warrior reminded his little brother that he must call him older brother and nothing else. Soon, everything happening near the father's room was noticed by the second son of the Enha family. However, he could not understand what caused such a gathering near the father's chambers, and considering that he was the overseer, he should have dealt with it immediately. When the middle brother approached, the deputy who noticed him explained that a quarrel had arisen between the first and third young gentlemen. And of course, the second brother, like no one else, knew that the third had surely provoked their eldest brother again. Sredni just went mad because the guards crowded around instead of stopping the beating. However, when he ran up, he saw that the hero was tormenting the younger of the brothers, forcing him to be quiet right in front of the father's room. When the warrior heard hurried footsteps behind him, he immediately turned around, respectfully greeting his younger brother Li Huayen. And Li Huayen himself froze, because he was going to save Li Jin-en. It turned out that the one who needed saving was completely different. After that, all three met in the room to drink tea and discuss everything. Li Huayen admitted that he had heard rumors about the return of his older brother home, and was surprised that he looked so healthy and strong. At that time, Dan Vuson himself was closely watching the behavior of Yenha Jiayen, not allowing him to sit at the table or lower his hands in order to torment him more painfully. After that, the warrior thanked the second brother for his concern, as he was indeed in good health. However, noticing the younger one, the hero became curious. Was it not the third brother who accidentally caused the bandaged wounds of the middle one? Of course, Li Huan immediately tried to evasively justify himself, as he did not want unnecessary disputes. However, Dan Wusun did not even require an answer, as the truth was obvious. So, approaching the younger one, the warrior immediately slapped him with another deafening slap. Continuing to hit again and again, he warned that it was forbidden to raise a sword against older brothers, if one did not want to end up with an even more swollen face afterward. The younger one continued to sit by the table, literally ready to burst into tears. He did not believe that it was Li Jin-en who had beaten him. After all, Li Jin-en had always been a weakling, forever serving him just to avoid being beaten himself. Li Hua-en, on the other hand, was clearly proud of his older brother, who had so humiliated their conceited younger brother. Although literally a couple of years ago, the best thing their older brother could do was avoid blows from Enha Jia-en. Therefore, Li Hua-en decided to find out what had happened to the older brother in that estate, as he returned from there a completely different person. However, without answering the question, Dan Wusun became interested in the scrolls resting on the table. These scrolls contained a list of employees whom Li Hua-en needed to take with him to the conference the next day. Of course, Dan Wusun immediately began to study the list of these employees. He was eager to find out who exactly had recommended that treacherous healer to him. However, very soon the warrior realized that the conclusion was obvious. There was only one person who recommended absolutely all employees, from deputies to guards at the entrance gates. This person was none other than Uang Hu. Upon reaching this troubling conclusion, the first heir had an important question for his second brother. He was eager to find out which of the brothers cooperated with the Uyang clan, for there was simply no better time to confess this. Immediately, a suffocating, agonizing silence hung in the room. However, the two younger brothers were horrified with the same astonishment, amazed that the hero suspected them of something so shameful. Both would swear that they would rather die than allow members of a foreign clan to seize their business. After all, the trading group was a precious inheritance that their father had elevated with such incredible effort. And of course, the young man was glad to hear these sincere words, as it meant he would not have to destroy his own brothers. Then the warrior had a couple more questions, from which he learned that all the senior officials would be present at tomorrow's conference. This was the perfect opportunity for Li Jin-en to also participate in this important meeting. Immediately after that, without even saying goodbye to his brothers, the hero left to visit his father. Therefore, all that was left for the two remaining was to guess what had happened to their older brother during the separation. Enha Jia-en simply could not hold back and tore his hair out in burning envy. After all, he was the one who was supposed to go to that sacred mountain instead of the older brother to become even more powerful. Finally, the deputy captain reported the arrival of the eldest son to the head of the trading group. As soon as the heir entered the chambers, the maid respectfully bowed to the masters in order to leave the room, and the man shifted a weak, exhausted glance to Li Jin-un to greet the returning son. Of course, Li Sung-min was extremely curious about the noise he heard outside. However, Dan Woo-sun did not want to disturb his father, the owner of his new body, because of the incident. The warrior decided to discuss the fact that the man had been feeling unwell lately, and he admitted that recently he had been very worried about accumulated problems, which his elderly body could not cope with due to the oppressive stress. However, Li Sung-min was pleasantly surprised that his son had changed for the better. The young man's face looked different, as if he was no longer the former weak-willed Li Jin-un. The main thing was that Li Sung-min was sincerely glad to see that the young man was doing well, and all the former King of Fists could do was nod reservedly. For him, these were strange, previously unknown parental relationships, since the warrior grew up without parents and did not even know what it was like to have a father. However, in the memories of the owner of this body, his father was an extremely important and great figure. Therefore now, when the young man held Li Sung-min's hand, he could not understand when this majestic figure had so imperceptibly become so fragile and small. The mere thought of this fading caused him pain. Therefore, the former King of Fists asked his father not to worry about anything. He swore to exert all his efforts to eliminate the cause of the stress troubling the gentleman. Of course, the man immediately became anxious, as he did not quite understand what his son was hinting at. Li Jin-un did not explain, asking his father to rest well. However, seeing his strange, ambiguous smile, icy shivers of premonition ran down the spine of the head of the trading organization. The next day, the very meeting of the trading group finally took place. Present there was also the very Uang Hu, the commander of the security detachment, as well as a skilled martial arts master of the Ouyang clan. His comrades began whispering with Uang Hu, as they could not believe they were really seeing the eldest son of the head of the organization. The young man had long been in exile, so it remained a mystery to everyone what he was doing here. For the most arrogant man himself, everything was obvious. Finally, using his head, this guy began to worry about his position in the group. Finally, Li Huaen finished the main part of the report and, hearing no questions, decided to move on to the next item on the agenda. However, unexpectedly, Uang Hu spoke up, wishing to make a proposal. The man announced that he had heard. After the return of the first young master, he still had no security assigned. Therefore, the commander could recommend his people. Of course, many were extremely concerned that half of the trading group already consisted of people belonging to the Uyang clan. Apparently, Uang Hu had no idea when he should stop in his greed. However, as soon as the man uttered this bold thought, Uang Hu casually dropped a toothpick into his cup, causing it to shatter into small fragments. With a cunning smile, the commander apologized for his hand suddenly trembling. After that, he gave those present an extremely threatening look, as if to make it clear that it was better not to oppose his will. Afterwards, he scanned the crowd, wanting to know if there was anyone who wished to speak about his proposal. No one raised their voice, so Uang Hu considered the matter already closed. However, the only one who opposed was precisely the first young lord, who categorically disliked this audacious assumption. Rising from his seat and approaching the enemy, the warrior decided to voice his own proposal. He felt that now was the right time to dismiss the commander of the guard detachment, Uang Hu. Of course, everyone was amazed by the incredible bravery of the first young lord. Uang Hu's own subordinates took the hero's words as a bold joke. Apparently, he did not realize how much their captain cared about the safety of the trading group. Even Uang Hu himself burst out laughing at the fact that Li Jinnen suddenly intended to dismiss him. In the end, the commander had to carefully hint to the heir that during the time he had been bedridden sick, he had completely forgotten that the affairs of the trading organization did not concern him. However, Dan Woosen only smirked at his arrogant words. Unable to endure the scoundrel's insolence, the former martial arts master immediately raised his fist. The power of his strike was so colossal that even the floorboards cracked beneath their feet. So far, only the table was destroyed, not the face of this insolent man. The hero demanded that Uang Hu no longer dare to be so insolent to him. Perhaps he had forgotten because the warrior had lost his influence. However, the trading group rightfully belonged to him. Shortly before the meeting, worried about his brother's decision, Li Huayan finally understood why the hero decided to join the General Assembly. But the middle brother tried to warn that Uang Hu was in a much higher league compared to them. They could not compete with such dangerous people. Therefore, the youngest brother earnestly begged the eldest to reconsider and stop opposing such a formidable opponent. Dan Wusan only sighed heavily, then told the youngest brother an interesting fact from the history of martial arts masters. If they are underestimated, usually the one who underestimated will very quickly be overwhelmed by the crushing power of their enemy. The warrior asked Li Huayan to look at the current deplorable state of the trading group. Right now, the group was practically being absorbed by these insolent people from the Uyang clan. And indeed, Li Huayan did not notice this. He was busy with other problems, not seeing how much the clan had grown at the trading guild base. However, seeing the worried expression on Li Huayan's face, Li Jinyen comfortingly patted him on the shoulder. He swore as the older brother to deal with this oppressive problem. However, it was obvious that Li Huayan had no idea that the showdown would look exactly so decisive and bloody. Of course, after the hero dared to raise his hand against Uang Hu, all the subordinates immediately stood up to defend the commander, believing that this heir had completely lost his mind. And the commander was in shock. All this time he had been trying to achieve his goal and drive the hero out of this land, but everything turned out the other way around. The deputy of the security squad, leading his soldiers, immediately stood up to defend the young master, not understanding how these traitors dared to draw a blade against the heir. After that, the loyal guards surrounded the young man, protecting him with their own bodies. Dan Wusun only sighed heavily, amazed at the audacity of the enemy warriors standing ahead. He could not believe that they so easily dared to point a sword against their employer. There was a depressing feeling that all these little idiots were striving for was their own swift death. However, the warrior still felt a bit guilty before the captain of the guard, so he decided to forgive them this annoying impudence as compensation. Uang Hu did not understand what kind of guilt was being talked about at all. Therefore, the former martial arts master had to explain. He felt regret for having destroyed Uang Hu's treacherous plans. He knew that he had sent a healer to the warrior who was supposed to poison him while Legion N was undergoing treatment. He also framed the second and third brothers. When a feud arose between them, it was easier to carry out the commander's plans. Now, thanks to the vile intrigues of Uang Hu, Li Jinen's father was seriously ill. All that remained for Uang Hu was to influence one of his sons. Thus, the commander could seize control over the trading group without even properly moving a finger. Of course, Uang Hu immediately burst into loud laughter, considering all the accusations groundless and even a pure illusion. However, Li Jin-un stepped closer to the man. Leaning close to his ear, the warrior whispered to him that the healer sent to him was already dead by his hand. The same fate awaited all who dared to cross him and his family. Of course, Uang Hu was frightened by this ominous news, and Dan Wusan asked that the man not grieve over his servant, for he was killed with a single blow. Moreover, the warrior gave Uang Hu instructions for the future. If he so eagerly wanted to absorb a large trading group, he should try harder, because now the hero could even sue him for damages caused by the commander. With these words, Dan Wusan drove Uang Hu to madness, so he immediately unleashed his unrestrained aggression against this wretch. Realizing that the youth had become completely conceited, the commander decided to kill him with his own hands. In the end, without letting themselves be offended, the opponents clashed in a fierce fight, unleashing fists strengthened by inner energy upon each other. From the surge of their crushing forces, everyone nearby was blinded, and the guards began to be blown back by a wave of power. The head of the security squad was astonished to see that Li Jin-en had studied martial arts and now mastered the energy of lightning. Their forces were roughly equal, so the two had to retreat without achieving the desired result. However, obviously, the guard subordinate to Uang Hu could not believe that someone managed to block the captain's strike so easily. Dan Wusan was only indignant that someone dared to hit him after he had just healed. Of course, the warrior could have turned a blind eye to this incident, because it already looked more like an official duel. Uang Hu considered the hero's words and actions a manifestation of helplessness, for he looked like a confident fledgling who had just learned to fly. After that, the commander loudly addressed the guards and witnesses from the Uyan clan to confirm that, with the consent of the first young master, they would conduct an official duel. The man hoped that now Li Jin-un's appetite would be moderate. However, the King of Fists believed that they needed to clarify. The duel would be to the death or life. Uang Hu immediately drew his blade, realizing that during his treatment the hero had clearly joined some impressive sect, having developed a fairly decent level of skill in such a short time. However, the young man lacked experience, and Uang Hu was ready to demonstrate this in their deadly fight. Of course, the former legendary King of Fists even found it funny to hear these arrogant words. Dodging the blow, the warrior only reproached the man for daring to lecture him about experience. Compared to someone like him, Uang Hu would need to live at least 100 years just to attempt to be on his level. In the end, the warrior unleashed a strike to his chest with enormous destructive power, unseen even by the commander himself. The hero, looking at his stunned appearance, decided to fully demonstrate what a real gap in experience looks like. After that, he swiftly approached the enemy like a lightning strike, using the enlightened art of movement. The frightened man desperately tried to block with his sword. A fierce battle ensued, and here Dan Wusan fully suppressed his enemy, who was forced to defend himself pitifully. Obviously, the commander immediately began to panic. The hero did not resemble in the slightest the one who had just begun studying martial arts. He reminded him with his precise movements of a most experienced martial arts master. There was no choice left, so Uang Hu decided to use the energy of his sword. Noticing this, Uang Hu's subordinates rejoiced that their leader would finally finish off this pathetic heir. The commander himself at that moment was already preparing to use the three-form sword technique, all because the man's pride would not allow him to lose to such a talentless person. However, in just a moment, the young man managed to use a quick step and swiftly dodged past the blade. At the end, the warrior only said goodbye to Uang Hu before delivering a deadly strike. The strike was of such crushing power to the jaw that the man's body flew high into the air, breaking through the roof above his head. Everyone saw that a strange explosion of energy occurred in the distance. The healer, who was near Li Songmin, hoped that at least the leader of the trading group would explain what had just happened. And the man only looked sadly into the distance, realizing that his eldest son had studied martial arts and reached incredible heights. Finally, the body of Uang Hu collapsed back through the hole in the ceiling, falling at the feet of the victor. Immediately, the guards rushed to their captain to bring him to consciousness. Lifting his limp dead body, the traders looked threateningly into the hero's eyes, and he could not believe that these guards were such brash fellows, so he decided to destroy them as well. Stepping forward, the deputy captain could testify that there were no violations in the duel between these two. However, he also warned that Uyang's leader might demand a rematch through a repeated duel. In that case, the trading company would not be able to refuse. Honestly, Dan Wusan was not at all frightened by this demand, as he did not intend to let them go so easily. The warrior warned, if kindness is shown to him, he will respond in kind, but if hatred is shown to him, the enemy will receive it doubly. However, he warned that if anyone from the trading group opposed their fight, then the responsibility would lie solely with Li Jin-en and not with the entire trading group. Of course, the second brother immediately panicked, warning the elder that this was too dangerous a game. But the King of Fists himself reminded them of his previous words. The trading group belonged to him. However, this group also belonged to his father, and the guards who met the returning young master early in the morning. And of course, it belongs to the employees who feel genuine joy just watching Dan Woosen eat, so their trading group had no intention of falling for the vile tricks of such scoundrels from the Ouyang clan. He hoped that these little people understood what he meant, after which he immediately drove them away and of course fired them. The crowd led by the guards could not get enough of the greatness of their heir. The enraged Ouyang guards still had to leave. However, even as they left, they fully understood that they would return for bloody revenge again. Finally, when the commotion subsided, Dan Woosen glanced at the people who watched their duel with bated breath. Mok and Sop could not hold back, so he immediately began to admire the young master who won this fight. And Deputy Han Yop hastily covered his mouth, not allowing him to say various foolish things. He warned that as guards they should be ashamed that all this time they stood and watched this fight. After all, their heir could have been seriously hurt. While the guards were still having their disputes, the martial arts master himself called the chief administrator, who was also his younger brother. The warrior had one small request, to acquire a rare elixir for him. Of course, the hero told the enemies that he would take full responsibility for what happened. However, he hoped to get at least a little support from his family. And of course, Li Huayan immediately beamed with joy, because when it came to his older brother, he was ready to fulfill any wish. The middle brother would acquire the elixir for him at the highest level. Undoubtedly, he would hire new guards, because surely Li Jin-yen would now have many urgent matters. However, the hero already had guards in mind, a couple of very promising fighters. At the same time, a trio of bandits sat in one of the dens, listening to another order. However, the thought would not leave the head of their leader. Were the rumors about Li Jin-yen true? Had someone confused him? A few days before this, on Dan Woosen's very first day working in the trading group, the warrior decided to inspect the estates. He was accompanied by the deputy of security, showing the heir what he might have forgotten during his absence. Noticing something curious on the street, the hero turned to Han Yup to find out if he had eaten at all today. Of course, the deputy was surprised that the young man was asking him such a question. In the end, the guard hastily explained that he hadn't had time to eat because he had been working from dawn without a break. For some reason, this information caused Li Jin-un to smile ominously, which made Han Yup immediately tense with a bad premonition. The warrior saw how members of the Ouyang security organization were fully indulging in merriment in the yard. It turned out that while some people didn't even have time to satisfy their hunger and earned honestly, others were loafing during working hours. Of course, it was easy for them. After all, these parasites lived at others' expense. Then the young man was finally convinced that he should get rid of this gang. The only problem remaining was that the young man still needed someone to replace these incompetents. Soon they went with the deputy of the security squad to the gambling house. There gathered many both wealthy and ordinary people to try their luck in various games of chance. However, suddenly everyone whispered when they saw the newcomer. "Weakling." That's how they dubbed the senior young master from the trading group. Regulars even thought that the guy had died because he hadn't appeared in the gambling establishment for a long time. So they were extremely curious to find out how much gold he would squander this time. Ignoring the malicious whispering, the young man descended to the lower floor, where a stout servant was seated. Immediately upon seeing the newcomer, he became alert. However, he quickly recognized the young master and friendly poked him in the shoulder, thinking that the heir had come again to make them a generous donation. However, Dan Woosen strictly warned, if this impudent fellow continued to touch him, the warrior would turn him into pork fat. Of course, the servant was extremely angry that the young man dared to behave so disrespectfully. However, Li Jin-un did not care. Ignoring his indignant exclamations, the warrior immediately stepped over the threshold. He was already met by a trio, amazed at the hero's return after such a long absence. Moreover, the leader, nicknamed Poisonous Fox, Chun Myun-ho, immediately noted that the young man looked much better than before. Apparently, the treatment had done him good. Right after that, the hero was greeted by two twins, Yuk Jimbo and Yuk Myunbo. However, the leader immediately scolded his subordinates for not having warmly welcomed his old friend, who had finally recovered after a long time. They immediately began to humbly apologize to the young master, while Poisonous Fox asked them to show more care for the people close to him. As far as the King of Fists himself remembered from the recovered memories, they had indeed been friends since childhood. However, this friendship included one-sided violence and financial exploitation towards the hero. Apparently, the modern definition of the word friend among young people has somewhat changed since the times when the King of Fists was growing up. Chun Myunho immediately threw a hefty bag of coins on the table in front of the hero, thinking that his comrade was eager to have fun after recovering for so long. Obviously, it was actually the poisonous fox who wanted to have fun, as during Li Jin-un's illness he couldn't extort gold from him. However, the leader hastened to explain that he had prepared a magnificent show for his friend, but he did not like at all that Li Jin-un did not react to his words. Therefore, he asked the degenerate not to start making him angry for no reason. The hero himself calmly explained that he simply needed time to think over something important. What the poisonous fox did not suspect was that in his head the King of Fists was deciding whether to kill this man or not. Of course, the leader was not needed by him. After all, these twins were the only ones who reliably carried out all the assignments. They probably languished as bouncers under the leader's command. However, the warrior believed that these twins were too valuable fighters to rot under the leadership of someone like the poisonous fox. In the end, while the leader was babbling about something with the twins, Dan Woosen made the necessary decision. With a sinister smile, extending his hand to the old friend, the warrior asked him to hand over the safe keys. Of course, everyone immediately froze, stunned by his straightforwardness. Chun Myunho immediately assumed that the hero wanted to get some gold for gambling. Dan Woosen calmly explained, if he craved money he would have taken cash right from the table. He intended to take the gold he was forced to invest in the gambling house, interest, compensation for extortion, and medical bills for the beatings. Roughly calculating the amount in his head, Li Jin-un realized that he was owed about 100,000 niang. However, even so, the warrior felt that he had asked too little for all he had endured. He could have demanded much greater compensation. Poisonous Fox all this time pretended to listen attentively to his interlocutor. However, unable to hold back, the leader burst out laughing right in his face. He thought that Li Jin-un had come here to boast that he had studied arithmetic while recovering. However, very soon his laughter ran out. He made it clear that the hero was nothing more than a mad freak. Nevertheless, the leader admitted he was right. There were not only 100,000 coins in the safe, there were also jewels, gold, silver. However, for Dan Woosen there was absolutely nothing valuable there. He could not count on that. Of course, if the youth needed funds, Poisonous Fox as a good friend could lend him money. Therefore, the leader was extremely curious why he showed up with such a ridiculous scheme to demand the keys to the safe. Moreover, he was incredibly irritated by the fact that Li Jin-un dared to ignore him all this time. Perhaps the young man behaved so boldly because everyone had cared for him before while he was sick? However, the leader would not forgive him now that this upstart so brazenly demands the keys to the safe and boldly ignores him. Chun Myunho demanded that the worthless bastard pull himself together and not forget who he was dealing with. Chun Myunho himself. Finally releasing all the accumulated anger, the young man exhaled a little, coming to his senses. However, it still seemed to him that there was clearly something wrong with Li Jin-un, or was he so eager to die? When the heir did not react to these threats either, the leader ordered his thugs to pin the bold upstart to the ground. After all, a couple of blows would surely help him wake up. Obviously, one of the twins immediately approached, twisting the hero's arm. However, to his amazement, he did not move an inch. The hero himself was stunned by the behavior of his so-called friend. After that, the warrior calmly explained that he decided to show the leader at least a little leniency. Then he grabbed one of the twins and threw him toward the wall as if he weighed absolutely nothing. Of course, the second immediately rushed to defend his brother. He charged at Li Jin-un with fists. However, the warrior easily dodged, spun on the ground, and intended to knock the opponent off his feet. However, he clearly overdid it with force, because with a single kick he shattered the opponent's bone to pieces. Immediately experiencing incredible pain, the bruiser fell to the ground as if struck down by illness. However, despite this, the twins deeply impressed Dan Woosen with their incredible endurance. As if they were whole and unharmed, the brothers immediately began to get back on their feet. However, these two already had shattered wrists and ankles. But at the same time, there was not the slightest trace of fear in their eyes. These were exactly the kind of fighters the King of Fists needed. In the end, they rushed to attack again, doubling their fury. However, the hero simply disappeared right before their eyes, not allowing himself to be caught. Of course, the panicked twins immediately started looking around for their target, and the hero was already behind their backs at that moment. Calmly pondering how to deal with these two, the warrior grabbed the brothers by their heads. He admitted that they were too valuable warriors to die so senselessly. Therefore, the hero asked them to refuse to serve Chun Myunho, for the brothers were literally burying their colossal potential. Immediately after these words, the warrior slammed the twins' heads against each other so that they would lose consciousness and not get underfoot. However, he warned, If the twins suddenly decided to rise again and interfere in this duel, he would not warn them a second time. Finally, after this, the hero stretched his numb fists, realizing that now he only had to deal with the leader. Of course, the leader's confidence clearly diminished after his bouncers were dealt with so easily. The young man calmly brushed the dust off his hands, suggesting that the poisonous fox decide for himself how he and the old friend would resolve the conflict. Of course, the leader immediately became worried and began to retreat. He felt that the hero should have been warned that during his recovery he studied not arithmetic but martial arts. The young man immediately noticed what the youth was hiding behind his back. Usually, he was quick to figure things out. However, today, for some reason, he decided that a knife would help him a lot. In the end, waving his blade in all directions, the poisonous fox demanded that Li Jin-en not come closer, and they negotiated peacefully. At the same time, the leader tried to convince himself that there was no reason to be afraid. Li Jin-en remained the same pathetic weakling. Therefore, pretending to be frightened, Chun Myun-ho immediately attacked the hero, believing that his first strike would be victorious. However, in the end, he only ran face first into a table flying at him at full speed. As soon as the leader's head was unforgivably close to the flying table, the hero also struck it, not allowing the poisonous fox to dodge or escape. After that, the warrior broke the table with his bare hands, bringing his fist closer to the enemy's face. No matter how much Chun Myun-ho hoped that his strike would win, the hero's counterattack was more devastating. However, the King of Fists was not going to beat the poisonous fox. Instead, he used his lightning aura. His enemy began to convulse from the electric shock. The guard watching the doors understood. If these two were not stopped, someone would definitely die today. Fortunately, the martial arts master still stopped, as he clearly felt when his enemy was close to death. Therefore, the warrior immediately released the opponent's head, after which the young man's body went limp on the ground. However, he was still alive and conscious. So, squatting down, Li Jin-en asked him to finally pull himself together and not behave so pitifully. What are these moans, unworthy of a man who cannot even lift his own head? Chun Myun-ho, rising slightly, looked at the hero as if nothing had happened, as if not understanding what had occurred. In fact, the poisonous fox had no idea at all what Li Jin-un had been doing all this time during his recovery. Perhaps he decided to train secretly. However, it remained unknown whether his goal was revenge. After all, Chun Myun-ho was convinced. They had not treated him so badly that the heir would crave revenge. However, if Li Jin-un really wanted retribution, then the poisonous fox would not escape punishment. In the end, there was no choice left. Therefore, the leader turned into an obedient puppy and suggested that his dear friend ask for something other than the key. He was ready to fulfill anything. Although he had beaten the hero a couple of times, they had been friends since childhood, almost like brothers to each other. And indeed, rummaging through the memories of the body owner, the warrior remembered that they really were friends. Chun Myun-ho was delighted when he heard these words from the hero, because there was true friendship between them, which meant Li Jin-un would not kill him. He immediately rushed at the warrior with hugs, promising that from this moment on he would not allow any fights or bullying. Of course, the King of Fists demanded that the youth let him go. However, he literally shone with joy, repeating that he could not help but embrace his true friend and brother. He also demanded that the subordinate twins greet their new older brother, show respect, and congratulate him on his transformation. However, for Li Jin-en himself, all these tales about friends sounded ridiculously laughable, and the poisonous fox himself perfectly understood. All this time, Li Jin-en could only humiliate himself and lick his boots, wagging his tail at every word he said. He just needed to wait a little. Chun Myun-ho would get out of here, grab the twins and run away. After all, finding a new den wouldn't be a problem for him. At the same time, as if not noticing the enemy's thoughts, Dan Woosen turned to the two twins. He reminded them, when someone is called an older brother, it is a lifelong vow. The warrior wanted to know, were these two ready to make such a vow? They immediately looked at their leader, and the poisonous fox ordered that they swear immediately to be brothers from this moment on. They had no choice, so the two immediately nodded, agreeing from this moment to be younger brothers to Mr. Li Jin-en. The poisonous fox was happy, hoping that finally the problem was solved and they would be released. However, the King of Fists himself understood. Now he and Chun Myun-ho had to find out who among them was higher in rank. Therefore, the warrior ordered the younger twin brothers to step outside while he and Chun Myun-ho talked alone. He looked around fearfully, demanding that the twin brothers stop. However, since they had already sworn to the older brother, although with concern, they still went out the door. The hero, looking at his opponent, asked him to stop hesitating. They had to decide who was older. And looking at the cunning expression on Li Jin-un's face, Poisonous Fox did not understand until the very end what the young man had in mind, for he thought he had come solely for the money. In fact, Lee Jin-un really wanted to scold the leader for profiting so much from those trusting twins. It was unacceptable to behave like that. Therefore, the hero intended from that moment to start raising the poisonous fox. All that remained for Chun Myung-ho was only to sigh heavily. He was already ready to give the hero the gold that he so wanted to take from the safe. However, after the youth beat him, the leader could not allow the twins to be taken as well. This literally meant that his heir would destroy him. Yes, for Chun Myung-ho, death was preferable to losing his brothers. And of course, the martial arts master treated his words with respect. Without much hesitation, the warrior immediately struck a kick to the leader's chin, causing his head to jerk sharply backward, almost breaking his neck. Lee Jin-en, watching someone bleed, only praised his friend for working so hard all this time. Now he was personally ready to send him to eternal rest. The warrior backed his words with numerous blows that maimed parts of the youth's body. Only then did Chun Myung-ho realize that Lee Jin-un did not perceive his words as a joke at all. He really intended to kill him, but the prospect of death was absolutely unacceptable to him. All he had left was to weakly promise that he would give the hero everything he wished. He was ready to hand over the safe key, so he begged to spare his miserable life. Of course, the master of fist fighting instantly recognized the falsehood. A person sincerely begging for mercy does not look like that. Even the poisonous fox himself realized. Perhaps he should have shown more respect to his elder brother. But as soon as he admitted his defeat, Dan Woosen threw the guy away like a boring toy that had lost all value. The twins immediately clustered around Chun Myung-ho, trying to assess his condition, and the hero himself was indignant. This impudent fellow even dared to smile looking at him. Something was definitely wrong with this degenerate. Perhaps the problem lay in his distorted mind. The twins could not believe that the one they had been following all this time was defeated. However, the defeated one did not hide his fiasco, so he asked the brothers from that moment to serve the new elder. The young man himself could only resent the humiliation. He barely held back sobs from the shame he experienced. Moreover, looking at the worried twins, he understood. They would be much better off living in a decent place like the trading guild, rather than in this lousy hole called the gambling house. However, they had been through so much together that breaking this bond forged in trials was not so simple. The twins, on the other hand, were only glad to get rid of their annoying older brother. As soon as Chun Myung-ho realized this betrayal, rage flared in his chest. In the end, the beaten and humiliated young man rose from the lower floor to leave the gambling house forever. He recalled the words of his old man, who told him never to get involved with black-haired people. The old man was right. As he wandered through the corridors, every regular of the gambling house whispered upon seeing the crippled Chun Myung-ho. They wondered, where had his twins gone, with whom he always moved? If he was now without their protection, it meant he could be taken down by a crowd without consequences. Chun Myung-ho was not at all surprised when a whole gang of various losers crawled out of the cracks to confront him. He reminded these nobodies that he did not bear the name Poisonous Fox for nothing. If these little people were so brave, let them try to attack him. Of course, the crowd was enraged that a walking corpse behaved so arrogantly. In the end, they rushed at him as if they truly wished for his death. And Chun Myung-ho very much hoped that with his loud words he would make them forget about his current pitiful state, and victory would come easily. Therefore, he continued to curse Lee Jin-un for having so cruelly maimed him. However, at that very moment, interrupting the massacre, the hero himself intervened. One of his strikes generated such a surge of energy that it boldly swept away all those eager to profit at once with an explosive wave. In fact, even the ruler of fists was indignant. The little people who once feared to look Chun Myung-ho in the eyes now swarmed him like a pack just because he had weakened. Therefore the hero ordered, "Let them fight him when he is not half dead. Otherwise they are no different from a bunch of dishonorable jackals." After which, as if nothing had happened, he ordered the twins to take out of the safe everything that might be useful. Chun Myung-ho, taking advantage of this moment, left the place of humiliation, cursing those freaks who even dared to behave like righteous heroes. Finally, when everything belonging to Chun Myung-ho had been completely removed, they went back to the guild. However, the twins only now decided to thank Lee Jin-un for having decided to help Chun Myung-ho at that critical moment, after which they bowed and, as if nothing had happened, silently continued to do their work. The hero understood. He was surely not the only one wondering why the twins so devotedly followed Chun Myung-ho. Some said they were brought here as slaves. Others claimed they obey out of fear. Even the hero himself believed that the reason lay precisely in this. However, no one sold them, and they were not bound by any fear at all. Well, even after living 2 lives, the hero, unfortunately, still could not comprehend the true motives of people. Therefore, not wanting to dig into their past, he simply followed them, escorting them home. At the same time, an unknown young man was spying on Lee Jin-yeon, who was in the company of the twins. Honestly, he could not believe that this was the very Li Jinyon he had known before. At the same moment, the hero introduced new members to the guild. The maids, honestly, were amazed by the gigantic scale of these twins. The next day, the third brother, as if nothing had happened, was walking around the estate grounds, fuming. Since the arrival of the eldest brother, every day had been somewhat restless. Just recently, he suddenly brought a whole pile of money, and then brought two big guys whom he did not like at all. However, suddenly he heard some sound. However, he quickly calmed down upon seeing a familiar face. It was a guard who flew through the gates with a huge cart covered with two coarse fabrics. The wagon was loaded to the brim with the most precious essences and the rarest herbs. The delivery was overseen by Li Huan himself. He strongly urged the workers to exercise maximum caution and leave the cart where it would be safe. Of course, the third brother immediately rushed over to find out what was inside all these chests and why everything was delivered. However, when he opened one of them, he realized inside lay the very century-old elixirs for which people had been queuing since dawn. The father, who appeared calmly, explained that he had personally made the entire order. Naturally, as soon as everyone saw that Li Sunmin himself had come to look at the delivery, they were frightened. The father was still not allowed to leave his chambers. The third brother, as if nothing had happened, decided to ask the parent what he intended to do with all these elixirs. He clearly remembered Li Jin-en had actually requested only one elixir. This meant that perhaps a couple would be left for him too. However, the young man was soon disappointed, realizing that not a single potion was meant for him. Of course, he was indignant, trying to point out to his father there were far too many elixirs. The elder brother would never use them all in his lifetime. Even one elixir was enough to change Dan Wusun's fate forever. However, Li Sonmin believed, considering how much they had spent on Uang Hu and his gang of minor gods, this price was quite acceptable. It turns out that not long ago the leader sent letters to the heads of branches, longtime friends, and respected major merchants, informing them they urgently needed to purchase high-quality elixirs to overcome the crisis threatening the trading group. Obviously, if they had collapsed, these people would also have suffered losses. Therefore, the matter was taken very seriously. After all, appointing Uang Hu as the captain of the security squad was his idea, and Li Sonmin believed he should take responsibility at least in this way. Of course, Kan Yop considered it a very wise decision. After all, the young master would surely become a high-class martial arts expert. The chief was very grateful that the deputy head of security so supported his idea, and the father himself believed this was the perfect opportunity to finally spend the earned money with true benefit. And honestly, realizing how sharply everyone loved the returned Li Jinyon, the third brother didn't even find anything to say. Soon he headed to the training ground, viciously practicing techniques. Just a couple of hours ago, he still dared to confess to his father that he would also like to receive the elixir. However, the man, it turns out, did not understand at all why they might need Yenhaja Yenu. Because the boy got angry and immediately began practicing techniques, thus venting his anger. He did not understand. Why is everyone oppressing him? Why has everyone forgotten about him since his brother's arrival? Moreover, he was insanely curious to find out what kind of miracle did his older brother, that snot-nosed kid who became so powerful, come across. However, suddenly he was distracted from his hysteria by hearing some sound behind his back. It turned out to be a hero who was running swiftly with a huge boulder the size of a person tied to his back. Skillfully bypassing his younger brother, he asked him to step aside. After all, the young man had gone for a walk and did not wish to stop now. However, to be honest, it hardly looked like a walk. Until that moment, the boy had never met a person who would stroll while dragging a whole chunk of stone behind them. Moreover, he saw the brother was indeed extremely focused and continued practicing. And honestly, Enkaja-en could not help but rejoice. A man born with a silver spoon finally decided to put in at least a drop of effort. He continued trainings until the very evening, swinging his sword. The boy tried to reproduce the techniques his brother used in the duel with Uyan Huo. How he defeated him. At the same time, he, of course, cursed his older brother, calling him all sorts of extreme names. After all, he did not understand. How could this damned bastard become so strong? He simply did not understand him. When the boy cursed again, calling his brother a bastard, he did not notice. At that very moment, the hero was nearby. In the end, the younger brother fell to the ground in fear. He tried to find out. When did he return? And what was he doing here? However, the older brother, passing by, decided to approach Enkaja-en to help him with training. He extended his blade so that he could demonstrate what he had learned. After all, his repetition of Uyan Huo's techniques was quite good. Of course, the younger brother felt extremely ashamed that someone had been watching him all this time. But in the end, he took up the sword and immediately began performing one technique after another. However, despite the fact that he was pleased with the successful stabbing strike, the hero only criticized it. Angered, the younger immediately turned to his older brother, demanding that he watch his language. However, unexpectedly, he noticed a fist was rushing straight to his face. Only at the last moment did he manage to defend himself from this attack using his wooden sword. Li Jin himself warned. After the enemy's distracting maneuver fails, he decides to close the distance. This is necessary so that the enemy can only defend and nothing more. In the end, realizing that Li Jin could accidentally kill him like that, Enhaja obediently retreated, signaling that he no longer intended to fight. However, he noticed the older brother was serious. Therefore, he had to take up the blade again. He attacked and immediately let out a battle cry. However, when he looked back, he saw no one in front of him, as if the hero had completely vanished into space. It turns out, at that moment, the Master of Fists was already behind his back. And he warned, when people lose the advantage and are backed against the wall, they always pull out their best trump card. In the end, in an instant, the young man found himself under the threat of a fist. Only by fearfully raising his head did he avoid that this attack would smash his skull. As soon as the hero retreated, the younger immediately fell to the ground. His legs literally buckled. He realized, if his brother had not stopped, he would already be dead. Without the slightest embarrassment, the elder explained, "A stabbing strike has less chance of hitting than a chopping one. And also the three-form sword art, the first form of which Uang Hu tried to use, must be used with extreme caution. If the opponent is faster at the moment of using the technique, then the outcome of the duel is already decided." At the same time, somewhere deep in his soul, Dan Woosen was indignant. If he were in his former form, someone like Uang Hu would not even have time to draw his sword. However, now his body did not correspond even a quarter to what it was when he was the Fistmaster. For this reason, Uang Hu is not a victory to be proud of. However, he clearly remembered the people he could not defeat, even being the King of Fists. So he needed to become much stronger than before in the shortest possible time. However, unexpectedly, the young man heard someone was calling him. It was the maid who informed about the arrival of guests. So the hero, thanking her, said goodbye to his younger brother, finally giving him one more poke, which turned out to be quite painful, so Enkaja almost burst into tears. He tried to find out why the older brother was behaving that way. However, the latter reminded him he was a degenerate, which meant he could afford such behavior. Somewhere at the same time, behind the hero's bedchamber door, three were whispering among themselves. They did not believe that he knew martial arts. After all, they remembered the first son of the trade guild as a person who chased girls and drank without stopping. However, the boy in green clothes continued to prove to his friends he had seen it all with his own eyes. A few days ago, he got drunk and was passing by the mountain house, which was run by Chun Myunho. Then he saw the hero together with two people who were packing things to send directly to the trade guild. That voice seemed familiar to him, so he continued to watch. However, when he turned around after clearing his stomach of what he had drunk, the hero had already disappeared. For this reason, no one believed him. But everyone preferred not to press for now, because they came here to verify the truth of these words. As if nothing had happened, they flung open the hero's room door to see. Had he remained the same? However, they were met with the stern looks of the twins and the confused gaze of Li Jin, who clearly did not recognize these three. Immediately, they fearfully slammed the door and ran outside. Grabbing the maid, they began to interrogate her. Was this really the same young master? After all, they were sure. It was more likely that the head of the trading group had swapped the child. The maid tried to calm them down. However, they were more than certain. Either they were hallucinating, or they had really drunk too much. Could they have been so wrong? It was simply impossible for the formerly weak and frail boy to have become such a muscle man now. It was too absurd. After all, he no longer resembled one of the four heavenly kings of Lovelaces at all. While they whispered about the hero, he opened the door to greet the three of them. After that, he asked his maid to take the twins, escort them to the common dining hall, and feed them well, since they ate quite a lot. While they left, the trio also tried to hide to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. However, nothing worked, so the hero calmly called out to them, which made them twitch. He simply calmly beckoned them with his finger, inviting them to enter the bedchamber. It was not polite to keep guests waiting at the threshold. And honestly, from his grim appearance as he spoke these words, all the trio wanted was to escape as quickly as possible. The self-proclaimed four heavenly kings of wine and women, Sima Geuk, hoping to enter into an alliance with the sea, as well as Juja Yang, who suffers from irritable bowel syndrome and is forever retaking exams. And of course, the representative of the security agency, Western Wind, and the youngest heir of his house, Gu Yun. Closing this list was the infamous heir of the trading group, Li Jin-un. They all gathered upon hearing an incredible rumor. Their friendly, unlucky friend had returned. Naturally, Li Jin-un felt extremely awkward that these so-called self-proclaimed friends had latched onto him again. All he remembered, he had seen them before. They were always hanging around at drinking parties, chatting about booze and women. It seemed they called themselves something like the 4 Drunken Idiots or the 4 Great Slackers. The first thing the trio decided was to find out, was everything all right with Li Jin-un after his return from treatment? Moreover, seeing the bulging veins on his biceps, they noted he looked much better than before. He now had a rather tough appearance. Gu Yun began to feel him all over, unable to believe it. The one he saw back then was really Li Jin-un. It seemed he had been training non-stop. Sima Ge-yuk immediately remarked, "Such a level cannot be achieved by simple training. This is definitely martial arts." After all, he discerned the aura that shone around his body like an invisible flame of power. Moreover, the friends decided to discuss the rumors that Li Jin-un seemed to have defeated Uang Hu. So it was insanely curious. Who had taught him such a deadly art? After all, he could not have mastered it on his own. They even thought that he had one of those fateful encounters with some master, about which they had previously only heard in legends. However, Li Jin-un calmly explained, the person they had known before was already dead. The words sounded quite grim, so everyone fell silent for a moment. The silence was broken by Zhuja Yang, who wanted to find out what were their comrades' plans for the future now. However, he only recalled the demonic faction. He had some disagreements with them that needed to be resolved, but for now he planned to help the guild prepare for the upcoming trials. But he also sternly warned, he was interested in nothing except becoming stronger. In the end, a heavy silence hung again. Honestly, the friends could not believe that Li Jin-un had changed so radically. In truth, it seemed as if they had made a mistake about his home. This was a completely different person. The only one who was not surprised like that was Sima Ge-yuk. He remembered the conversation with the hero before his referral for treatment, when the young man admitted his father was extremely disappointed in him. Sima Ge-yuk then tried to comfort him and asked that Li Jin-un use this time for recovery, learning, and changing for the better. And the young man perfectly understood. It would be wonderful if he really managed to become a different person. Therefore, Sima Ge-yuk congratulated the hero on the fact that he had changed. Everyone else immediately joined in the congratulations. After all, this was something worth celebrating properly. However, they regretted not having kidnapped their friend before the exile. Otherwise, now he would be as hopeless as they were. However, Sima Ge-yuk just chuckled at such thoughts. Gu Yun could in no way hold the hero back, because that day he didn't even come to say goodbye, but was lying around after a drinking binge. Watching their friendly banter, even the master of fists couldn't hold back a smile, realizing, after all, the owner of this body had real friends. Therefore, he suggested they drink to his changes and wished to find out, how had his friends changed? An awkward silence hung, after which everyone burst out laughing. Because if they had changed, they obviously wouldn't be sitting here so foolishly now. In the end, the best idea in this case was simply to stop talking about it and drink. Then Zhuja Yang realized, earlier their company of 4 people was literally frogs at the bottom of a well. However, it turned out that one of them, and the most hopeless one at that, had already climbed out and seen this true world. They sat until evening, laughing and indulging in memories of the past. At the end, they asked Li Jin-en not to neglect his training and to continue working so diligently on himself. However, they still wished that he would not forget about them. This concluded their farewell, after which the trio decided to return home. Gu Yun still could not accept that Li Jin-en had returned completely matured in the end. He had the feeling that their youth was finally coming to an end. Even Sima Ge-yuk felt especially melancholic today for some reason, so he longed to go home. The friends suggested that before that he should visit a brothel. Then they could start a new life from Monday. For now, they decided to visit the House of Sweet Aromas. Right now, events were unfolding in that very House of Sweet Aromas. There, the leader of the sect of minor gods was informed that the warrior he had cooperated with was dead. It turned out that he was killed by the heir of the trading group. It was hard to believe that he was so strong, but the guards saw with their own eyes how he took down their captain in less than 30 strikes. Moreover, the subordinate could not forget his face at that moment. It clearly showed how powerful this young man was. In the end, the leader of the minor gods decided to find out what weapon the hero used, and learned that he fought with his fists. However, he was even more disappointed by Ouyang Hua's defeat. After all, A swordsman with such experience simply could not lose to a young fighter who only used fists. Then finally, Uang Hua's subordinate dared to ask if the leader of the minor gods wished to take revenge. Of course, the leader considered it a foolish undertaking. They were not bandits after all, and avenging an honest and open duel would be dishonorable. However, the assistant could not accept this answer. After all, he and Uang Hu were sworn brothers, which meant someone had to take revenge. But unable to endure all these shouts that spoiled the mood, the leader with one swing of his sword cut off the head of this screamer. He did not even pay attention to the fact that he splattered blood on the maid who had been serving him all this time. Finally, looking at the bloodied corpse, the leader of the minor deities explained there was no benefit in friendship with the dead, after which he ordered his servants to immediately remove this abomination from his chambers. Only then did he notice the frightened maid trembling with horror at the sight of this bloody scene. So he approached to comfort her and asked the girl to pretend she had seen nothing. And since the man's mood was completely spoiled and his desire for drinking was gone, he decided to return home. On the way, he continued to ponder how best to deal with the trading group that refused to pay the tax. Moreover, the murder of Uang Hu also meant that they did not recognize the authority of the sect of minor deities, which was extremely disappointing. Obviously, the assistant believed that the leader intended to kill them. However, the latter reminded, they cannot just kill people like that. After all, they were not bandits. Meanwhile, the trio that had appeared was discussing how hopeless they were. Even after changing their dear friend, they were still stuck in the same place. And yet they decided to come here to have a drink. However, they were sure. The fact that they realized their mistakes was already unprecedented progress. In the end, they passed by the leader of the minor deities without paying him any attention. However, unexpectedly, Sima Ge-yuk overheard. The leader was extremely eager to get money from the trading group. Still, he knew perfectly well that Li Xiangmin was a master negotiator. He was even richer than he seemed at first glance. Therefore, he was extremely interested to find out how much could the heir of such a trading group be worth. He must be appointed as the next target. And of course, upon hearing this, Sima Ge-yuk was very frightened and became alert. Immediately after that, putting aside the drinking, he rushed to his comrade's house. And honestly, the hero was so touched that the young man was already out of breath. And when he heard the whole story, he was moved. The young man had made the entire journey for him. However, he could not ignore the fact. The leader of the minor deities was seriously intent on killing the hero. As is known, after Uyan Hua died, the hero's house did not even have proper security. Therefore, he was considering asking their comrade for help. At the same time, this master of fists remembered. The sect of minor deities is, it seems, those very freaks the guard told him about. As far as he remembered from the stories, they wanted to betray the guild, and had been in cahoots with Uyan Hu all this time. So he decided to find out, where were these freaks living now? And learning that they were stationed at their own base, he invited his friend to come in. Very soon he handed him a black, inconspicuous garment and led him to the security warehouse. Here they could calmly change clothes and remain unnoticed. He explained that he was heading to the sect of minor deities, and the dark clothes would help him get in unnoticed. The main thing is to make it back in time for breakfast. Of course, Sima Ge-yuk was scared. After all, there were only two of them, and there was a whole cult over there. Moreover, it turned out Li Jin-un had no idea what they were doing. However, the guy was really not very worried about it. Considering that they are not strong enough, the hero wanted to act first to catch them off guard. Moreover, he reminded his doubting comrade. After all, he was a candidate for joining the Murim alliance, and he ordered him not to be afraid and simply led him to their dwelling place. Very soon they found themselves near the walls of the sect of minor deities' base. There were many people in yellow robes patrolling the territory. All this also made it clear they had arrived at their destination. In the end, without much thought, the hero climbed down from the tree. Sima Ge-yuk understood. He could not help in the fight, as he could not handle a battle with a whole crowd. However, that was not required of him. All that was necessary was for Sima Ge-yuk to simply lead him to the right place. Therefore, he asked the boy not to worry about anything and to quietly sit here in safety. Then the young man boldly dared to ask, how was it better for them to sneak inside the sect? After all, there were extremely many guards around, and he hoped that the boy had a brilliant plan. However, he simply kicked the door down as if nothing had happened, calmly entering inside. Because although he had a plan, today he wanted to remember his past and have a little fun. As is known, Dan Woosen never retreated and never avoided battles. Since childhood, he was an orphan in an orphanage, never wandering the country without purpose. Even then, when strength helped him take the throne of the fist ruler, he still did not stop taking risks. Being at the top, he always remained a man who only enjoyed fighting. In the end, he, as if nothing had happened, walked past the armed soldiers. and they just froze, not knowing how to react to such audacity. For this reason, Li Jin-un decided to directly find out from them where was the leader. However, the guard considered this guy a real madman, who not only burst in on them in the middle of the night but also asked about such things as if he were at home. However, Dan Wooson hastily grabbed him by the neck and asked him not to make him repeat his questions twice. But unfortunately, he squeezed his neck so powerfully that in the end the head simply detached from the body. So the hero had to drop the corpse to the ground and turn to the others. However, they had already armed themselves against the intruding audacious man, who not only came here, but also decided to start this bloody massacre. Soon the leader of the minor deities also reacted to the noise. He was extremely curious to find out who was this daring young man. However, the hero, as if nothing had happened, introduced himself as a hired killer. The leader himself had never seen a killer enter through the front door, so this guy was clearly no ordinary person. But suddenly he looked closely at his hands. They were covered with many long-healed wounds and bruises. Then he remembered the conversation with the servant Uang Hu, whom he had recently killed. He said, "The heir of the trade guild fought with his fists." So the man quickly realized, before him was a young master of the trade guild. The hero agreed disappointedly, realizing he had clearly hidden his face in vain. The leader himself honestly admitted he did not expect that a person of his status would come to them himself. In that case, he decided not to hold back anymore and to take full advantage of his arrival. Immediately after this, nets activated, falling on the hero from above in an attempt to catch him. Of course, the young man easily dodged and tried to remember. When was the last time he fought several opponents at once? It seems this was the very battle before he was killed by those scoundrels from the demonic faction. In the end, he grabbed the edge of the chain and immediately spun with this net, using it as a deadly weapon, destroying his enemies. Of course, his body was still not at the same level as in his past life, but it was enough to defeat them. And when he fought, blood flew in all directions. Dan Wooson enjoyed the fight. After all, he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. In the end, one by one, the bodies fell apart into pieces. Some lost their arms and legs, and some were cut in half. And honestly, everyone was horrified by how this guy masterfully fought without weapons, as if he were not a human at all, but a real monster. However, unexpectedly, the boy's face was scratched by an arrow flying towards him. The mask immediately fell off his face. And the hero, looking at the leader of the minor deities, understood. He clearly wanted to show off his weapon in front of him. The leader honestly admitted he had not used it before because it was too expensive. However, he understood that his esteemed guest deserved to see an exception and look at his crossbow. At that very moment, the soldiers of the leader of the minor deities grabbed the hero's legs, trying to hold him back. They understood, most likely they themselves would come under fire. However, unfortunately, they could not disobey the Lord's order. And the leader called his guards, also armed with crossbows. For he understood, no matter how strong the hero was, even a warrior of his level would not dodge this massive attack. The real shooting began. Arrows flew like hail towards the master. And Dan Wooson was struck by the enemy's audacity, who did not spare even his own students, who could get caught in the fire. Even if they met in the underworld, such behavior would cause rejection in everyone. However, a familiar voice pulled the hero out of his thoughts. It was Sima Gayuk who threw him that dagger that Dan Wooson had taken with him just in case. With this blade, he easily managed to deflect absolutely all the arrows flying at him. After that, he defiantly looked straight into the face of his enemy. And of course, the latter did not expect at all that the guy would manage to deflect all the spikes with an ordinary dagger. The hero, as if nothing had happened, looked towards Sima Gayuk, thanking him for the timely help. After that, he caught the blade and threw it straight at his enemy. He was horrified. However, he managed to dodge, although he received a rather serious wound on his neck. The Master of Fists honestly admitted, usually he did not use swords. However, for someone like the leader of the minor gods, he decided to make a small exception. Only then, looking at his wound, did the man realize he was dealing with a real madman. He instantly ordered all his fighters not to stand still and to continue shooting actively. But it was too late, and the hero understood this perfectly. In just a couple of jumps, he was right in front of his opponent's face. Already being close enough, he confessed, he specialized in fist fighting, so the man could not escape from him. And that very one realized it. Therefore, he put his servant girl in harm's way, shielding himself with her body. However, the hero did not stop. He only became even more furious at the audacity of this enemy. After the energy explosion occurred, the girl discovered she was still in the strong hands of the young man, and he only carefully moved her behind his back, asking her not to get in the way. The leader could only tremble with horror, looking at the silhouette approaching him. He had no idea. Who was this man? If this really was a young master of the trade guild, then he had to be an ordinary fighter. He should not have such a swift technique as a novice who defeats enemies. After all, the hero fought like a seasoned veteran. The hero himself was furious. How this stupid degenerate stared at him as if he wanted to say something to him. And immediately, using this chance, the man began to beg for salvation. After all, he had accumulated quite a lot of money. If the hero spared him, he could have paid generously and would not have regretted the funds. But this truly made the hero even more angry. The young man without delay struck the opponent's chest with his foot, unable to comprehend why these miserable creatures measure human life with a ringing coin. He made it clear that he came not for the despicable trifle. He could have appropriated it even after his death. Taking a handful of coins, he pressed the handful of coppers straight into the enemy's flesh. The blow made a gaping hole near the heart. The sight looked so disgusting that even a hardened fighter could have been sickened. At that very moment, the unsuspecting Sima Ge-uk only clenched the weapon in his hands, unaware of the bloody reprisal that had just taken place. At dawn, everyone safely returned to the estate after the operation was completed. Sima Ge-uk instantly figured out in which direction the senior comrade was heading, obviously, to escort the maid to her chambers. Therefore, the junior decided to take the initiative into his own hands and accompany the girl himself. After a courteous farewell, Dan Woosen departed on his own business. However, the unexpected happened. The maiden quickly recognized the companion. Breaking the silence, she suggested that it was Sima Ge-uk himself walking beside her. It turned out she often noticed him in the House of Sweet Aromas. Among other things, the young fighter's identity was revealed by his close friendship with the elder brother. The maid expressed gratitude for her rescue and swore that next time she would definitely treat both him and Lee Jin-un to a bottle of exquisite wine. However, Sima Ge-uk himself realized he was not worthy of such gratitude. After all, he was only following his older brother, providing what help he could. Moreover, Lee Jin-un seemed no longer eager to visit such disreputable places. But this news did not sadden the girl at all. On the contrary, she noticed that the young man had undergone striking changes. These words made Sima Ge-uk think, if the senior comrade managed to change, then he would surely succeed too. And the hero, eager to satisfy his morning hunger, did not even suspect that he had become a role model for someone. Soon he was already seated at a generously set table in the company of the twins. They eagerly glanced at the dishes but did not dare to touch the meal. Therefore, the mentor joined them, suggesting to calmly begin the feast. He also explained, when they feel hungry, they can ask for a treat at any time, even 7 times a day. Honestly, the young novices were amazed by the generosity of their new master. However, they noticed that the young man was wounded. Surely something unusual had happened to him the previous night. Therefore, the mentor had to justify himself that nothing serious had happened. In reality, he was still troubled by the sudden attack. It caught him off guard and made him momentarily confused. Obviously, in his past incarnation, such a thing would never have happened. It meant one thing. In order to remain vigilant against the coming intrigues and prepare for magical threats, he needed to become stronger. Something more than ordinary training was required. However, a maid appeared to report to the young master about the arrival of a shipment. 2 bundles wrapped in flesh-colored and scarlet fabric were immediately placed on his desk. The young man promptly began unpacking them. He did not expect to suddenly receive gifts. A note from Gu Yun was attached to the first box. After they parted ways, he stopped by a tavern and had only 1 glass, considering it a huge achievement. Moreover, not long ago he had visited him to deliver what Lee Song-min had requested. However, he got carried away with their conversation and completely forgot about it. Therefore, he decided to send the present through the maid so that Lee Jin-en would receive this modest gift upon his return. Gu Yun hoped that with this support, his friend would gain power and be able to protect their security company. The roots of the perennial root looked as if they were about 5 centuries old. If all went well, with their help, Lee Jin-en could reach the 5th phase of the White Lightning art. So the hero felt deep gratitude and finally understood what it was like to have a loyal companion. After that, he turned his attention to the second box. There was also a note. In gratitude to Lee Seong-min for his great trust and long-standing friendship on his part, from the trading group. As is known, the Taeho trading group is one of the wealthiest on the Central Plains, but Lee Seong-min, father of Lee Jin-yoon, sent them a petition. However, to be honest, even Dan Woosen did not expect them to show such a magnanimous gesture. Inside was Azurite Essence, the most coveted elixir sought by all martial arts masters. Of those potions that can compare to it, only the true liquor of the Moonflower and the 1000-year snow ginseng, all of which are extremely rare. And the Azurite Essence delivered to him was of the highest grade. There was no doubt from the fragrance. This was genuine Azurite Essence. And even in his past life, the young man had only a few drops of it. Therefore, it was very curious how the merchant managed to obtain what even the greatest masters could not acquire. In the end, he turned to his twin disciples. Taking the sprouts in his hands, He gave one to each and warned, "The secluded circulation of internal energy will begin soon. Therefore, they must guard his chambers after he enters meditation." The young disciples, of course, did not understand what kind of roots they were given. Therefore, Dan Woosen had to explain that they were beneficial for their bodies, and it was best not to lose such a valuable gift. Naturally, they were amazed by the value of the roots handed to them. Therefore, they slightly opened the cabinet, where a huge batch of similar treasures prepared by the head of the trading organization was discovered. And honestly, Dan Woosen simply froze, not knowing how to react to such a thing. He only slightly realized that money truly works astonishing things. 2 hours after lunch, the hero finally secluded himself in his quarters, beginning the circulation of energy. He fully realized that the roots were bitter in taste and devoid of fragrance. For some reason, martial arts were very similar to these roots, just as painful and tasteless. With every moment of circulation, he felt hotter and hotter. If it were his former body, it would surely have already been incinerated. Therefore, it was pleasing that someone had thought to prepare his flesh for training in advance. But suddenly he felt an unbearably burning pain consuming his entire being. Trying to suppress it was pointless. Therefore, he longed to overcome the torment. The powerful energy that surged in his body served as proof of the success of the process. Soon the young man regained consciousness, looking around at his charred clothes. When he ran his finger through the air, he realized, truly, lightning was flashing in the skies. This was the very 5th phase he longed to reach. However, he was struck by the amount of alcohol Li Jin-un had consumed in the past, and even now his body, after expelling toxins, continued to emit a wine stench mixed with sweat. Yet this was an excellent chance to forever part with the remnants of the inferior life of the previous owner of this shell. The only problem remained untouched for now, the essence. Its absorption was like if a clay cup made of wet sand were immediately placed into a blazing furnace. Such a vessel could easily crumble to dust. However, if the young man managed to overcome it, he would gain unprecedented power. When he emptied the vial, he felt the energy of the azurite essence testing his strength. He did not wish to show excessive greed. However, he had to overcome the trial to become even more powerful. Thus, 7 agonizing days passed during his training. Li Hua-un kept circling near his chambers, as he was extremely worried. No news had come for a whole week. The twins greeted the chief administrator and reported that the gentleman had not yet returned. However, they warned, they could not let him inside either, for it was a direct order from the master. But suddenly, behind the twins, an explosion thundered, blowing the doors away as if they had never existed. Then they saw the silhouette of Li Jin-en emerging from the darkness. Everything in his room was shattered to pieces, and he himself looked completely unlike himself. So, to be honest, Li Hua-en was frightened, not understanding what had happened to him during that week. Moreover, the stench emanating from his chambers was simply horrifying. Perhaps it was the very cleansing from toxins he had heard about many times. However, when they saw that the young man began to collapse to the ground, they immediately rushed to help him get up. They surrounded him and started shaking him in all directions to wake him, but nothing helped. Soon Li Jin-en himself regained consciousness. However, he was breathing heavily and looked completely unlike himself. He immediately began to look around fearfully, as if searching for something. Then he stood up and announced that he intended to leave. He only warned that today it was unbearably hot, and he wished to cool down slightly, but demanded that no one follow him. After that, with long strides, he rushed somewhere beyond the estate walls, and the whole trio was left wondering how Li Jin-un could feel hot on such a fresh and cool day. The hero, however, was fully aware. His body was simply burning up from the inside right now. It was not tempered enough and incapable of fully being in harmony with the essence. Inside, it thundered as if something was boiling in a cauldron, and he could not control this power of his. If this continued, the trading group and the entire street would be in mortal danger because of him. Therefore, he longed to go as far away as possible. At this pace, he reached the forest, which was surrounded by remote mountains. Then, stopping, he realized that he could no longer contain all that power that was literally spilling out from inside him. He understood that in this situation he could not fully accept it. Therefore, the best solution was to release all the excess that was boiling within his nature. As a result, lightning began to flash in all directions, emanating from his body. These flashes of lightning in the mountains were even seen by people passing by. To be honest, it was the first time they saw lightning strike from the earth to the sky. After such a number of discharges directed into the clouds, at the place where the King of Fists stood, a downpour began to fall. He himself tried to calculate which phase he had managed to reach. However, he realized, if he is capable of unleashing so much energy at once, then it means he has already reached the 8th phase. And the entire art of the white lightning consisted of 10 phases, so he only had 2 left to conquer. Soon he was returning to the estate along the soaked streets. The maidens shyly turned away, and the men whispered, not understanding who this half-naked young man was. Hearing all these rumors behind his back, the hero realized that he needed at least to buy some clothes so as not to stand out so much from the crowd. In the end, he entered the first shop he came across and immediately bought himself a more formal outfit. Of course, he decided to find out from the merchant how much he would charge him. However, the merchant did not ask for a single penny. It turned out that the reason was that since the hero punished those degenerates from the Ouyang clan and the sect of minor gods, there were fewer hooligans causing trouble on the streets. Thanks to this, the merchant was also able to safely bring his children to the shop, so this attire was a way of expressing gratitude to the hero. Moreover, the merchant asked that the hero also accept a sturdy umbrella as a gift, and seeing how the children excitedly handed it to him, Li Jin-un had no reason to refuse. In the end, gratefully accepting the umbrella, he stepped out onto the rainy street. Finally, as he left, he only waved, saying goodbye to the merchant and his children. Walking down the street, he noticed that it had indeed become much calmer. Of course, before, the young man did not care how the streets looked after the fight. However, after those words, he began to look closely and notice the differences. And honestly, from the scene he observed, warmth spread inside, so the feelings were quite pleasant. However, at that moment he heard someone loudly shouting, urging everyone to get out of the way. The young man was running through the streets, followed by armed fighters trying to catch him. He quickly saw the familiar face of the hero and immediately ran up to him, lamenting such an awkward meeting under these circumstances. And Dan Woosen was convinced. This poisonous fox always gets into trouble. He was clearly a lover of a turbulent life. At the same time, events were unfolding in the Mohian clan. A large crowd gathered there to attend the Imperial Assembly. The head of the Dokgo clan was glad that the elders of the Imperial Assembly had finally come together after so much time. He also praised Mohyun Bin for the excellent work. The head of the Mohaon clan himself understood that he was not worthy of thanks. All his work was just to organize this assembly. After that, he turned his gaze to his colleague Ouyang Sen. Had he not heard that recently an unpleasant incident involving his clan had occurred? It seemed that Uang Hu challenged a member of the trading group to a duel and was defeated. Therefore, everyone gathered was extremely curious to find out whether this was true or not. After all, as everyone remembered, Uang Hu was one of the most experienced martial arts masters of the clan. Moreover, there were rumors that he caused disturbances in the guild and was severely punished for this great commotion. However, all the whispering abruptly stopped when they heard the loud laughter from the leader of the Imperial Assembly. The head of the Namjun clan could not believe that someone like Uang Hu was defeated by one of the traitors. This man was also the Emperor of the Blade, the strongest martial arts master in the world. It seemed to him, if what happened to Uang Hu was true, then it was much more ridiculous than anything from a farce. Unable to withstand such pressure, the head of Ouyang admitted that he had long desired to expel this degenerate from his clan. Moreover, the man was thinking that it was time to show the trading post the true power of their clan. At the same time, the guards approached the hero and demanded that he hand over Chun Myung-ho. It was not necessary to intervene between them, otherwise he could get hurt. Of course, the hero was curious to find out who these fellows were. Chun Myung-ho hurried to explain that these were the most famous bandits of the criminal world. They are also called the Crimson Reaper Alliance. Recently, they have been trying to take control of the city center. Previously, as is known, Chun Myung-ho was involved in auctions. When after some time he decided to put things in order, he realized that these fellows had already stolen everything from him. Then the young man decided to inquire whether his hands had healed after their recent skirmish. However, unfortunately, they were still bruised and even trembled at the slightest tension, so he could not stand up for himself in any way. In the end, Li Jin-en turned his gaze to the people who had come for Chun Myung-ho. He asked them to come here when the boy's hands were fully recovered, and they could fight on equal terms. Today it was better for them to leave. However, they only wanted to laugh in his face, thinking that Li Jin-en was talking complete nonsense. They believed that he had no idea who they were and dared to talk to them like that. In reality, they were silent, despite the fact that they really wanted to say many nasty things. All because from Li Jin-en, who was watching them so attentively, there emanated some strange tense aura. In the end, one of them still dared to confront the hero directly. He believed that the hero completely did not understand who he was dealing with, since he so boldly pointed his finger straight at the face of the King of Fists. That the hero, unable to endure it, gave him a flick on the head. However, the flick was so powerful that the young man immediately flew back and crashed into the nearest wall, which stopped his rapid flight. The hero then explained to these frightened young men that he was extremely hungry right now. If they engaged in a fight, most likely Dan Woosen would kill them all. Therefore, he suggested they meet another time, or else the poisonous fox would find them himself when he recovered. In the end, all that was left for the frightened fighters was to bow and say goodbye to this man, after which they fled in panic. And Chun Myunho, as if having no shame or conscience, immediately brazenly demanded that the hero buy him food, because he was literally starving. Moreover, he excused himself. On the day they fought, he was not in shape, only because he was exhausted from hunger. If he had eaten, he would definitely have defeated the hero. Of course, Li Jin-en hinted that the guy could have simply asked him properly. There was no need to try to justify himself, because that only made him more embarrassed. So the two of them went into a noodle shop where Chun Myunho drained bowl after bowl. Finally, after he was full, he felt alive again. However, watching how much the hero devours without stopping, the young man got the feeling that a crowd of hungry beggars had settled in his stomach. After all, he used to eat like a sparrow, but now he had changed too abruptly. In the end, he turned to the waiter. At first, he wanted to order 2 more bowls. One for himself, one for Li Jin-en. However, he changed his mind and asked to bring as many as 4 servings. So while the hero continued filling his hungry stomach with food, the guy decided to find out how the twins were doing and what they were up to. Learning that the twins were training hard, he was even afraid to imagine how strong they had become. However, he also sympathized with Li Jin-eun. After all, the expenses for feeding these two were surely colossal. They were like not people, but voracious spirits. In the end, Li Jin-eun had to remind him that food was not a problem for him. After all, he was rich, so there was no need to think about it at all. Because of this, even the venomous fox felt a little uneasy. Then Chun Myunho decided as if nothing had happened to find out how a person generally learned real martial arts. He was curious. Would he be able to handle the Crimson Reaper if he learned martial arts? Crimson Reaper is the nickname of the leader of those young men they encountered today. This Crimson Reaper had a whole bunch of subordinates. When the fight started, they swarmed like bees. But as it turned out, they ran away even faster. Looking at the boy, Dan Vuson chewed for a long time, pondering something. However, unexpectedly, he offered Chun Myunho to teach him martial arts. However, he warned, the main condition was that he must strictly follow all his instructions. Of course, the motivated guy immediately promised that he would do everything in the best way, as befits a person who was called the poisonous fox. The hero's very first task for this guy was this, to stand up and immediately bow to him. Of course, it was too awkward for the young man to do this. After all, pride did not allow him to bow before a former enemy, but there was no choice left. In the end, he fell to his knees before him and made a deep bow. However, he promised, if the hero did not start teaching him martial arts after that, he would cause trouble right in front of the trading group's gates. In the end, the hero, without much thought, raised the umbrella, after which he demonstrated one of the sword-handling techniques. Honestly, the technique was so swift that Chun Myunho was not very impressed. In the end, he swore, if the hero did not teach him something truly useful, he would immediately go to his guild and start throwing shit over the wall. However, not wanting to listen to all these threats from the foul mouth of this guy, Dan Woosun immediately struck him on the head with his umbrella, after which he angrily ordered the idiot to shut up and took the umbrella with one hand. Of course, the Fist King did not forget to warn that this umbrella was his gift, so he needed to be as careful as possible. The task for the guy was this, to wave exactly as Dan Woosun showed him. It was necessary to do this 100,000 times, but to do it as quickly as possible. If he does not cope with this task, he can forget about martial arts. Honestly, at first the poisonous fox was sure he had misheard. The number was 1,000, not 100,000 times. However, the dissatisfied Li Jin-eun explained, if the guy is afraid even of such difficulties, martial arts are not for him. He can return his umbrella and just get lost. In the end, Chun Myunho asked the hero to wait a little. He needed to think everything over, how important it was to him. But Dan Woosun was simply infuriated by this, so he immediately grabbed the boy by the collar. He explained, having learned only a couple of children's tricks, he would not be able to kill anyone. If he waved that umbrella 100,000 times, he could have defeated at least half of those young men who attacked him, even with a wooden sword. Everything he did before that was just running away from them like a wet rat. So Chun Myunho had to decide, if he wanted to continue living so pitifully, it was better for him to die. And obviously, all that the angry venomous fox could say was that he absolutely did not want to die. Therefore, his hero let him go. However, he ordered that the boy should not forget. He was a poisonous fox, not a rat, and must know his place. After that, both fell silent, looking out into the distance, and each thinking about their own thoughts. When the rain began to gradually stop, the guy asked the hero to lend him an umbrella for a short while. After that, he left with it. And a waitress hurriedly approached Li Jin-eun. She decided to find out if the gentleman was going to pay for his friend. And of course, he immediately dumped a whole bag of coins on her. At the same time, the hero wondered, would the young man come to his senses or still give up, as he had done before? Moreover, he was extremely interested in this story about the Crimson Reaper alliance. At the same time, the Crimson Reaper himself was very angry. He promised to find these people, and he had to keep his promise. Therefore, having cruelly punished the failures, he decided to find out how they allowed Chun Myunho to escape after all. Soon from the survivor's story, he understood that they had almost managed to catch the poisonous fox Chun Myunho, but one of his comrades managed to stop them. In addition, they stated that some merchant's son stood against them all. The frightened mercenaries swore the truthfulness of their words. They all thought that the guy was extremely strong and skilled in martial arts. Moreover, a rumor spread that he was the strongest man in the entire region. However, under the displeased gaze of the leader, the mercenary hastily fell silent and lowered his head. The leader ordered them to be ready and find those two. After all, they had to die. At the same time, the twins told the hero details about this man. They said that the temperament of the Crimson Reaper is simply terrible. He prefers to tear his opponents apart with his bare hands. As is known, the leaders of the Chansan, Nopio, Horned Dragon, and Hongrak Pavilion sects died precisely at his hands. He had already absorbed several clans in the Yukon region, and now his group was quite large, and the entire region paid tribute to the Crimson Reaper. They say there are no exceptions, whether it is bodyguards nearby, trade guilds, inns, or houses of pleasure. He even managed to expel Chun Myunho himself. Therefore, the rumors that this guy took over the auction house are not a lie. After all, it was very much like the behavior of the Crimson Reaper. The King of Fist, upon hearing this, realized the situation is quite problematic. After all, if these fellows find out about his identity, the trade guild could get into trouble. This meant they had to be the first to go there and deal with these people. At the same time, the events moved to the commercial districts, more specifically, to the huge House of Pleasures. The girls were whispering about something until they suddenly saw a worried courtesan helping one of the girls. It turned out she entered the chambers of Mr. Crimson Reaper and came out completely changed. The lady immediately noticed that her legs were shaking and the whole girl was covered in blood. At that very moment, one of the courtesans warned the lady that a new guest had arrived on the first floor. Therefore, she ordered to carefully bring the maiden down, let her rest, and not disturb the Lord Crimson Reaper any further. After that, the lady turned her gaze to the newly arrived guest. She admitted that she saw him here for the first time, so she hurried to introduce herself. The chief in this place. However, the hero, without much thought, asked where the Crimson Reaper was. This made the girl immediately fall silent. The King of Fists was not interested in any entertainments. He was looking for his enemy. She anxiously inquired whether the hero had registered in advance for an audience with the alliance leader. Li Jin-un did not answer. He turned his gaze to the guards who were guarding the stairs upstairs, so he immediately assumed that the man might be there. Therefore, he calmly explained to the woman that it would be better for her to lead the other people away now so that they would not suffer while he visited the leader of the Crimson Reaper Alliance. The hostess herself became worried when she remembered that her girls, including the wounded, were still on the upper floor. She hurried to warn the newcomer that it would not be easy to ascend to the alliance leader. After all, he is known for a rather hot temper. However, for the young man himself, this posed no difficulties. Therefore, thanking her, he immediately headed for the stairs. When one of the subordinates noticed him, he immediately warned the young man that entry beyond this point was forbidden. However, the guy did not react at all to his words and simply continued the ascent. Astonished by the audacity of this mute fool, the man immediately pointed the tip of his spear at him, not allowing him to pass further. However, the hero immediately grabbed that very spear and threw the man who was holding onto it so tightly off the stairs all the way down to the first floor. At this noise following his attack, the other fighters also rushed over, not understanding what had just happened. They thought that this foolish guest had no idea where he was at all. However, showing no interest or fear at their shouts, the young man demanded to be told on which floor the Reaper was located. A scuffle immediately broke out. They swarmed the hero in a huge crowd to kill him as quickly as possible. Li Jin-en was not worried about this at all. He was going to kill them all anyway after he found their leader. Therefore, he simply decided to speed up the process. He briefly borrowed the headband from a man flying at him, which the man was wearing on his head, then twisted it. It turned out that it was not a simple cloth headband, but a real death whip. After that, he noticed a more interesting weapon, a mace held by one of the mercenaries. He decided to borrow that as well. In the end, this is how he took revenge on the large number of people who so eagerly tried to kill him. During the battle, he even broke down the door of one of the rooms. However, he quickly realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. The person there was completely unfamiliar to him. In the end, he realized It seemed he would have to search every room in the House of Pleasures before finding the Crimson Reaper he needed. However, the security from the House of Pleasures did not bother him at all. Therefore, he immediately began to destroy everything that came his way. However, in none of the destroyed rooms did he find the person he needed. Therefore, the guy decided to move to the next floor, hoping the man was there. In the end, one of the rooms turned out to be the right one, and immediately the defeated fighters burst into the leader. They begged him to help. After all, this guy was the very son of the trade guild they had warned about. However, the hero did not let them finish and immediately stepped on the guys' heads, using them as if they were his personal carpet. The Crimson Reaper was not scared at all and pondered for a long time what kind of noise he had heard outside. Now he understood. A friend had come to pay for Chun Myunho. The hero roughly calculated. He was now on the 5th floor. All paths before this were strewn with bodies, so the Crimson Reaper clearly climbed so high in vain because it cost his people dearly. The man himself, as if nothing had happened, was surprised that the greeting of the King of Fists pleased him. Apparently, it was hard for him to climb. However, this did not cause any difficulties, because trampling people on the way up was literally his specialization. When the Crimson Reaper rose, he towered over the hero, as if he were at least half a meter taller. He clearly enjoyed his superiority. Therefore, bowing, he admitted, his specialty was looking down on people. And honestly, when the Fist King looked at this man, he remembered why he liked bandits so much. After all, they were a real pleasure to beat. However, suddenly he noticed the bloodied body lying on the sheets. Seeing this attentive gaze, the leader hurried to explain that he had slightly lost control of his strength. Therefore, he ordered the young men to throw this girl out. Dan Woosen was convinced. People like the Crimson Reaper would never change. Therefore, he began to wonder how best to kill him. What was the most painful way to choose? And honestly, the mercenary even liked the hero's angry look. The people who had tried to kill him before had exactly the same glare. However, he casually warned that he had torn all those people to pieces with his own hands. At the same time, guests and courtesans, hearing the crash, immediately began to scatter away from the House of Pleasure. At the same time, even the Crimson Reaper's own assistants were running away. Because some madman had appeared and was tearing the entire House of Pleasure to pieces, they longed to run away as swiftly as possible. However, suddenly they saw a man with an umbrella. He wanted to try his 2,874th strike on them. In the end, one strike was enough for the man to lose consciousness and fall to the cold ground. And Chun Myunho was clearly rejoicing. After all, he had come to these freaks to crush them one by one. However, to be honest, he was already tired of waving the umbrella, since he had no idea when he would finally wave it 100,000 times. In the end, he continued waving it on the way home and counting, until suddenly an explosion occurred near the brothel where he was. He, of course, immediately turned around fearfully to see what had happened. However, what he saw made him tremble, and for a second even forget how to breathe. As soon as the hero saw the scoundrel Crimson Reaper, he struck him with such force that he broke through the 5th floor wall and flew down to the ground. And the King of Fists retreated, preparing himself. He raised his hands for another strike. In the end, the Alliance leader crashed to the ground with a roar, causing even the strong stone floor near the House of Pleasures to start cracking at the seams. However, the man quickly got up and left, because the hero's moves looked quite amusing. In principle, he was fully aware that he should expect such behavior from this fighter. Therefore, he asked one of the Alliance members for a mace in order to fight the hero. When he raised the strike, the hero easily intercepted the mace, so it failed to hit him in the face. After that, he tightened the metal chain so firmly that even the body of the Crimson Reaper shuddered. Honestly, after this, the Alliance leader was horrified, not understanding how a boy from a simple merchant family could possess strength comparable to the power held by the Crimson Reaper himself. All that remained for him now was to overwhelm him with superiority. This was the only chance for victory. In the end, he raised his hand to strike. However, Li Jin-en also recognized that the man often trained meteor hammer techniques, the meteor fist technique. His movements were clean, which meant he was taught by a true martial arts master. However, the man's opponent was not just some Li Jin-en, but the former King of Fists himself. In the end, he blocked the attack and struck the opponent in the stomach so powerfully that saliva sprayed from his mouth in all directions. Seeing the imprint left on his abs, the Crimson Reaper quickly realized that the hero was not so simple. But the Reaper also diligently trained fist techniques. For this reason, he decided to fight him seriously. He immediately nourished his body with energy, causing even his clothes to fall apart into the tiniest shreds. He, like a mad berserker, rushed at the hero, eager to tear him apart. Honestly, all the loser could think about was that even after giving his all, he ended up lying on the ground. All the King of Fists could do was laugh. After all, now no one looked down on him. Perhaps if the Crimson Reaper sometimes treated people humanely, everything would have been different. However, he was a true degenerate. Therefore, the King of Fists was so enraged that he did not intend to spare him. However, the Crimson Reaper only laughed, because despite the lightning energy on the hero's hands, he felt nothing but light tingling on his skin. Lee Jin-en calmly nodded, realizing that it seemed better for him to start the procedure immediately from the second phase. And at the second phase, he already began to scream like he was cut from the pain. From the many lightning bolts piercing him, he began to writhe. The hero began to increase the phases and had already reached the fifth when the man's entire body was seized by convulsions. The mercenaries stood and watched in horror, not knowing whether they should approach to stop this nightmare. However, suddenly they saw a huge fist of lightning in the sky. It was the art of white lightning in 10 phases, the roar of lightning. In the end, this fist of power crashed into the man, simultaneously destroying everything it touched around. When the lightning storm ended, all that remained were the scorched remnants of human flesh on the ground, which had disintegrated from the tension. Thus began the hero's work of cleansing the dark world. When the leader breathed his last, Dan Vusan rose as if nothing had happened. Looking at the people who served the Reaper, he was curious. Who were they and why were they squeezing blood from the weak here and demanding tribute from them? He explained, if they had no one to show their strength to, he was ready to offer his candidacy for amusement. Then the King of the Fist would gladly do the same to them as he just did to their degenerate leader. However, the warriors did not hesitate, believing that their leader was simply unlucky. With such a crowd, they could definitely defeat one man. The others whispered, for they could not believe that the Crimson Reaper was truly dead. They longed to know who this young man was. Moreover, they were glad that they no longer had to pay tribute to anyone. After all, if the Crimson Reaper was dead and these bandits would soon be dealt with, then their problems would also end. But they were still worried. Perhaps the young man who defeated the bandits would also want to collect tribute. However, Chun Myunho calmed the citizens, explaining that this young man was clearly not one of those kinds of people. He already had plenty of money, so now the common people had nothing to worry about. After that, Chun Myunho continued to practice his umbrella swings as if possessed, counting over and over again, glancing at the hero. At the same time, he realized the hero fought incredibly skillfully. As is known, every person has a spark burning in their heart. However, it was each individual's personal responsibility to fan the spark into a flame. The hero was so mighty that just the thought of it was maddening, but the poisonous fox was convinced he could achieve the same and even surpass the hero. Soon the hero returned to his trading group in the morning. However, when he entered his chambers, he noticed Li Huayan, who did not even know how to react to his brother's return. He hurried to explain that he had gone out for a drink. However, he did not understand what had brought his younger brother to his room. What worried him more was the blood on the hero's clothes, which, moreover, clearly did not belong to him. But without imposing, Li Huayan finally explained. The elixirs seemed to have worked excellently on the hero. Therefore, he was eager to prepare a gift in gratitude to the people who sent them. He pondered for a long time what they could offer in return. After all, the elixir seemed truly precious. Then Dan Wusan finally remembered the Taeho trading group that had provided them with azurite essence. Honestly, even the King of the Fist found it difficult to assess her value, which made Li Hua-en even more worried, not understanding what they could offer in return. The hero, however, knew. What they were given was literally priceless, so repaying with money or other goods was not possible. Therefore, he proposed that they create a trade alliance with this trading group. As is known, among those who provided them with elixirs, there are large groups, but there are also smaller ones, like the security agency Western Wind, which has no own security. If they create an alliance and provide protection to everyone, it will be a worthy gratitude. Of course, Li Hua-en thought that this was too ambitious a plan. However, Li Jin-en did not desire to immediately start something grandiose. For now, they could only include the Taeho Trading Group and the Western Wind Security Agency. They had already received something that could not be compensated with money, so they must pay in another way. The rules for membership needed to be simple, as their ancestors did. And for now, no fees needed to be collected. Therefore, Li Hua-en became extremely curious. What, according to Li Jin-en, would be the goal of this alliance? At that moment, the young man remembered how he met the merchant who gave him an umbrella and clothes in gratitude for the fact that their life had now become calmer. He also remembered his friend Gu Yun, who hoped that he would protect their security agency when he became stronger. Therefore, Li Jin-en's goal at the moment was to protect the lives of merchants. He desired to create a rapid communication system so that problems could be solved immediately as they arose. Of course, Li Hua-en still doubted. Could a situation arise that even the warriors escorting the Tejo trade group could not handle? And of course, if something like that happened to such a large group, it would mean the involvement of combat sects, especially the involvement of those who mastered dark martial arts. In that case, Li Jin would personally go on these missions. After all, the potions sent to him were priceless and granted him colossal power. And Li Huan was glad to hear that it really helped his older brother a lot. In the end, he agrees to his idea and began suggesting a name for the alliance. For example, Alliance Great Merchants Association. However, the hero, recalling the Crimson Reaper alliance whose mercenaries were like his fanatics, rejected this name. He proposed not to include the word alliance in the name at all. Simply call it the Great Merchants Association. In the end, when this issue was resolved, and Li Huan was already about to leave. However, he did not forget to remind his older brother that he had been very exhausted with work lately. However, this was not a complaint. For merchants, happiness is when there is plenty of work. Noticing his elder's approving smile, he went on to deal with work matters. However, suddenly they were called by a frightened guard. He flew in scared, warning that they would all be destroyed, for Lord Uyan himself had arrived with his disciples. Of course, Li Huayan immediately dashed towards the gates, but the King of Fists only sighed discontentedly, foreseeing a major confrontation. At that moment, the events shifted to the main hall of the trading group. There at the table sat the head of the Uyan clan himself, Uyan Sen, sipping sake. However, he was simply furious, which was very hard to hide. Just the memories of that disgraceful meeting of rulers made his blood boil in his veins. For this reason, he ordered that his 3 disciples fight Li Jin, the heir of this guild. One victory was not enough to restore their honor. Moreover, this boy could not die peacefully. Everything had to be done with particular cruelty. Then a relative of the clan, a young man with short hair, decided to find out from his brothers whether they planned to use weapons in the fight. After all, the young man himself always fought with bare fists, and it was not difficult for him. The second son also preferred fistfights, but the third son was not so confident in his fists, so he decided to use his blade. Of course, the second brother was amazed that the third did not feel confident fighting an ordinary merchant's son. However, he was extremely concerned that this merchant had managed to defeat even Uang Hu. Of course, although he was a distant relative, he still had some experience in martial arts. The second son of the head was convinced he simply lost because he lacked skill. There could be no other reasons. After that, he asked for another cup of wine and waited until they finally brought the heir to him as quickly as possible. However, when he looked back at the servants attending him, they turned out to be 2 twin thugs. They explained to the arrivals that the young master had invited them to the wing. As soon as he eats, he will meet with them. In the end, despite everyone already boiling over these words, there was no way out. So they headed there together with them. Finally reaching the wing, the twins entered first to warn the young master about the arrival of guests. When they entered, he was still bandaging his hands to avoid excessive injuries, and also greeted the people who had made such a long journey here. Of course, immediately 3 brothers one after another introduced themselves, greeting the hero and the first heir. But Li Jin himself was quite surprised that the clan head himself had also come here. He, bowing with a smile, apologized for coming without warning, and admitted that he personally longed to see the hero's strength. From these words it became clear. They came here for a duel. Therefore, the hero agreed and asked them to choose a suitable format. The chieftain explained that his sons wished to learn much from the hero in this duel. Therefore, the rules were simple. Stepping out of the ring, losing consciousness, or being unable to move were considered a defeat. In the end, the rules were indeed simple and clear, so Dan Vusan had no reason to refuse. Therefore, the King of the Fist asked the first of his opponents to step into the arena. This opponent turned out to be the second son, and the chief was eagerly waiting for the moment when this traitor would beg for his life to be spared. At the same time, the second son panicked a little. Although he stood before the merchant's son, it felt as if a seasoned martial arts master was before him. Perhaps that victory over Uang Hu was not such a success after all. The King of the Fist was quite surprised that the guy who stood against him decided not to even use his sword. However, he roughly explained that the hero should not treat him with such contempt. He had the right to act as he deemed necessary. In the end, unwilling to listen to these confident words of the heir, Li Jin immediately approached and punched him in the face. In the end, not only did he fly out of the arena, but he also almost gave up the ghost. The blow was that powerful. Immediately after colliding with the wall, he, choking on blood, fell to the ground. But the head, who was also the father of this boy, was furious at his son's defeat and the power of this enemy. The King of Fist, as if nothing had happened, asked for the next to enter the fight. However, he warned, it was better for the next one to use his blade after all. In the end, obviously, the third brother decided to step forward. He asked his relative to take care of the second brother. Stepping into the arena, he quickly realized, judging by the opponent's skills, there was no need to hold back in his techniques. He admitted that he had been eagerly awaiting their duel. And Lee Jin-un calmly nodded, offering the boy to start the fight. In the end, he attacked first, using a slicing technique of his blade, which Dan Woosen did not even try to dodge. Watching this technique, he clearly saw this boy was obviously a person suited to wielding a sword. However, for the hero, it was still too easy to read the flow of his sword's movement and block it with bare hands. After that, he decided to use his power of white lightning of the 5th phase with energy level of the 3rd. In the end, he attacked the enemy with a fist charged with lightning. It was the same strike, the roar of lightning, the art in 10 phases, with which he swiftly defeated his enemy. In the end, the enemy was knocked to the ground and lost with just 1 strike. Honestly, no one could believe that even the 3rd gentleman was thrown back so easily. The 3rd brother even wanted to end the duel at that point. After all, if all 3 of them lost, it would cause a huge resonance. However, the relative did not listen and still performed in the arena. He understood perfectly well. Although he was younger than the older brothers still, as a practitioner of palm strike techniques, he could not miss such a chance. Therefore, he took a fighting stance and asked the hero to fight with him as well. And honestly, Lee Jin-en was quite surprised that at least someone from this trio looked skilled enough. He also prepared his fists and both rushed into battle. The strikes were similar. They attacked simultaneously with both feet and hands. However, the young man quickly realized the King of Fists blocked all his strikes very fast. Therefore, he attacked again. He was extremely curious. Would the opponent be able to block his next strike? This strike was outstanding, the wheel of the crushing palm strike. As a result, everything spun around like a whole hurricane, sucking Dan Woosen inside. This technique even managed to evoke some admiration in him. The boy's movements were quite good. However, they were too sweeping. Thanks to this, he managed to grab his leg and timed the moment just right to pull him down. He experienced immense pain. His muscles seemed to tear one after another. However, this was the first person whom Lee Jin-un sincerely thanked for the battle. After that, he finally overcame him, knocking his body to the ground, causing him to lose consciousness. Honestly, all that remains for the elder gentleman is to wonder why the young man even entered the fight if he lost. Lee Jin-en, as if nothing had happened, explained to the chief that all the duels were over. However, for some reason, he seemed to think that the gentleman did not look very pleased. The whole point is that he still could not believe that the guy had beaten them several times, and in a row at that. It became obvious, Lee Jin-en is an unusual person. Even if they bring another fighter from their clan, it will not be enough. At this rate, not only will the pride of the Association of Rulers be trampled, but they will also be endlessly ridiculed. In the end, the man could think of nothing better than to calm down and suggest to the hero to take a walk. They went out together and strolled through the calm, peaceful streets, looking around. The leader understood. In this peaceful town, the hero's family surely had many suppliers. After that, he directly suggested that the young man join the Association of Rulers. Not the entire trade guild, only the hero himself. If he joins, the association will also protect his guild. As far as Dan Woosen knew, the association led by 4 great clans was called the Association of Rulers. However, the hero also knew only those who left the Murim Alliance could join there. Moreover, they focused on the interests of 9 sects and preferred to call themselves a group competing with the Murim Alliance. Finally, Lee Jin-en recalled. The Uyang clan had joined the association quite recently. Apparently, that was why they were so obsessed with saving face. The man, acting as if nothing had happened, explained. The people under his clan's command spread various rumors about the hero, which greatly damaged the young man's reputation. However, the leader did not at all desire to blame the hero, so he could calmly join their clan, help him restore his honor. It was not that difficult. The leader was well aware. Now the only way to get the senior young master out of a difficult situation was to bring him into the association and create the appearance that he was subordinate to him. However, Lee Jin-en was curious to find out, what would he lose if he refused this? That was exactly the point. He would lose nothing. However, the man thought that the son of a great trade guild should be able to calculate profits and losses. However, the Fist King was well aware that the association demanded nothing from him. He already had more than enough money, and they offered him the position of an ordinary warrior in the association. In the end, he decided to bow out and say goodbye to the man. After all, it seemed he had no intention of retreating in battle. For a while, the leader simply froze, not knowing how to react to such impudence. But still he decided to grant the young gentleman one last chance. Let him be a witness with his own eyes to how his entire trade guild is wiped out to the root. The forces of his clan will spare only Li Jin-un himself. They will declare him the enemy of the entire martial arts world. So it was worth thinking carefully about this proposal. He was not yet strong enough to stop them all together, and nothing good would come if he made the Association of Rulers his enemy. However, Dan Vusen was only enraged by these threats. He grabbed the man by the neck and immediately slammed him against the wall. He warned this crazy freak. He might kill him right here and now, and then wipe his entire clan off the face of the earth. He can even blame his eldest son. And the head could check whether the hero is capable of this right now. And honestly, the chapter was struck by the hero's behavior. He had heard many vile words in his life, but his words were unforgettable. So he concluded. Li Jin-yun matched the rumors about himself. He was a man without manners, restraint, or shame. He desperately wanted the hero to keep these words until the moment he sees his true power. After that, he unleashed a strike on the young man, using the poisonous toad strike, which he practiced to defeat the leaders of the 4 great clans. It doesn't matter how strong a person is, he simply cannot withstand these poisonous vapors. However, for the hero it was nothing. After all, the poison was burning, consumed by numerous lightning bolts. When it completely evaporated, Dan Wusen threw this man away as if he were some annoying toy. Considering how arrogantly the man behaved, he turned out to be quite weak for his demeanor. Or perhaps it was because the art of white lightning, belonging to the Fist King, had reached the 8th phase. The leader himself suggested that the hero kill him right now. After all, it didn't matter what he did. He would still be considered an enemy of the people. Moreover, he needed to figure out what to do with the Association of Rulers behind his back. Obviously, against their power, the hero would definitely lose. However, Dan Wusen, grabbing this insolent man by the hair, warned he would make sure that he would regret coming today and his words for the rest of his life. While these two were having a heart-to-heart conversation, the estate's maids were busily patching up the beaten heirs after their numerous wounds. However, suddenly they heard a loud bang of the swinging doors, and then the hero appeared, dragging the leader by the hair into the walls of the trade guild. Of course, everyone immediately panicked, not understanding what had happened to the leader and father. The second son had no idea what the young master was doing and how he allowed himself to do it. However, the young man warned, it would be better for him to remain silent, otherwise he might deal with them the same way as with their father. Then the only question the sons dared to ask was, is he still alive? And obviously, Ouyang Sen was still alive. Therefore, the hero ordered Mok Sop to prepare a carriage outside. The second son was extremely hopeful that the young master had some good reason for such an action. However, these words even slightly amused the hero. He explained. This man threatened, saying that if he did not help, he would destroy his trading group and blame him for everything. He declared this aloud to everyone so that later they could not pretend they never suspected anything like this. Dan Wuson explained. He now intends to go to the Rulers Association and report this. He ordered the guards to follow him and witness this incident. Ouyang Sen's relative was amazed. The young master knows where the association is located. After all, they did not have official headquarters. As is known, the homes of representatives of the 4 great clans serve as their meeting places, and the Mohyun clan estate was the closest. Therefore, he decided to go there, and he ordered the guards and the twins to watch so that these people would not do anything foolish. He ordered the younger brother to take over current affairs and represent him to the Murim Alliance. After that, he set off on the road. The carriage was slowly moving along the path, and the hero calmly looked out the window. The only one who was extremely tense was the warrior who served Ouyang Sen, who did not know what to do with himself. Already in the carriage, Ouyang Sen himself finally came to and decided to find out from the young master where they were heading. And of course, Li Jinen hastily reported that they were going to the Mohyun estate. In the end, the man sighed heavily and demanded that the guard give him water, for he was literally dying of thirst. However, the guard was extremely doubtful that the young master would allow him to give water. However, the King of Fists only smirked at the servant's fear. He was surprised. When the clan leader himself asks for water, the guard was so cold-blooded towards him. For this reason, grabbing the man by the head, Li Jinen quickly realized it seemed he was not a warrior from the Ouyang clan. Most likely he resembled some kind of hired assassin. Immediately after this suspicion, the entire carriage flashed with numerous lightning bolts that took the life of this scoundrel. Of course, the frightened guards leading the horses did not understand what the young master was doing. However, he explained to them in a casual voice. Nothing happened. They could continue on their way. After that, he turns his gaze to another of the fighters, and he confessed. They were hired assassins. The group was called Golden and Silver Assassins. They were divided into Golden and Silver, and this one specifically belonged to the Silver class. Then, after thinking a little, Li Jin decided to find out. How much had the man paid to hire them? He, of course, was not going to answer anything. Then the hero decided to stop the carriage and deprive the man of one of his body parts. Perhaps then he would become more talkative, and of course he immediately confessed. He paid 800 silver for each. And the assassin confirmed this information. After all, the price sounded quite usual. However, the hero thought that it was extremely little, considering that these men gave their lives for such a pittance. Their leader simply sold them to Uyang Sen. After they destroyed the trade guild, they would also be killed. Obviously, it is easier to kill the killers than to listen to words of contempt from one's own clan for dirty work. He had thought it all through from the very beginning. He did not want to stain his own hands. Such was the path of the righteous factions. Purity on the outside, dirt inside. Therefore, Dan Woosen was extremely curious. How does it feel for a man to know that his life is worth only 800 coins? Perhaps then he should have trained better. Then he would not have been sold so cheaply. However, he still did not consider assassins who took money for lives to be human. Therefore, he was very curious to find out. What kind of life did they imagine for themselves, having gone into such a business? After that, he cheerfully looked out the window, realizing they had 2 guards outside. One was seriously wounded, another a corpse. It was indeed a pretty good company for a walk. It was in such company that they arrived at the clan's estate itself. Of course, when they entered, everyone immediately started whispering, not understanding what had happened to Uyang Sen since he appeared in such a state. Of course, the clan leader also came out to greet those who had arrived here. However, his gaze revealed anxiety. He did not understand what had happened to the man. After that, he also noticed the young man, whom he saw for the first time. Therefore, he hastily introduced himself to him, and the hero responded in kind. However, the young man was clearly surprised, because according to his memories, the clan leader Moyon was Moyon Chu, not Moyon Bin. In the end, the leader decided to find out from the guest what had happened, since the eldest son of the trading guild came, dragging him like a criminal. However, Li Jin decided to explain everything instead of him. At the end of his story, he also demonstrated the mercenary whom Uyang Sen had hired to carry out his plan. Of course, everyone realized. A threat against the trading group was a serious crime. If the rumor spread, the entire Murim alliance would laugh at them. However, the leader interrupted his assistants, for he was eager to know what was the purpose of the young lord's visit from the trading group. Perhaps he was afraid of retribution, so he came here to tell the truth? However, instead of answering, Dan Woosen decided to find out. How would the head of Moen himself act if he were in his place? And of course, he perfectly understood. If someone threatened to exterminate his family and make him a criminal, he would kill that person. However, now the head of the clan is that someone. If he were killed, all the eyes of the family and all of Murim would be focused only on him. Uyang Sen himself was indignant. After all, he believed that the reason for his action was that the members of the assembly brazenly mocked him. Moreover, he did not understand how someone from the trading group dared to defeat him. If only the clan heads had not laughed at him in the association. Perhaps he would not have made this mistake and would not be standing here in such a state now. He believed. These people forced him, and now they must help him. He promised. If they help him even once, he will do everything they ask. However, the head of Moen swiftly silenced this loud Uyang Sen, realizing, if he continued to talk, he too would be disgraced. After that, he ordered his men to capture the 3 murderers and place them under guard, ensuring their survival. He also apologized to the young lord for the hospitality being so shameful. After all, it is obvious that the association should not shelter such parasites who caused harm to ordinary people. Therefore, he suggested, before getting down to business, to share a meal with Li Jinyon together. And he agreed. After all, if he had at least a meal, his journey would not be in vain. Late in the evening, when the tables were set, they calmly sat and dined in silence. The head could not accept it at all. The eldest son heir of the merchant guild defeated the head of the clan. So he felt quite awkward asking where such a person could have appeared among ordinary people. He decided to start the conversation with whether Li Jin-in had come up with a proper way to settle this matter. Of course, he could not personally kill Uyang Sen. However, he promised to deal with him fairly. He was eager to hand him over to the Murim alliance. Let the hatred of the Uyang clan fall upon them, not on the association of rulers. After all, that would be more just. Of course, in that case, they would suffer some damage. But this issue is no more important than honor. And the other clan heads would definitely agree with this. The hero was basically satisfied with such a development of events. However, he really wanted to ask one somewhat inappropriate question. He was curious. Had the former head of the clan undergone the Golden Basin washing ritual? the ritual of retirement for martial arts masters. And of course, the current head was amazed at his guest's awareness. It turned out his father had disappeared more than a year ago. All members of the main clan went searching, but never found him. Therefore, his unruly son had to take this post. However, the King of Fists was concerned that a year ago, exactly then he entered this body. This means, not only he died, but also the former head of the Mohion clan. Therefore, the guy was curious. Were there any rumors that the man's father could have encountered demonic factions? However, no matter how much he pondered, only the underworld faction came to mind. After all, the demonic ones had been inactive for more than 20 years. If the demonic faction had risen, it would not have been so quiet. Moreover, it was strange that they would attack only his father. And honestly, the King of Fists was also surprised by this. He had never contacted demonic factions. Despite this, they suddenly appeared and ambushed him. Therefore, he decided to find out. Would the former leader cope if several swordsmen attacked him? Of course, his son understood. It would be a brutal fight, but his father would not fall to several swordsmen. Therefore, he decided to investigate. Would the man withstand a fight if all of them had bodies impervious to blades? It was a strange question, based on the past life of the King of Fists. Some of all those he fought survived even after the strike of his lightning-fast 9th phase energy. Even in Li Jinin's body, the 8th stage energy was exhausting for ordinary people. Considering his past level, it was almost impossible. At the very least, the enemies had to possess bodies impervious to blades, or higher. If such people, together with those who possess strange magic, unite their forces, then the only ones who could oppose them are those who were beyond the heavens. Even the son searching for his father could not find any traces of the demonic faction. Apparently, they acted very secretly and clearly pursued some hidden goals. And at the same time, the assistant came to the Sword Demon, rejoicing that they had finally found the Sword King. It was excellent, long-performed work. Therefore, they decided, without much hesitation, to take action. Now it was time to hunt their next prey. At that time, the hero asked, and the young man told him about the current situation of the other strongest martial arts masters. He had not heard from the Blade Emperor for a long time, and it was curious. Was he still in good health? To be honest, Uyang Sen accused the head of Mohian of mocking him. But to be precise, it was the Blade Emperor who laughed loudly. The others just awkwardly glanced at each other, as the atmosphere was quite tense. In principle, then the hero understood why the clan leader felt out of place. As for the Blade Emperor, he never stooped to pay attention to such insignificant things. This majestic master invariably ignored everyone he disliked. As for the Sword God, the legendary warrior retired into seclusion about half a year ago. However, the young man could not comprehend what martial arts someone who had already reached heavenly heights of mastery could desire to improve. The Imperial Sword, in turn, led the life of a wanderer without a permanent abode, so tracking his whereabouts seemed an impossible task. Regarding the last of the great masters, no news has come from him. The Sword King has half withdrawn from worldly affairs and now dedicates himself to training his followers. As for the latter, the speech naturally turned to the King of Fists. This warrior possessed such a fierce and furious temper that even the former head of Moan had to exert considerable effort to control him. No news came from him either, and most likely this wild master was either wandering across the Celestial Empire in search of worthy disciples or smashing some sects from the Shadow World to pieces. As was known, it was extremely difficult to establish friendly relations with such a person, so there simply were no contacts with him. Dan Vusan, of course, was extremely curious to learn more about the King of Fists. What exactly in the character of this legendary fighter prevented him from getting closer? It turned out that the celebrated warrior often beat younger disciples from orthodox sects for their arrogance. He punished the senior representatives of the demonic factions if they provoked his irritation, and mercilessly destroyed every encountered member of heretical sects. Even the young heirs of noble clans repeatedly received slaps from him. The head of the family, however, considered King of Fists an honest and principled man. He invariably kept his word, and without the slightest hesitation challenged even senior masters to a duel. The patriarch got the impression that this legendary warrior was the embodiment of the fighting spirit itself. Judging by the father's stories, it became clear that Dan Vusan led a rather solitary existence. The hero himself, however, realized that Dan Vusan's life was not as joyless and empty as it might have seemed from the outside. But catching his mistake and taking advantage of the fact that the young man did not hear the last words, he hastily changed the conversation to another topic. After that, when the rain began to fall from the sky, the head decided to return to the trading caravan. But unexpectedly, the patriarch suggested that Li Jin-en, if he had no urgent matters, personally visit the Murim Alliance. As a result, the next morning at the estate, the young man met again with the head of the family. The patriarch warned, if the hero gives testimony directly before the Murim Alliance, they will be able to direct the case in the necessary direction. Just then, the delegation of the Moheon clan was returning from a mission nearby, so it was more convenient for Li Jin-en to set out with them. The head introduced one of the members of the Murim Alliance to the young master. The warrior with a scar on his face nodded respectfully, introducing himself to the young heir. After that, the patriarch explained that they would accompany Yang-san, but these two could go first, using their rapid movement techniques. However, before leaving the estate, Li Jin-en asked the head to look after the trading guild. The patriarch, however, assured there was nothing to worry about, since the fighters of their clan should have already arrived to protect the caravan. Of course, Li Jin-en felt deep gratitude for the help rendered, promising that he would not forget the kindness of the patriarch of the Moheon clan. The young man also reported that the assassins who came on the mission belonged to an organization called the Golden and Silver Assassins. He expressed a desire for the Association of Rulers to investigate their activities. If they find the headquarters of these mercenaries, the hero will help deal with them. After that, Li Jin-yon, turning around, began to leave. However, he stopped and admitted, initially, heading here, he was ready for an open confrontation with the clan. But since the patriarch showed such wisdom, they were able to agree on everything with a light heart. The hero sincerely thanked him for not having to shed unnecessary blood. Honestly, after such a courteous farewell, the leader was left puzzled. He could hardly believe that the senior young master of the trade union came alone, fully prepared for battle. This young man definitely differed from the usual heirs of noble families. Truly an intriguing personality. After 4 days of travel, everyone finally reached a settlement. By that time, the escort from the Murim Alliance fully realized that Li Jin-yon was an extremely talented young man. After several days of traveling together, all the words spoken by the young master began to take on a completely different weight. However, unexpectedly, during lodging at the inn, the young man collided with a certain hurried man. The warrior noticed a suspiciously familiar scar on his face. This scar exactly matched the descriptions of one of the wanted criminals of the Murim Alliance. Therefore, the companion hastily explained to Li Jin-un that he would either kill this scoundrel or capture him alive. The fighter also warned, this man came from a heretical clan and was extremely dangerous, so he asked the hero to step aside. As soon as the man noticed the pursuit, he immediately dashed away, pushing people aside around him. The warrior, of course, was disappointed that the criminal was not at all shy about making such a noise. As was known, recently many outcasts from unorthodox clans, dissatisfied with the actions of the Murim Alliance, began hunting its members and killing them. That one of them was walking so openly, this seemed extremely strange. Therefore, when the warrior followed the man, he was not at all surprised to fall into a trap. Judging by the fact that the two fighters were missing their hands, they must have been the very ones who lost the duel to their leader. The companion was extremely amazed that they were still alive. However, these miserable cripples wasted their breath on such disgrace instead of challenging the Alliance leader again, and simply used the wanted criminal as bait. However, cutting off hands was a pastime of the Lords of Murim, while sending them the severed heads of Alliance members was the revenge of these outcasts. However, the trio did not expect at all that while they were saying all this, the hero was already behind their backs. When the young man coughed, all three were horrified, instantly turning around. Even the warrior from the Alliance had no idea when the hero managed to catch up with him. However, as if nothing had happened, he explained that he was an ordinary man, but was quite fond of beating up villains like these three. Soon, Poisonous Face learned that Li Jin-en had gone to the Murim Alliance and could not understand why the hero urgently needed to meet with them right now. Li Hua-en tried to explain to him. The patriarch of the Moheon clan stated that it would be wiser if Li Jin-en personally testified in the Yang-san case, so the young master left immediately. In the end, Poisonous Face had no choice but to grieve over the hero's departure, although he had given him a solemn promise. The young man made him perform 100,000 strikes. However, Poisonous Face was ashamed to admit this aloud. Eventually, he reminded himself. He promised to pile up a heap of manure in front of the main entrance if he did not tell him the next stage of training. Therefore, he was going to do it right now. Of course, Li Hua-en hastily shut the door in front of the young man, explaining that it would be better for him to hear everything from the hero himself rather than engage in such indecency. Poisonous Face had no choice left, so he put on his pants. But the young man could not understand why the hero had fled to the Murim Alliance. He thought that Li Jin-en considered him some kind of fool to be toyed with like that. However, this was not true. He was not a fool at all. Therefore, now the young man with his battered umbrella decided to invade the Murim Alliance. He rushed on, continuing to perform strikes, starting from the 100,000 and first up to the 100,200th time. At the very same time, after the hero's words, The wanted bandit barely restrained himself from bursting out laughing. He understood that it was extremely improper to laugh in the presence of a noble gentleman. However, the criminal found it incredibly naive that this very youth was going to beat them up. After that, the scoundrel calmly explained to his accomplices that he had already lured the necessary people for them, so he wished to leave to attend to his own affairs. The hero, however, obviously thought that he was simply nervous and therefore eager to escape as soon as possible. Of course, the man was quite offended that Li Jin-un had just dared to voice it, and the young gentleman himself was only struck by the sensitivity of this scoundrel when told such obvious things. After that, as if nothing had happened, the hero decided to find out if he could kill this wanted criminal. The escort did not object, considering that the man was listed as an enemy of the Alliance, so execution on the spot was permitted, and of course, it was an excellent opportunity for the hero to cool down a bit. At that moment, the warrior carefully observed the emotions reflected on the face of the young master of the trading guild. In 3 days of traveling together, he saw for the first time how the young man smiled with pleasure. The Trinity instantly armed themselves with their weapons to resist the enemy. The wanted criminal immediately threw away his blades, realizing that he would be the one to execute this scoundrel. Easily dodging the first flying weapon, the hero caught the remaining blades thrown his way. After that, he suddenly jumped into the air and struck the opponent standing behind the convicted man at that moment with those very blades. Then the wanted criminal realized, when it seemed to him that Li Jin-un had missed. In fact, the young man had deliberately missed him to wound others. Dan Vusan decided to find out why this man had become a wanted criminal. However, he did not consider himself obliged to answer such questions. All he could tell him was that he was training the part of the body that Li Jin-yun would soon be unable to use, so he asked the hero to fight with all his might. The scoundrel, to amuse himself, aimed straight at the young man's groin, understanding that such a toy was completely unnecessary for the hero. However, obviously, the King of Fists was not going to let him get close. In the end, the young man stepped on the man's hand and shattered his bone into tiny fragments. Immediately after this, the enthusiasm of the wanted criminal clearly diminished significantly. All that was left for him was to moan, crawling on the ground. The scoundrel could not believe that someone like Li Jin-un managed to defeat him, so he agreed to surrender voluntarily, join the Murim Alliance, and accept punishment, just so that his dignity would not be harmed. Partly the King of Fists was even disappointed that the opponent surrendered so quickly, so he wanted to find out the reason. The criminal believed that if he surrendered, the case would be closed, and moreover, he might be pardoned, considering that he had information about other wanted individuals. Obviously, the scoundrel expected that upon hearing this, the hero would find it useful to spare his life. However, he was mistaken. King Kulakov killed him because he did not belong to the Murim Alliance. He did not care whether this man surrendered or not. In the end, the young man killed all three at once, while the companion simply stood there, blinking in surprise. Only after Li Jin-en had committed the irreparable did the warrior realize that perhaps it would have been wiser to take this man to the Alliance after all. However, the fighter did not argue with the hero's decision, understanding that such a criminal would at best continue to lie and evade. In his case, it was better simply to die. After that, they went to a tavern to eat, for after this large-scale clash, both were starving. They settled in a small inn on the first floor among many other guests. The companion, having observed the young master, realized that he had quite rich experience in battles. After his fight, all the warrior's doubts vanished in an instant. In fact, when the youth heard that the heir of the trade guild had defeated the head of the Uyang clan, he found it hard to believe, especially considering that the hero's name was not particularly well known, and such suspicions did not even offend the King of Fists. He himself would have the same opinion about himself. However, now the companion, having witnessed his fight, believed that the young lord truly possessed a level of skill sufficient for what he had done. For this reason, the warrior promised to try to properly confirm his strength before the Alliance, so the hero did not need to worry about witness testimonies. Honestly, Li Jin-en was surprised that the young man suddenly became so talkative. But then suddenly the fighter made the hero an unexpected offer, to join the Alliance. Of course, they pay little, and the work is quite hard. But the only thing that really matters here is strength. According to the leader of the Alliance, individual abilities are valued above origin. With the talent the hero already possessed, he could achieve a lot in this organization. Moreover, since he apparently already had connections with the Imperial Assembly, it would be even easier for him. However, the Murim Alliance represented a completely different structure. Of course, the Imperial Assembly pays more. The work there is easier. But this organization is entirely built on clan influence. Outsiders have no chance of success. Great clans promote their own, while the rest are just mercenaries chasing high pay. In a real battle, they scatter like autumn leaves. However, the hero perfectly understood that not all from the Imperial Assembly were like that. For example, the head of the Mohyun clan, who agreed to help in Uyang-san's case, definitely differed from this description. Hearing these words, a certain young gentleman sitting on the terrace could agree with Lee Jin-en's thoughts. However, he still believed that the alliance was actually a gathering of slanderers. The young man also ordered that the companion no longer slander the association and dare not insult people so boldly. It was extremely outrageous that he compared the Imperial Assembly to autumn leaves. Of course, the warrior immediately stood up, bowed, and apologized for his mistake. After that, he decided to find out the name of the person speaking to him. However, without much thought, the latter laughed and introduced himself. His surname was Autumn Leaf, and his name was Autumn Wind. After everyone present burst out laughing, Lee Jin-en asked the companion not to pay attention to them. After all, he had already done everything he could in this situation. After that, both of them, sitting back down at the table, assumed that perhaps these four laughing gentlemen were somehow related to the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. However, the warrior was amazed that the young master was aware of it. He recommended that the hero participate in the tournament as he was young, skilled, and fully met all the requirements. It was a huge opportunity. The great tournament, watched by all of Murim, was an invaluable experience. Naturally, Lee Jin-en hastened to explain that such ideas did not interest him. Despite the fact that it was a chance to gain fame, it comes naturally as a person becomes stronger. And of course, it was sad for the warrior to hear this. After all, the leader promised a first-class elixir to the winner. But as soon as he heard this, the hero immediately agreed. Honestly, the companion was so shocked that he almost choked on how quickly the young man changed his mind. In principle, Lee Jin-en forgave him for splashing him with water. However, he warned, next time he should immediately mention the elixir. Finally, when everything was finished, they left the tavern. The companion thanked the young man for the treat. He was glad that very soon they would reach the Murim Alliance. But unexpectedly, as they were leaving, they ran into those four students. The warrior did not forget to sarcastically note that they were too slow. He believed that these youths were from the Slanderers' Alliance. However, apparently, the Murim Alliance resembled turtles more. In the end, the fighter could think of nothing better than to run away from here like an autumn wind. And the hero supported his idea, so they immediately dashed forward, overtaking those two and showering them with dirt from their feet. Of course, the gentlemen were horrified by the audacity of these hooligans. They deliberately raised this dusty whirlwind right in their faces. However, the young man just laughed. He asked his friends to return together with the escorts while he demonstrated to these two what true art of movement is. Naturally, everyone immediately began to root for him, wishing that he would put these insolent ones in their place. Soon the trio reached a rocky cliff rising ahead. The hero easily jumped over it, as if literally stepping on air. Thus he reached the palace walls. Honestly, the escort was extremely worried. Not only was Lee Jin-en faster than him, but the pursuing young man was also incredibly quick. In the end, the warrior had no choice but to rush forward with all his might, for he could not allow someone like a member of the Imperial Assembly to prevail. Finally, he landed on the ground and, out of breath, demanded that Lee Jin-en admit who had won. After all, the fighter was sure he had pulled slightly ahead. The hero was indignant. This young man was so obsessed with the competition. However, at that moment, a stately man appeared behind the two. He was insanely curious why the young man was arguing so passionately. Undoubtedly, among them, the young master Lee Jin-en was the winner. Obviously, everyone immediately bowed to greet the alliance leader, and he praised his assistant for the completed task, after which he introduced himself to the heir of the trading union. The leader of the alliance quickly realized the victorious young man was indeed the very lord from the trade guild. Honestly, the heir of the Hua clan could not have imagined that this was the very youth who defeated Patriarch Uyan. The hero himself, without making anyone wait, introduced himself. Of course, the alliance leader was pleased to meet such an outstanding young man, so he hastened to introduce himself in return. Then the man turned his attention to the guests who had arrived to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. In the end, the leader wished everyone good luck, and decided to escort Lee Jin-en and his companion to the main hall, where they were heading. Only at the last moment did the young man from the Hua clan call out to the hero by name. Bowing, he admitted that he would eagerly await their meeting at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. And then, as if nothing had happened, he turned around and trudged back to his friends. The alliance leader did not forget to sarcastically note that the movement skill of his subordinate this time was at the very bottom. And of course, the warrior was embarrassed by these words, for he was sure that he had arrived at the same time as the Hua heir. However, that youth had come here for the tournament. Most likely, he was eager to conserve his strength while simultaneously testing his opponent's abilities. Although the fighter did not know exactly what had happened, his subordinate was rushing alongside him, unwilling to lose. Of course, the embarrassed warrior decided to find out if the young lord had suspected this. The hero nodded hastily. He had not admitted it before, as he did not want to unsettle the youth. However, the companion was extremely offended that the Heir used such tricks over trifles, and the hero asked the young man not to be sad. Anyone who intends to participate in a combat tournament must hide all their true power. This was a natural approach. Finally, during such a conversation, they reached the center of the Murim Alliance, to its main hall. Everyone immediately bowed to greet the leader. However, he hastily showed that he did not need greetings. He asked that all those present leave, and that the young gentleman from the trading association remain. The man also promised everyone that he would make a decision regarding Ouyang-san after personally witnessing the combat abilities of the young master Li Jin-un. In the end, after these words, they were left alone with the head of the alliance, and the elder, as if nothing had happened, asked the young man to come closer to him. Honestly, the hero felt awkward, for quite some time had passed since they stood so close to each other. The young man knew this person well. The head of the Murim Alliance is second after the three gods and one of the saints. He was the one who led the righteous sects in the final battle against the demonic factions, known as the Battle of the Five Tombs. He was the one who personally led the three gods and the saint to the front line. This man is truly worthy of respect. When the young man pondered this, he had an unusually stern expression on his face. The alliance leader admitted to Li Jin-un that he often met young men like him, but he preferred those who behaved according to their age. He felt more at ease with them. Therefore, the hero immediately dropped his affected seriousness and showed some awkwardness. But the elder only liked this. Truly, the young man looked much better when he smiled. After that, the man directly decided to find out whether the young man was by any chance the successor of the King of Fists. And he was also curious about how many techniques he had already managed to learn from his mentor. Of course, Dan Vuson was stunned. How did the old man even know about this? From his facial expression, the man had clearly figured everything out. The leader quickly explained. The young man clearly used fist-fighting techniques and also controlled lightning energy. In the history of Murim, the main clans and sects working with lightning energy were the Namjun clan, the Bakley clan, and Simyeon, and of course the Enlightenment sect. Simyeon belonged to the clan of swordsmen. Namjun practiced Taoist arts. Bakley surrendered after many failures. Only the sect of Enlightenment remained. This is the sect of the King of Fists. Although calling it a sect is strange since it adhered to the principle of succession from one disciple to another. In the end, as expected, the alliance leader was insightful and infallible. There was no point in hiding, so Dan Vuson introduced himself as the successor of the King of Fists. The man was extremely happy, understanding that fate had brought him together with this young man. Those who master the lightning martial arts inevitably acquire a commanding nature and gaze. Energy, voice, even character begin to resemble the lightning itself. That is why the elder had no particularly warm memories associated with the King of Fists. He lived like a solitary lightning bolt, capable of tearing the heavens apart. It is extremely difficult to befriend such a person. In the end, the alliance leader decided to find out from the young man how his mentor was doing, for no one had heard about him for a long time. However, the hero explained that his teacher was in many ways similar to the former patriarch of the Moen clan. He had disappeared, and there was no contact with him. Honestly, the elder was amazed. Although the King of Fists rarely sent messages, he never completely disappeared. Therefore, Dan Wusun had to admit that the connection with him was truly severed, and possibly forever. Thus, the leader had no choice but to worry about ensuring that this news reached the three gods and one saint. For the martial arts masters of Murim were disappearing one after another. Hence, the alliance leader had only one guess. The demonic faction was beginning to stir again. Naturally, if these enemies who had been missing for many years reappeared, they would have to fight again, as they did last time. However, the young man, according to the leader, probably had no idea what had happened, as it was before his birth. The matter concerned the very battle of the Five Tombs. But in reality, after that, there was another duel. The three gods and one saint fought against a single grandmaster of the demonic faction. Honestly, it was difficult to describe the power of that man, but hardly anyone living on Earth could comprehend the despair they felt then. Every time the alliance leader heard that the god of the sword was still training, it reminded him of those days. Although this very battle decided the outcome of the great war between the righteous and demonic forces, three gods and one saint fought against a single man. This is a secret story that the leader sometimes shared with the members of the alliance. This is the reason why they had to become stronger. If that great master had descendants, they would surely be about the same age as the hero now. Therefore, the elder, grabbing Li Jin-en by the hand, asked him to become stronger. Overwhelmingly strong, possibly even selfishly and mercilessly strong. And then with a smile, as if nothing had happened, he asked not to worry about Ouyang-san. Since the young man is the successor of the King of Fists, there was no reason to doubt his words. Ouyang will be imprisoned in the dungeon. The decision about him has already been made. Moreover, the man heard that the hero also wishes to participate in the battle of the dragon and the phoenix. Therefore, he sent the youth to rest. In the end, the young man wandered the street for a long time, reflecting on everything that had happened. Ultimately, he could not shake the thought of that grandmaster who fought alone against 3 gods and 1 saint. Even the alliance leader did not know the name of this man, for the leaders of the demonic factions did not bear names. Therefore, the only question troubling the hero was whether that man really died. All the elder could report was that they cut him down again and again, then burned him, collected the ashes, and scattered them over the mountains. However, if such a disaster happens in the future, the leader will ensure that either this enemy himself or his descendants perish, leaving not even ashes behind. Honestly, when the young man was leaving, the image of the alliance leader, left alone in the vast hall, was forever imprinted in his memory. He had completely ceased to be the image of a respected elder. He was a monster forged by time. It seemed as if the opposite of the demonic faction was not a righteous sect at all, but simply another incarnation of a monster. And of course, possibly, upon gaining power, the hero would be no exception. In a sense, the continent, created by the mutual slaughter of orthodox and demonic sects, was no different from the kingdom of Asura. While the young man was lost in his thoughts, he did not notice the companion who had been waiting for him all this time to find out how their conversation had gone. Moreover, the warrior explained that he had warned everyone that the hero might feel uncomfortable being inside the alliance. Therefore, they prepared accommodation for him outside, and the young man came to escort him. Having reached the place where the young man could spend the night, the fighter also asked that a separate room be allocated for him. Therefore, he decided to check the conditions. However, when they entered inside, they saw that there was already a person in the room whom the companion did not even know. Of course, it was Chun Myunho, who was fuming, waiting for the hero in this damn huge and luxurious place. The young man reminded his so-called teacher that he had not slept all night trying to get here. Of course, King of Fists was curious how he had even found this place. However, the young man went around all the inns and asked if a room was rented under the hero's name, which was quite easy. After that, he showed the mentor the umbrella with scratches, which indicated that he had practiced the strikes properly. So now all that remained was for the hero to keep his promise. After all, he had already crossed mountains on horseback and sailed seas on ships to arrive all the way here. The young man was literally boiling with anger, not understanding why Li Jin-un kept looking at him as if he had water in his mouth, so he demanded that he tell him the next step. The surrendered hero decided to ask the escort if there was any suitable place nearby for training. Fortunately, the warrior knew such things. Therefore, by morning, they found themselves near beautiful mountains surrounded by waterfalls. It was a secluded place, ideal for practicing martial arts, so people from the Murim Alliance often used this place. Of course, Li Jin-un thanked the young man for pointing out this place to him, and the warrior decided to take his leave and go about his business. Only at the end did he introduce himself to the young gentleman, giving his name and nickname, Poisonous Fox. As soon as the companion walked away, Chun Myunho decided to find out why Dan Woo-san kept training, since he was already powerful enough and even knew how to use lightning. Why did he need anything else? However, the young man realized he could not rely solely on the art of the white lightning of 10 stages, for his inner energy had deepened, so he intended to also practice the divine art of the phantom flower. Of course, all this remained completely incomprehensible to Chun Myunho, for he knew nothing at all about the world of martial arts. Therefore, the hero did not explain anything to him. What extremely offended the Poisonous Fox himself, for he believed that Dan Woo-san looked down on him. Watching him rage, all that was left for Li Jin-un was to sigh heavily. He promised that he would explain everything to him now, however, only once, so the young man had to listen very carefully. The art of the white lightning of 10 stages, which the hero possessed, was focused on powerful offensive techniques. But one attack is not enough to defeat true martial arts masters. Fighters must also be able to exploit weaknesses and redirect the opponent's moves. The divine art of the phantom flower is a martial art that specializes precisely in such principles. Finally, the Poisonous Fox understood what the hero was talking about. He needed power to turn the opponent's technique against him. The highest secret of the divine art of the phantom flower is the technique called the phantom grasp. The technique allows moving certain objects without touching them, bending the trajectory of an enemy's weapon, or even snatching it straight from the enemy's hands. Of course, for a close combat fighter like the hero, this martial art was simply necessary. And he demonstrated it. He pulled a twig toward himself that had just fallen near Chun Myung-ho's head. However, to the young man himself, after the explanation, It seemed that this technique was better suited to be called thieves. But immediately after that, he was struck by lightning, a punishment for his bold words. The hero was outraged. He didn't even try to comprehend the complex martial art in his foolish head. However, he was pleased that the young man was beginning to understand at least a little. Apparently, those 100,000 strikes he performed were not in vain after all. However, Poisonous Fox still had not reached his true goal. All he noticed was that his hands had become a little thicker. Therefore, it seemed to him that the hero should have been given something useful from the very beginning, something that could develop him much more. At the same time, Dan Woosin held an umbrella in his hands, which symbolized the chance he gave to Chun Myunho by believing in his potential. However, not everyone had the strength to take advantage of this chance. Therefore, he decided to complicate the task for the young man. And even the thought of this brought a smile to his face. He explained to the youth that out of all the 100,000 downward strikes he performed, only one single one had any value. Therefore, the mentor explained, if he ever wanted to block, parry, or deflect someone else's attack, he would need to find and use the most perfect of all these 100,000 trajectories. If he failed to do this, he would simply perish. And of course, Poisonous Fox immediately began to ponder. What was the most effective strike among the 100,000? What is the most precise chopping movement, as well as the swiftest and sharpest stabs? Among these 100,000 strikes, he needed to extract these techniques, cleanse and sharpen them, and thus form a coherent sequence. This was what was called the basic form. Masters of martial arts from each sect studied, modified, and polished these sequences through endless repetitions until they achieved perfection, which they called the art of the sword. However, obviously mastering the art of the sword was not the ultimate goal. Application in real combat is a completely different matter. Therefore, Poisonous Fox needed to gain real experience to develop his combat intuition, and watch his tongue, or else he would never manage to acquire it. Hearing all this, the young man finally began to understand why martial arts masters go crazy during their training. However, the hero explained, for every madman there is someone even madder. Nevertheless, the mentor asked Poisonous Fox not to worry. The hero did not intend to teach him excessively complex techniques. However, the youth was troubled by these words, for he thirsted to become stronger. After all, as Li Jinen said, there are many fighters who trained in the techniques of great sects much more diligently than Poisonous Fox ever did. Therefore, he needed to become more powerful to catch up with them. Thus, Li Jinen had to explain to Chun Myunho, joining a famous sect, studying orthodox techniques, and training under the great master is not the main thing. Becoming stronger is a much deeper matter, because everything depends on a single person who lives his life more seriously than anyone else. Obviously heeding the mentor's words, Poisonous Fox began to gradually comprehend everything. Suddenly they noticed that the leader of the alliance had been watching them all this time. The escort immediately apologized, for he did not know that the leader wished to begin training. Therefore, he brought these two to this secluded place. However, the elder was glad to skip the training in order to enjoy this curious spectacle. At the same time, Li Jin-yoon explained to the young man, if we talk about the greatest sword techniques in history, 9 out of 10 would name the 9 strikes of Doko. And even Poisonous Fox had heard of this when he was a child. He waved a stick and shouted the names of these techniques everywhere. However, Li Jin-un knew that there was one sword art that could surpass even this. It was the art of Jin, a man known for his obsession with swords. Of course, Chun Myunho had never heard his name, and that was because he did not belong to any sect. But if Poisonous Fox truly wished to master his art, he first needed to learn its history. Jin grew up in a traveling troupe of performers. From childhood, he studied the sword dance, that very seductive dance where the sword cut clothes off people. He danced alongside the older women who raised him. Obviously, many thoughts swirled in his head. For the boy who had practiced the sword dance for more than 10 years, did everything just to avoid touching those around him. He was a man who trained with the sword solely to avoid hurting anyone. When this man finally learned to wield a sword meant for killing, his enlightenment flashed in an instant. That is how he surpassed even the 9 strikes of Doko, and created the greatest sword art in the entire country. Honestly, the story was incredibly beautiful. However, Li Jin-yoon explained, it was not the sword dance itself that made this swordsman so skillful. The greatness of swordsmanship or the prestige of the great sect, neither mattered. The only important thing was that he lived sincerely all these 10 years, dedicating himself to the sword dance. That's all. So how powerful the Poisonous Fox will become, it only depends on how he decides to live his life. Whether he will be an ordinary king of thieves or the Poisonous Fox, he needed to make his choice. In the end, having heard all this, the young man once again handed the hero his umbrella so that he could demonstrate the next technique. And the fox swore to Li Jin-un that he would never regret the path he had chosen for himself. In the end, after these words, the hero took the umbrella and immediately showed him a couple of techniques. Fortunately, the youth remembered everything the first time and immediately proudly swore that this time he would perform not 100,000 swings, but a whole million. The leader of the alliance was extremely impressed by the fact that the young man had just demonstrated the three swords technique. He could not even remember when he last had the opportunity to calmly observe someone's training like this. Obviously, after so many long years of the Murim Alliance's existence, all his friends began to disappear one by one, and almost all his subordinates had long since left. Today's performance truly brought the old man much pleasure. Therefore, he decided to prepare a worthy reciprocal gift for the hero. After that, the two continued training the whole night until Lee Jin-yoon noticed the first signs of progress in himself. Honestly, the poisonous fox was amazed at how quickly the young man achieved mastery in using telekinesis. After a couple of days when it started to rain, the leader of the alliance appeared and called the hero to talk in private. Honestly, he admitted that he had been watching the young man's training, and he had to acknowledge he was truly extremely diligent. Chun Myung-ho felt awkward seeing the Murim Alliance leader so close, and he had no idea how Lee Jin-yoon knew this elder. But the young man also quickly bowed to greet the leader of the alliance. However, the man immediately noticed the scar on the young man, which stretched from the cheek and looked like a sword wound. However, this injury was caused by a dagger. Obviously, the elder thought that perhaps he earned this scar during a fight or during training. However, Chun Myung-ho, though shyly, admitted that he used to run a gambling den and got into a fight with a guy who didn't want to pay his debt, and that guy stabbed his cheek with a dagger. Of course, he felt awkward talking about this to the Murim Alliance leader himself, but he couldn't hide it either. Of course, he could have lied that he was injured in a fight or training or something more decent, but now he made himself look like a complete idiot. However, the elder just laughed, explaining to the young man that he also has a scar that hasn't healed for a long time. The man's father used to own a brewery. He supplied drinks to taverns and sometimes transported the cargo himself. One day, the son saw how drunks were beating him in that very tavern. Of course, at that time he still did not know how to wield a sword as he does now. All he could do was grab a stick and start swinging it blindly. The drunks were not strong men at all. None of them died. The boy simply knocked them to the floor. His father, with a shocked expression on his face, approached his son and tried to stop the bleeding from his hand. And the boy himself at that moment did not even notice that he was bleeding. Then the man took him on his back and ran. By that time, the father had not carried him in his arms for a long time. Moreover, the boy saw that his father's sleeve was also torn and soaked with blood. It was the first time the elder encountered a real fight. Perhaps that is why the scar never disappeared. For, as is known, everyone who comes into the world of martial arts brings their own story with them. The leader also noticed the umbrella with which Poisonous Fox trained and realized that it was his weapon. However, the young man calmly explained that he had borrowed this umbrella from Lee Jin-en for training. Therefore, since the rain had passed, the alliance leader suggested to the young man to take his umbrella so that he could continue training. However, this umbrella turned out to be very heavy. It was practically unliftable. It was forged from black iron. It was a gift from one of the clans of the Murim Alliance. Its ribs and shaft were forged from black iron. Thanks to its weight and strength, it was excellent as a weapon. Moreover, no matter how much the young man swung it, it would not break. Therefore, the elders suggested training together with him. Of course, Poisonous Fox did not understand why he deserved such an umbrella from the alliance leader. However, it was enough for the man that Chun Myung-ho seemed to regret having lived such a shameful life. If he could correct the mistakes of yesterday and live righteously today, he was already a worthy person. Therefore, the elder did not want him to reproach himself for the past. After that, as if nothing had happened, he decided to leave, not to embarrass the youth with his elderly talks. However, at the end, he confessed to the hero that he was eagerly looking forward to meeting him at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. As he left, he only asked that the young men continue their training. It did not matter whether they were swinging their fists or the umbrella. The main thing was that they remained on the side of the orthodox faction. After the elder left, the hero realized that it was already time for lunch. However, Poisonous Fox asked that Lee Jin-yoon go first, as he wished to train a little more. It was clear. The young man was extremely proud that the leader of the alliance himself had given him a weapon. Lee Jin-un could not discern the emotions on his face, so he could not understand whether he was laughing or crying. In the end, several more days passed, and there was only one day left until the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. After the evening, the hero could not sleep because he heard loud voices outside. The conversation was about the festival the day before. On the stage, the herald was saying that there were an extremely large number of participants in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Many of them were exhausted even before it began, just waiting for the qualifying rounds. That was exactly why they held the festival the day before. At the festival, ordinary people could challenge anyone they had long dreamed of fighting. And most importantly, if tonight they realized they were not yet ready, they could skip the tournament tomorrow, because no one wanted to watch weaklings dragging the competition until sunset. However, suddenly this crowd's attention turned to Chun Myunho, the young man who had previously boasted about his weapon. Therefore, they were eager to see his umbrella and skills. Of course, the young man immediately tried to justify himself, because it was those scoundrels who first started bothering him along with their weapons. The others simply laughed because they could not believe that this young man truly fought with an umbrella. Therefore, they were extremely curious to find out what his umbrella was capable of. In the end, Poisonous Fox loudly reminded everyone that the Murim Alliance did not forbid umbrellas as a type of weapon. Therefore, he could not understand such a fuss, especially considering who had given him that umbrella. Listening to all his angry speeches, Li Jin-un could not understand why the character of this young man did not change, even when he was in the company of martial arts masters. In the end, Poisonous Fox still agreed to satisfy the curiosity of the people who mocked him so much. After all, he was the one who practiced the same strike 100,000 times. And not long ago he learned chopping and stabbing strikes from his mentor. Of course, everyone perfectly understood that this was literally basic training for children. Therefore, they did not expect anything special from the fight with him until this young man grew up enough. However, unexpectedly, one man from the crowd realized the young man was learning the three swords technique. Surely his master was impressive. Initially, the young man did not intend to intervene. He just wanted to watch. However, watching such a fool as Chun Myunho disgrace the Dragon and Phoenix tournament was unbearable. Of course, Poisonous Fox explained. He did not care about this tournament. However, he never refused to fight. Therefore, he suggested the young man attack, after which the young man immediately rushed at the man, reminding the rules, whoever strikes first wins. Honestly, even the opponent was amazed at how quick his enemy was. However, the young man still did not strike. He had previously struck with a longer umbrella, so he still could not get used to the fact that this umbrella was shorter than before. But the opponent only laughed at Chun Myunho, who could not even handle his own weapon. Therefore, he wanted to switch to a counterattack. However, to the shock of everyone else, Poisonous Fox simply decided to flee until he had sufficiently honed all his techniques. In the end, they simply started running in circles around the arena. Chun Myunho was repeatedly provoked, and eventually someone managed to strike his legs, causing him to roll across the arena. And the opponent only made the Poisonous Fox realize he couldn't run forever on such a short stage. Of course, the way he ran like a rat was quite amusing. However, now it was better for him to get up to see what true martial arts were. Immediately after that, he rushed forward and attacked with the blunt tip of his blade aiming at the young man's chest. However, fortunately, the latter managed to catch the hand at the last moment, preventing his ribs from breaking. After that, he started swinging his umbrella, hoping that at least from that distance he could reach his enemy. But the umbrella turned out to be still too short, and the opponent was too far away. The opponent only mocked the young man who claimed to have perfectly mastered horizontal strikes. He was even ready to argue that his lunges were no better than this disgrace. Therefore, he decided to demonstrate how these strikes should really be performed. When the whole crowd saw how Chun Myunho was being beaten, they immediately lamented. Where had the young man's confidence gone? In the end, the final blow landed on him with a kick straight to the head, causing him to start losing consciousness. And when he saw the hero in the crowd, he felt an unprecedented humiliation because, it turned out, Dan Vusen had seen his humiliating failure all along. However, suddenly he remembered the words of the head of the Murim Alliance about whether he regretted living such a sinful life all his life. For this reason, he forced himself to stay on his feet. The opponent was amazed that this madman still could barely stand on his feet, yet was so warlike. Therefore, he decided to end him here and now, and attacked with the tip of his blade. At the same time, the young man deeply regretted how he had lived before. He regretted that he had been such a pathetic weakling, and that is precisely why from this moment he longed to be different. Despite the spear striking his side, he still lunged at the opponent and thanked him for closing the distance and greatly helping him. In the end, one strike was enough to create a huge crater on the stage from the force. Honestly, everyone was amazed that this youth possessed such strength. He seemed almost not human. And Chun Myunho, looking at the body of the defeated, still could not believe that he had won. He remembered when he first met the hero, and then decided that he must repay him for kindness and for the guidance as well. He loudly proclaimed that he had won, for the Poisonous Fox always repays debts. And it was clear, Li Jin-en was truly quite proud of his student. The whole crowd was whispering. They could not believe that the young man defeated this fighter with just one umbrella in a single strike. The young man himself could barely move now, however he was still extremely proud of himself. He was already eager to leave the stage. However, other fighters climbed onto it, understanding that one successful victory did not make him someone special. Therefore, they wanted to defeat him. And of course, Poisonous Fox understood how pathetic these people were, since they were now entering the fight instead of leaving first. He tried with all his might to gather his strength and get up to fight these annoying degenerates. Fortunately, at that moment, as if out of nowhere, a hero appeared who shielded the student with his own body. Immediately, everyone felt pressure from his appearance, as if all their internal organs had been turned upside down. He introduced himself as one of the participants of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, who had come down long ago to enjoy the prelude to the festival. But Poisonous Fox could not resist boasting that this young man was his master, who would stand up for him, and it would be the end for all of them. Right after that, the fighters whispered embarrassedly, averting their eyes. And Chun Myunho was struck by the rotten nature of these people. Just a minute ago they were attacking him like rabid dogs, and now they were retreating in the face of Li Jin-en. This means that becoming stronger is truly the greatest thing one can accomplish in the world. Finally, Poisonous Fox began to fall backward from bleeding. But fortunately, another participant managed to catch him. He hinted to the gentleman that it was already too late to continue. Therefore, he suggested ending this performance for today, for the sake of tomorrow's tournament. Of course, everyone immediately whispered, recognizing the son of the Hua clan. As rumors said, he was truly a real handsome man. And the young man himself explained to the hero, if he intended to win the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, it was better not to waste strength here in vain. However, the young lord did not even remember the heir's name. He only recalled that he seemed to call himself Autumn Leaves. At the same time, the other simpler martial arts masters began to disperse home, thinking it was better to end today's performance here. Using this moment, the heir suggested to the hero to drink together with him, as he wished to tell much. After that, he proposed to meet in an hour, and of course he did not forget to praise the young man with the umbrella, who impressed him. Very soon the young man returned home and calmly sat, savoring alcohol. However, at that moment his sister came to him, and she was extremely displeased. It turned out she had been watching her brother. She was curious to know why he stopped the duel. And the whole point was that he considered Dan Vuson a serious contender for the championship, and since he also aspired to this title, he did not want to reveal the hero's strength to the public prematurely. And even his sister agreed with her brother. Li Jin-en looked truly powerful. Even when competing in agility, it was clear. Li Jin-en deliberately slowed down to match their pace. Moreover, he kept a perfect distance, deliberately. It was clear that he was a man with rich experience. And since the heir of the Hua clan had arrived here, he intended to defeat all the heirs of the great clans. However, now he had thoughts that it would be wiser for him to skip the tournament this year. Still, even during the duel, the young man did not use internal energy. With just the physical strength of his body, he could have dealt with all of them. However, the heir thought that his sister was so interested in the young man possibly because she liked him. He even suggested negotiating with their father about her marriage, since it was better to be connected with a trading clan than with some fighting one. It was obvious that she came to his room to find out more details about the hero. Therefore, there was no point in lying. However, the girl still bashfully continued to insist that this young man was not that interesting to her. But the brother advised her to carefully weigh all the pros and cons. If the young man was so to her liking, it was better to arrange the marriage before his victory in the tournament. However, she continued to bashfully shout that Li Jin-en was not her type at all, not even noticing that he was standing right in front of her. At the same time, the awkward hero, as if nothing had happened, decided to find out if he could enter. And the girl, who wanted to escape from here as soon as possible, did not notice that she had bumped her head straight into the doorframe. Li Jin-un felt great awkwardness, but the beauty herself realized that she looked like a madwoman. At the same time, to lighten the mood a little, the heir, as if nothing had happened, greeted his guest. He explained that his younger sister sometimes behaved foolishly. Despite this, she was one of the main contenders for victory in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. As a result, after this, the awkwardness somewhat dissipated, so the girl introduced herself to the hero and in response heard his name. After that, all three sat down at the table to calmly enjoy the food and talk. However, the beauty still did not understand why she was even among these two. At the same time, her brother, as if nothing had happened, confessed to the hero that Dan Woosen had made quite an impression on his sister. For this reason, she wanted to give him something. However, Li Jin-un did not understand at all what was happening, because he had not even done anything to impress her. The girl then handed the hero what she had in her hands, the treasure of the fist guard of their clan. It was not a metal attacking glove, but simply hand protection. Therefore, she asked the hero to accept them as a gift of goodwill. Honestly, they looked not just excellent. Therefore, the young man swore to use them wisely. At that time, the heir decided to find out from the young gentleman whether he knew who were considered the favorites of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. And upon learning that he was completely uninformed, he asked that his sister tell him everything. Of course, she had no desire at all. Therefore, the brother threatened. Otherwise, he would reveal her shameful childhood, and then she would never wash away the disgrace. In the end, the sister had to tell. As possible winners, a great many names were mentioned. But in reality, the competition is between two forces, the Murim Alliance and the Rulers Association. The Murim Alliance puts forward as main candidates the heirs of the Mountain Sect Huan and the Wudang Sect, although their participation is still in question. The Wudang Sect risks life and health in every duel. All from the Wudang Sect do not wish to interfere in world affairs. As for the Rulers Association, they support other heirs, the Namjun clan and the Doko clan. Well, if these two meet in the final, neither will leave unscathed. All because they were rivals in love. Both are madly in love with one lady, who is famous as the first beauty of the South. So if they meet in the final, both will end up with serious injuries. They grit their teeth waiting for the moment they can humiliate each other in the arena. And of course, the hero clearly heard the name of this girl. She was the daughter of the elder to whom he was so indebted in his past life. Apparently, this girl has already grown into a woman admired by the heirs of great clans. And Li Jin-en, who once was almost like an uncle to her, but now stood among her peers. It was a very strange feeling. Moreover, the heir, opposite whom the hero was seated, was also a member of the Association of Rulers. He was a kind of dark horse. In fact, he had never once participated in a public duel. Everything in life just seemed extremely tiresome to him. And truly, Autumn Leaf had no inner drive for battle at all. Perhaps he was simply so powerful that he did not need to fight at all. He could simply be a person who inspires a certain fear just by his presence. Also, the lady revealed that this year there are two unpredictable variables in the competition. They are not very well known, but rumors say they are strong. One of them is from the Hainan sect, and the second is Li Jin-en. For this reason, the heir was extremely curious to find out how ready the young master was for this tournament. Therefore, the hero had to explain. Of all the participants he had just heard about, it seemed there was not a single one he considered a serious opponent. And of course everyone was shocked by his such loud words. However, Autumn Wind laughed, realizing that the hero clearly was not going to lose. Moreover, obviously, it was truly not easy to deal with him. No matter how much the young man tried to analyze him, he could not comprehend his main martial art, nor his level, nor even whether he was interested in his sister. However, she was even known as the Snow Phoenix, but Li Jin-un showed no slightest interest in her. Perhaps he was simply too focused on becoming more powerful at any cost. In the end, when the evening came to a close, Li Jin-un prepared to go home, thanking the young master and lady for such a warm reception. As soon as he left, the girl decided to ask her brother what he would do about the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. To be honest, he could say one thing. He met someone worthy. And they were already arguing about winning the tournament instead of simply becoming friends. Therefore, he decided to yield to this young master and would not participate this year. Moreover, he felt that the hero was an incredibly straightforward person. He didn't even try to flirt with the girl once, which clearly meant he was not a womanizer. Of course, she thought that the reason was that the hero was extremely cultured or was pretending. However, the brothers saw, Li Jin-un simply did not care about his little sister at all. Naturally, she was offended by these words, so she immediately declared that she did not need Li Jin-un even as a gift. The brother laughed, but asked his sister not to be upset. In their lives, she would see many heirs of merchants, powerful martial families, clan heirs, members of the Murim Alliance. The hero. Not every person from the underground world is without honor. If she watches carefully with her eyes and listens to their words, she will definitely choose a man she will love. All his previous talks were simply to tease her. Therefore, he asked her not to take it to heart. And of course, the sister was not offended, for she knew her elder brother very well. However, the heir still insisted that she keep an eye on the hero, for he was meeting a person for the first time who so greatly disregarded the heirs of the Namjun and Doko clans. If anyone had heard this, they would surely have already drawn their sword against him. And unfortunately, while they were discussing this with the sister, the heirs of the Namjun and Doko clans overheard their conversation, and they were extremely enraged. Therefore, they demanded to be given a name. Two confessed. Who else would dare to so greatly underestimate them?
Doko Khan interrupted the night silence with a fierce shout. The eyes of the future patriarch blazed with red anger. Invol coldly sent his companion to a safe place. Both masters remained alone under the light of the lanterns. Glances crossed in a tense confrontation. The strategist tried to justify himself with random words of passers-by. Khan was outraged by the comparison to worthless merchants. A mysterious figure in blue disappeared into the depths of the corridor. Khan recognized in the stranger the heir of the MANHWA trading group. He demanded to find out who truly prevails in strength. Invol reminded of Oyan Sen's shameful defeat. The strategist's weapon instantly flashed in the night air. Khan aggressively intercepted the blade, looking straight into the eyes. Invol only smiled slyly, hiding his face with a fan. He offered the warrior to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. The prospect of defeating worthy opponents ignited Khan's excitement. Invol suddenly burst out with loud maniacal laughter. He assured that the Murumgrans would leave empty-handed this year. The dark blue fan unfolded with a sharp sound. Khan accepted the challenge, sensing the scent of a real game. He proposed a bet of 10,000 on the Alliance's victory. Invol tripled the amount, betting on a complete outsider. A dead silence reigned around the night courtyard. Khan walked away confident in an easy win. The strategist watched him off with a heavy, piercing gaze. The qualifying stage of the tournament gathered a crowd of the best masters. The warrior in blue attire confidently made his way through the noise. The judge announced the strict rules for collecting name tokens. The young man stopped in front of the registration table. The registrar was waiting for the name of the future participant. The boy inquired about the possibility of using a pseudonym. He almost called himself the King of the Fist, recalling the past. But he decided that the present I still lacked grandeur. A laconic inscription appeared on the tree, Warrior of the Fist. The young man politely thanked for the issued plaque. He unhurriedly moved through the heated crowd of fighters. The majestic mountain arena was preparing for bloody battles. Dako Khan meticulously assessed the level of competitors. His companion noted an unprecedented surge of inner energy. The fist warrior tightened his gloves, relying on body technique. He was preparing to test the perfection of his own movements. Suddenly, the calm was broken by the desperate cry of the disqualified. The Grey Elder harshly scolded the vile master. The loser vainly begged for a second chance. The judge was relentless towards violators of honor. He condemned the brutal cruelty towards the fallen enemy. While the medics were saving the wounded, the heroes silently watched. The fairness of the elderly master evoked sincere respect. It was such people who upheld the remnants of Murim's honor. The young man felt that he would not be able to hate this side. The fist warrior approached the elder with a respectful bow. The judge assessed the manners and asked for the token for the fight. He read aloud the chosen nickname of the young man. But suddenly the elder's gaze caught on the equipment. The black gloves turned out to be an unseen artifact of the Hua clan. The new opponent impatiently interrupted their conversation. The elder gave the signal to start the first duel. The opponent took a stance, meeting the hero's icy calm. The bare-knuckle fight promised to be short. The fist warrior swiftly attacked from above. He ironically doubted the strength of the opponent. The blow shattered the stone floor of the arena. The opponent flew back, spitting out clots of blood. The referee stopped the fight, saving the life of the loser. The old man froze from the incredible power of the boy. The Reaper of Lives confidently came out as a substitute. The hero greeted the enemy with a restrained bow. The Reaper was nervous, unable to calculate the level of the adversary. He put all his energy into the last desperate attack. The fist warrior only smiled, urging to conserve strength. His fist flew exactly to the target, interrupting the attack. The energy wave rolled the Reaper into the ruins. The crowd froze at the sight before them. The judge burst out with an excited, maniacal laugh. The fighter was hurriedly taken off the arena unconscious. The next participant surrendered from sheer fear alone. The elder fiercely expelled the coward from the tournament. Only a token remained in the middle of the empty arena. The judge sharply pointed a finger at the hero. He had never seen such a swift victory before. The warrior of the fist officially advanced to the final bracket. A troubling night descended upon the Alliance residence. A pile of wooden tokens crashed onto the table. The masters began to distribute the fighters by ranks. Only one participant received the highest status, Hep. The legend of the Master of Two Strikes instantly became surrounded by rumors. A mysterious order forced a change in the pairings. The Alliance leader appeared before the elders. Only those with unwavering will pass the selection. No traces of unorthodox sex have been found so far. Elite squads received orders to secretly cover the finalists. Any aggression was punished by immediate imprisonment. Suddenly, the leader froze, immersed in memories. He demanded complete security for every participant. The elders felt the weight of his last words. The bright sun illuminated the beginning of the main stage. To joyful shouts, they unveiled a huge tournament board. The masters proudly watched the festival of strength. The crowd triumphed in anticipation of great battles. The alliance leader remained alone with his demons. The preparations ended, leaving emptiness in the soul. A sad smile concealed a long-standing inner pain. The spectators' shouts made him turn toward the light. People clamored, fighting for the best seats. Young aristocrats confidently bet on their own glory. The old master silently observed their carefreeness. A nostalgic smile revealed the fatigue of lived years. The past once again pulled him into its cold embrace. Once they and a comrade equally sincerely rejoiced in life. Now only the cry "Shon Shon" echoed in his memory. Images of the burning battlefield flared up with new strength. He desperately held the dying friend amid the fire. Shon Shon begged him to survive and lead this battle. The last glance of the warrior was forever etched in memory. The question about the sins of that war still had no answer. Plea for salvation drowned in the roar of the fire. The commander broke through hell, carrying the burden of guilt. The earth was covered with the bodies of those who trusted his orders. He dreamed of a world where the weak would not become victims. The strong were to decide fate only with their own swords. With this heavy realization, the leader greeted the new morning. The leader's cloak fluttered in the quarter light under the dull sound of footsteps. He knew this tournament would be his last. The crowd went wild with excitement, shouting the name of the great hero. The elder silenced thousands of people with a single gesture. The leader's golden eyes radiated unwavering, stern calm. Among the spectators stood gloomy, silver-haired masters. Others watched the event with utmost concentration. The warrior in blue remained impassive while the novices nearby trembled. The speech began with events from 45 years ago. Back then, every fight was on the edge, and death was considered a usual matter. The elder recalled his bloody youth and triumph over the great Sex. Next to him, then fought his closest friend, Chanwang. They received the legendary swords of the Star and the Water Moon. The elders voluntarily gave the weapons to the best youths of that era. The joy of that moment was forever engraved in the leader's memory. The maid brought out the reward designated for the new victor. In the chest shone a century-old ginseng, the priceless treasure of the Ime sect. The spectators held their breath, realizing the incredible generosity of the prize. The abbess of Ime gave her last for the sake of the future generation. The next trophy was the star sword of the late Chanwang. The leader believed the soul of his friend watches this celebration from the heavens. He almost gave his own weapon, causing the elders to shudder. Instead, the blacksmiths of the Gu clan forged a new masterpiece for the tournament. The disciples of the Hua sect imagined with admiration a magnificent blade in their hands. The victor earned the right to personally name this weapon. The elder sharply drew his blade from its sheath. The water moon sword crashed into the ground with a roar, shattering stones. The leader urged the youth to keep their hearts pure like this untarnishing steel. The old generation prepared to make way for new legends. 3 incredible awards shone in the sun, waiting for the strongest. The leader's sword flared in the air, slicing through beams of light. Faces of those who made the history of Murem were reflected in the blade. The fierce gaze of golden eyes fixed on the crowd. "We are the Orthodox," thundered over the square like thunder. The Dragon and Phoenix tournament was officially opened. The protagonist only boldly observed the pompous spectacle. He ironically repeated the old man's words about the path of righteousness. For the leader, it was not a status, but a burden of countless losses. The elder continued on his path even after the death of friends. The Orthodox are madmen who burn their lives for their own beliefs. Their stubbornness was the only thing holding this world together. The judge announced the start of the first match of the main bracket. The warrior fist and the master of the double spear were called to the arena. The young man confidently took the first step on the stone stairs. A bold smile did not leave his face. The time to act had come. The opponents met in the center of the square before thousands of eyes. The hero scrutinized the enemy's technique and stance. A mighty fighter from Hebei looked at his opponent in surprise. He did not understand how one could enter a fight without any weapons. The spearman asked about his style with open contempt. "I am the king of the fist," the protagonist replied calmly. The opponent only nodded confidently, anticipating an easy victory. He considered the young man just another low-level novice. The judge gave the final command. The tension reached its peak. The fighters instantly sprang from their places, turning into blurred shadows. The hero gracefully dodged the lightning-fast spear strike. He moved like flowing water, ignoring the deadly steel. The opponent jumped back, trying to break the distance. The master from Hebei soared into the air for the final devastating attack. The fist warrior merely crossed his arms, concentrating destructive energy. The arena trembled from a colossal explosion and a cloud of debris. The alliance leader watched with satisfaction the birth of a new power. The opponent in red unleashed the full force of double spears on the fist warrior. The young man stopped the deadly steel with only one forearm. The adversary froze, realizing complete helplessness against this technique. The counter impulse threw the spear master aside like a rag. The energy explosion tore the air with a powerful white wave. Elder Sun jumped in his chair from the incredible spectacle. A cloud of stone dust covered the completely destroyed arena. While medics checked the fallen one's condition, quiet laughter was heard from the side. The old judge burst into maniacal laughter from a pure delight. The spear bearer remained lying unconscious, but without serious injuries. The judge officially declared the fist warrior the winner of the first fight. The crowd buzzed, trying to find out the name of the mysterious master. Suddenly, the silence was broken by solitary, confident applause. The man in red did not hide his admiration for the hero's skill. He energetically waved his hand, beckoning his friend to come closer. Next to him appeared a mysterious figure in elegant attire. The eccentric master with a fan greeted Lee on a successful start. Chol Muno, known as the Poisonous Fox, playfully introduced himself to the warrior. The friends began to noisily argue about nicknames and manners. It turned out that the fox was not interested in participating in the tournament itself at all. He bet a crazy 30,000 on the triumph of the fist warrior. The sum of the bet shocked those around. It equaled the value of 3 estates. A bold, barely noticeable smile appeared on Lee's face. He struck his palm with his fist, promising to keep his friend's gold safe. Cholp became interested in the artifact gloves made of celestial silk. These unique items once belonged to the Great Beckley clan. The gloves became a gift in return for the legendary sword. The Patriarch of Beckley gave them away, believing the artifact would find a better owner. Lee analyzed the strength of the allies, recalling their skill in fencing. He noted the considerable power of the Hua clan hidden behind the fans. Chol pointed to the arena where his fierce opponent had appeared. The giant black sword of Doko Khan gleamed ominously in the sun. The spectators had already predicted his easy championship in advance. The man in red only skeptically grimaced at such pathos. With one devastating strike, Doko drove his blade into the ground near the enemy. The stands erupted with excitement after the giant's instant victory. The swordsman felt the gazes on him and turned threateningly. Chol waved at him amicably while Lee maintained an icy calm. The fist warrior looked at the competitor with outright contempt. Han boldly slung his sword over his shoulder, boasting of his strength. He headed straight to the group, provoking a new quarrel. The giant asked if Lee regretted his risky bet. Chol demonstratively ignored him, pretending complete deafness. Han got angry, calling the association's strategist a complete failure. The man in red instantly flared up at such a brazen insult. But the swordsman did not even honor the worm with a direct glance. Lee wearily covered his face with his hand, watching this circus. The friend in red began awkwardly justifying himself before the warrior. Doko's eyes filled with blood, his hand tightly gripped the hilt. The degree of tension increased with every word thrown to the wind. Insults fell one after another, adding fuel to the fire. The fist warrior face-palmed again at his comrade's stupidity. The fox continued to smile slyly behind his open fan. The man in red again tried to avoid direct confrontation. Khan finally lost patience, preparing to draw his weapon instantly. Frightened by the giant's aura, the opponent began babbling nonsense. The absurd joke about the iron umbrella finally enraged Khan. The swordsman responded only with a dark, extremely menacing laugh. He promised to arrange a bloody duel with the audacious fool. The comrade in red suddenly relaxed, continuing to be ironic. The sword flew out of the sheath against the backdrop of Doko's dazzling flash of fury. Chol finally tried to intervene to stop the inevitable, but the fist warrior had already confidently shielded his friends with his back. He authoritatively ordered Doko Han to get out of his way immediately. The swordsman froze in shock, encountering such a bold rebuff. The stranger reproached Doko Han for wasting energy on weaklings. The crowd recognized the swordsman as the grandson of the legendary Sword Emperor. Someone suggested that the boy's audacity was backed by the power of the Trade Guild. A mysterious voice made Doko explain his delay near the arena. He replied coldly that the duel ended even before the conversation began. The protagonist's companion could not comprehend such a lightning-fast defeat. Doko needed only one strike to not waste time on the outsider. Medics hurriedly carried the mangled body of another victim out of the arena. Lee recognized the fallen fighter as the formidable Namgun, which only fueled his interest. The young man silently studied the nature of the wounds, assessing the cruelty of the favorite. The real Namgun Yi appeared in the arena, surrounded by a sinister aura. Two giants faced each other closely, exchanging deadly glances. A witness to the conflict almost suffocated from the pressure of their intentions. The tension was dispelled by Lady Pek, whose voice sounded like a saving bell. The pink-haired friend ironically inquired about the purpose of this gathering. The poisonous fox greeted the girls with his characteristic gallantry. Pik thanked for the gifted sword, which she had already managed to test in battle. The formidable Doko instantly became embarrassed and blushed before the beauty. However, her attention unexpectedly stopped on the warrior of the fist. The lady barely noticeably bowed to the hero, demonstrating secret respect. Lee responded with a restrained salute, hiding his own embarrassment. Pek walked away, ignoring the desperate calls of the disappointed Namgun. The fury of both opponents instantly transferred to the random, lucky one. Jealousy turned their fighting will into a concentrated thirst for murder. The announcement of the second round brought the masters back to reality. The fox inquired about Lee's readiness for the next stage of trials. The young man confidently confirmed his intentions. There was nowhere to retreat. Behind him, two fires of undisguised hatred still burned. The strategist explained that now the hero is the main target in their love war. Lee became an accidental enemy in a stranger's competition for the lady's heart. The companion mocked the descendants of clans for their uncontrollable lust. Namgun's deadly gaze made the chatterer instantly fall silent from fear. The protagonist timely calmed his friend, saving him from inevitable retribution. He understood. Doko restrained himself only because of the thousands of eyes in the stands. The frightened comrade pompously promised to be more careful with his words. He froze in a dramatic bow before his savior. Lee laughed sincerely for the first time at this awkward theatrical performance. The pink-haired girl caught the fun with a ringing giggle. She noted the true sincerity of their unusual friendship. The bright sun at zenith announced the start of the most important matches. The hero analyzed the technique of future opponents from above. The tension in the air grew with every tooth knocked out in the arena. Another knockout brought the decisive moment of the tournament closer. Lady Pek waited intently for the true masters to enter. The tournament bracket paired the Fist Warrior and the incomparable Doko together. Only 2 steps and 2 victories remained until the final. The next barrier was to be the enraged Doko Khan himself. In case of success, Namgun Yi, thirsty for revenge, was already waiting for Lee. The other part of the final was shared between Hainan and Manhwa. The referee called Doko and the Fist Warrior to take their places. Lee stepped onto the arena, feeling the power of every movement. The warrior's gazes crossed in the last warning before the fight. Namgun Yi watched this with bitter, poisonous envy. He was infuriated by the very thought of Ryan's interest in this newcomer. The swordsman decided to unleash all his fury on his own rival. The hero's companion begged Lee to crush this arrogant bastard. The protagonist silently approached his main obstacle. Namgun Yi slyly greeted his next victim on the battlefield. The young man only coldly advised him to finally shut up. The blade sliced through the air in a furious attempt to silence the opponent forever. A strike of terrible force turned the stone slabs into a cloud of fragments. The shockwave made the crowd shudder at the scale of destruction. Only the elders watched the display of animal strength impassively. Lee calmly studied the chaos, preparing his next move. The youth in blue planned to be merciful, but the Murim rules demanded otherwise. Doko Han boldly promised to put the trade worm in its place. The hero's first confident step made the swordsman freeze in surprise. The atmosphere in the arena heated up from concentrated inner power. An explosion of energy tore the ground, turning stones into sharp spikes. Han's confidence instantly changed to primal terror. Lee ironically reminded the enemy of his recent arrogant threats. Blue sparks on the fist promised Han a special treatment in battle. A dense curtain of dust concealed the consequences of the first power release. A single move destroyed the arena, making the spectators tremble with excitement. The Alliance leader calmly watched the chaos from his chair. The elders ordered to immediately protect the stands from shockwaves. Khan tensely stared into the smoke, preparing for a desperate attack. The terrible power of the wild man was beyond his understanding. A storm of golden discharges fell upon the hero in a last attempt to attack. Deadly energy flew past, not even touching Lee's cloak. The hero's hand flashed with blue lightning, accumulating power for a strike. Electric discharges fiercely crackled on the young man's battle bandages. A giant energy fist crashed into Doko, crushing his defense. The swordsman realized a monster with pure inner strength stood against him. Poisonous Fox only smiled satisfiedly, calculating the future win. The hero's lightning-fast dash left Khan no chance to react. A cold gaze accompanied every devastating blow of the fist warrior. The artifact-black sword vibrated from tension under the hail of attacks. The perfect balance of force threw Doko Khan backward, breaking his stance. A series of precise strikes shattered the defense like fragile glass. Now Uyan Sen's defeat seemed absolutely logical to Khan. The hero brazenly mocked the fear in the eyes of the invincible master. Khan completely lost his composure and launched a desperate attack. Li stopped the giant blade with just 2 fingers. The weapon flew out of the shocked heir's hands, tracing a high arc. The black blade thunderously plunged into the ruins far from its owner. The shame of defeat froze in the eyes of the enraged clan leader. The patriarch's insult hung over Doko like a death sentence for failure. The father contemptuously called his son an empty vessel and a disgrace to the family. The clan elders turned away in disgust from the weak young leader. Psychological pressure and burning shame crushed the throat of the fallen warrior. Helplessly clenched teeth in rage became the only reaction to humiliation. Lai coldly observed the enemy's agony. The duel was not over yet. The Khan convulsively grabbed his sword, clinging to the remnants of his pride. The golden glow flared up again. He was preparing his last argument. Lady Pek and the masters felt the approach of a real catastrophe. A pillar of energy rose to the heavens under Doko Khan's frantic scream. The art of destroying the heavens fell upon the protagonist like a golden storm. Li instantly calculated the weak spot in this chaotic concentration of power. He remained motionless, waiting for the decisive moment of collision. The hero calmly pointed out to the enemy the lack of unity between sword and body. Blue discharges once again tightly enveloped the warrior's hand. Khan's mind was scattered, making his attack an empty noise. The blue fist met the golden wave in a dazzling explosion of 2 elements. The shockwave made everyone present instinctively cover their faces. The fox elegantly hid behind a fan from the raging energy storm. The elders calmly awaited the finale through the cloud of dust. Khan's golden energy dissipated, leaving only deep furrows on the arena. Li stood in the center of the destruction, completely unharmed. Doko looked at his hands in panic, not understanding the collapse of his technique. The patriarch's voice in his head proclaimed final disappointment. The clan's ghost called him an empty cart, depriving him of the right to inheritance. The psychological breakdown made Khan scream from unbearable inner pain. He bit his lips to the blood, finally admitting his own worthlessness. The hysterical attack was merely a pathetic attempt to escape reality. Li watched this madness with icy and gloomy detachment. Khan's erratic blows could not even come close to the calm hero. The blue eyes of the fist warrior paralyzed the last will of the broken swordsman. Reality proved too cruel for a child from a sheltered family. The narrator noted, the blades of others' expectations wounded deeper than any enemy sword. A weak soul turned its own weapon into a curse for its master. The discord between an unstrengthened spirit and a strong body inevitably led to collapse. The fist warrior stood unwaveringly over the fallen enemy against the backdrop of a clear sky. His hand flared again with concentrated blue flames of energy. The blue discharges unleashed the protagonist's devastating hidden power. The truth amid the bloody chaos was reflected in the hero's calm gaze. Doko Khan bitterly admitted his total weakness before this power. He finally resigned himself to the cruel reality of devastating defeat. The art of sky destruction demanded complete unity of scattered will. However, Khan decided to make one last desperate orange surge. The shining sword soared upward for the final deadly strike. The swordsman invested the remnants of his life force and anger into the swing. A golden explosion in the shape of a cross covered the ruins of the tournament arena. Li only indulgently praised the enemy for successful concentration. A lightning-fast counterstrike of blue energy pierced the golden storm. The arena shattered into pieces from the clash of 2 titanic elements. Small stone fragments slowly fell in dead silence after the explosion. Unconscious Khan fell onto the sharp ruins of his own glory. From his eyes, hope for a quick championship disappeared forever. The fallen master realized the unattainable height of the opponent. The figure of Li seemed to him cosmically distant and absolutely invincible. Even the clan's legacy proved powerless against this inner strength. The bitterness of humiliation froze on the bloodied lips of the defeated. The Fist Warrior strictly waited until the dust of the last attack settled. The Khan tried to get up, leaving bloody traces on the stone slabs. The maniacal whisper revealed his complete refusal to accept reality. The commanding shout, "Enough!" interrupted this pitiful spectacle. The gray elder of the clan looked at his grandson with deep disappointment. He condemned the shameful hysteria that humiliated the honor of the entire Dako family. The young man shuddered under the devastating psychological pressure of authority. But the tone of the old man suddenly changed to a cold, instructive conclusion. He ordered to consider this defeat a harsh but necessary lesson. The broken Dako humbly accepted the status of the defeated and bowed his head. His massive black sword clattered out of his exhausted fingers. A low bow confirmed the official recognition of complete capitulation. The defeated master left, hiding his tearful face from the crowd. The name of the Fist Warrior thundered triumphantly under the wild ovation of thousands of people. Allies hurried to congratulate the hero amid the epic ruins of the arena. Namgunyi only coldly regretted that he was not the one who personally finished Han. A predatory smile concealed the promise to tear Li's face upon meeting. The view from above revealed the scale of destruction. The arena had turned into a crater. The young man modestly accepted compliments from the admiring Lady Pek. In the shadow of the corridor, Namgunyi was already preparing his own plan of revenge. He realized Li perfectly concealed his energy until the decisive moment. The master swore not to repeat the humiliating and inglorious fate of Khan. He analyzed the straightforward and too rough style of the fallen swordsman. But even such brutal strength did not withstand Li's unwavering will. Namgun acknowledged the enemy's advantage, betting on cunning and knowledge. The perfect solution finally found its place on the imaginary game board. The memory took him back to the times of the first bitter defeats of distant childhood. Then the young heir painfully experienced his loss in the same way. He tried to understand the secret of his grandfather's infinite wisdom. The sunlit room of the residence held the secrets of the great family strategy. The elder taught, confidence without calculation is the fate of weak dilettantes. The blood of the Namguns obliged not just to fight, but to control the entire course of events. The young man was mesmerized studying the game pieces, grasping the essence of true power. The clan was never meant to become an ordinary pawn in someone else's grand game. He remembered the main thing, to read the opponent's moves and command the entire match. The path of the Namguns was always the path of one who sees the whole picture completely. A new revelation for the upcoming battle flared in the swordsman's eyes with excitement. The plan to destroy the Fist Warrior was finally formed in his mind. Namgunyi confidently stepped out of the shadows into the dazzling sunlight. He was preparing to draw the dangerous hero into his own cunning game. The crowd went wild in the yin-yang arena, demanding retribution. The fans fiercely urged the fighters to tear each other apart. The Fist Warrior noted the remarkable composure of the new opponent. He flared with a blue aura and was the first to rush into the attack. Bare fists met steel in a dazzling explosion of energy. Namgun confidently blocked the sword strike with a golden dragon. The fighter's feet sliced through the stone, raising clouds of dust. The swordsman prepared to unleash his secret mastery. He concentrated all his inner strength for the third technique. Pillars of blue light suddenly pierced the sky above the arena. The rays intertwined into a deadly web over the battlefield. Namgun activated the legendary 8 strikes of the ruler. The hero froze before the shining barrier, studying the enemy's technique. The spectators were stunned by the scale and complexity of the attack. The magical blade began to drain the spirit of everyone nearby. Namgun boldly suggested to the enemy to try to jump over the trap. The Fist Warrior instantly deciphered the treacherous plan with the jump. Instead, he took a decisive step right into the line of fire. The young man broke through the beams, destroying the swordsman's logic. A devastating fist strike completely shattered the energy shield. Namgun's face twisted in unexpected shock. The protagonist advanced head-on, ignoring the danger. The swordsman desperately tried to stop the madman with a wide swing. The hero firmly planted himself on the ground, preparing a counterattack. He bare-handedly deflected the heavy blade, creating a powerful shockwave. Namgun was thrown back like a leaf during a storm. The young man ironically inquired about his opponent's endurance. The swordsman could not believe that his technique was broken by fists. He desperately tried to regain control over the duel. Every move of the enemy seemed to him completely absurd. Gathering the remnants of his strength, Namgun launched into attack again. The arena turned into a chaotic whirlwind of sparks and strikes. The Fist Warrior skillfully parried every attack, acknowledging the enemy's power. A powerful flash marked another clash of their auras. The hero dreamed of surpassing the Emperor of Swords himself. A daring smile signaled his complete domination. This fight became an ideal training for him before the final. Namgun's strikes cut only the air, not reaching the target. Suddenly, the swordsman felt that he had deciphered the enemy's rhythm. He calculated the sequence of movements, from kicks to palms. Namgun prepared to intercept the next attack. He waited for the palm, preparing his own counterattack. But instead of an open hand, a heavy fist flew at him. The hero mocked the enemy, breaking his expectations with a simple change of movement. Namgun was shocked by the use of sound decoys in battle. His strategic chessboard shattered into 1,000 pieces. All the rules and plans of the Namgun clan turned out to be useless. The final blow unleashed colossal destructive power. A dense cloud of dust covered the battered arena. The crowd could not believe that the elite clan suffered such an easy defeat. Namgun sat helplessly in blood, surrounded by frightened servants. The wound on the forehead testified to the devastating power of the protagonist. The swordsman barely got up, maintaining a serious expression on his face. Lady Pek watched the beaten warrior with anxiety. The servants supported their master so that he would not fall on the stones. He looked confusedly at his own bloodied hands. The question about the cause of the defeat gave him no peace. His entire perfect world turned out to be just an illusion of control. The entire grand strategy was no bigger than his own palm. Namgun officially acknowledged his defeat with a loud exclamation. The hero praised his courage and promised a new meeting. The fallen swordsman swore to return even stronger. He left the arena, promising to create an unbreakable strategy. The judge declared the Fist Warrior the winner of the semifinal. Friends rushed to congratulate the hero, but he remained focused. V. Maxion, with the golden sword, stepped forward to meet the winner. The protagonist eagerly accepted the challenge for the final battle. Maxion was puzzled by the opponent's wild energy. He silently turned away from his comrades, preparing for the fight. The swordsman confidently claimed his championship ambitions. The hero only smiled defiantly. The real battle was just beginning. The arena froze in anticipation of the semi-final. Traveler of the Blooming Plum versus the Golden Sand Sword. The hand firmly gripped the golden hilt, throwing a brief challenge to the opponent. Jingyul exploded with a pink aura and launched a frontal attack. The devastating whirlwind onslaught tore through the air, heading straight for the target. Maxion gracefully dodged, letting the deadly energy pass by him. The blades clashed, flooding the arena with a cascade of sparks and waves of plum. Poisonous Fox in the stands only skeptically grimaced at the theatricality of the Huashan fighter. His companion objected. Every move of this sect was a dance on the edge of death. Fox slyly smiled, predicting a swift victory for the master from Manhwa. But the dark-haired warrior cut short. No. Maxion's golden aura instantly absorbed all attack attempts. Pink energy swirled again around Jingyul, preparing the decisive technique. From the powerful impact, the arena floor shattered into pieces. A gigantic tornado of petals crashed down on the enemy straight from the sky. Maxion only smiled, preparing a harsh response. One lightning-fast swing, and the opponent's confidence was shattered. The needle of the golden thread pierced the pink whirlwind through and through. Jingyul froze in the air, entangled in a shining golden web. Magical bindings instantly shackled the movements of the frozen master Huashan. A powerful strike against the ground rolled the defeated one into the ruins of the arena. The wounded fighter helplessly exhaled, trapped in energetic pincers. The cold steel of the golden sword stopped right at the throat. The trap closed. There was no way out of the golden snares. The pressure of the enemy's machinery became increasingly heavy and suffocating. The body was finally pressed into the stone under a thick cloud of dust. Maxion towered over the enemy, coldly demanding surrender. The victor jokingly asked if he really intended to die in a friendly fight. Jingyul only resigned himself to defeat, acknowledging the superiority of his comrade. Finalists determined, the Dragon and Phoenix tournament approached its climax. Maxion confidently turned around in the arena, preparing for the last battle. On the screen, two geniuses faced off, the joyful swordsman and the stern fist warrior. The stands exploded in the rays of the sunset, anticipating the legendary clash. Spectators actively discussed the chances of Maxion's golden technique. But the opponent's fans believed the fist warrior had not yet shown his true strength. The judge gave the signal, and the fighters froze in the last second before the start. The fist warrior instantly closed the distance, bursting with a series of kicks. Maxion blocked the attack, analyzing the unusual style of the swordsman hand-to-hand fighter. A storm of fast and heavy blows continuously crashed against the Golden Warrior's block. The final high kick made Maxion shudder from the incredible force of the collision. The swordsman smiled fiercely. He was exactly waiting for such aggression. Fingers tightly gripped the hilt, preparing an unexpected counterattack. The fist warrior froze. The opponent instantly switched to a reverse grip. The unconventional stance foretold a deadly change in the combat rhythm. A golden arc of energy threw the attacker back to a safe distance. The blade flared with a dazzling fire, accumulating devastating magical power. The golden sandsword activated its trump card. Golden silk needle slashed through the air with dozens of shining rays. The fist warrior felt the true breath of danger and focused intensely. The massive technique covered the entire arena with a deadly net. The air filled with a strange glow, golden sand. The hero understood the essence of the trap. Each grain of sand was saturated with foreign energy. Maxion dramatically raised his hand for the final gesture. Sparks on the fingertips were preparing for a massive detonation. A malicious snap of the fingers, and the hidden trap was triggered. The arena turned into a fiery sea of explosions under the evening sky. The spectators froze. The attack suddenly stopped mid-flight. The gray-haired elders could not believe their eyes, watching the anomaly. Maxion trembled from shock. He no longer controlled his own golden threads. Panic gripped the swordsman as unknown beams tore his network apart. The fist warrior stood unharmed, surrounded by barely visible blue threads. Horror pierced Maxion. The enemy copied his complex technique at first glance. The young man released the copied blue threads, demonstrating full control over foreign energy. Maxion saw an insurmountable wall of power before him and shuddered with fear. The warrior smiled triumphantly. This might was truly absolute. The blue whirlwind tore through the air, forcing Maxion to admit his defeat. The victor calmly stood on the platform while the magical lace slowly dissolved. Dust settled on the yin-yang arena, leaving the fighters in the silence of the empty hall. The stands buzzed with confusion. Why did the golden sword surrender so suddenly? The alliance leader knew. Such a level of mastery is available only to the chosen. The elder thoughtfully looked at the youth, wondering how far he would go. After the fight, Maxion sincerely thanked his opponent and asked for a rematch in the future. The fist warrior accepted the offer, paying due respect to his comrade. The alliance leader's voice thundered over the crowd, announcing the name of the new champion. With paternal pride, the elder prepared to name the absolute winner of the tournament. The hero's friends watched with admiration the triumph of their leader. The arena exploded with shouts. The fist warrior became the rightful holder of the title. In the crowd, someone was beside themselves with happiness, almost knocking neighbors off their feet. The emotional fan quickly disappeared, leaving behind only confused glances. Suddenly, a mysterious man froze and shot up into the night sky like lightning. He raced across rooftops, leaving behind only a blurred trail of energy. In the deep night, a figure in a yellow robe knocked on the window of a mysterious carriage. Hearing permission, the man entered inside to his secret order. He bowed low to the group leader, whose face was hidden by a wide hat. A stern voice asked about the progress of the young talents of the Orthodox factions. The messenger reported, "These children do not yet pose a real threat to their plan." The leader confirmed the transition to the main phase of the secret operation. A dark shadow fell on the floor as the names of the invincible demons of the past were spoken. Captain Okeon appeared before his subordinates, hiding his face with bloody talismans. He coldly ordered to clean the room and prepare for new tasks. A giant spider on the web became the symbol of a new goal in the Murium Alliance. A deadly formation began to unfold around the Gorin Gorge. At the solemn arena, the finalists were called to receive their well-deserved awards. The Alliance leader prepared luxurious gifts for the best warriors of the generation. Namgun could not believe his ears when his name was announced among the prize winners. The young man received the Supreme Star Blade, feeling the weight of the legendary weapon. The elder gently offered to accept this gift, which deeply moved the swordsman. Namgun was amazed by the leader's generosity towards a representative of another association. He admitted his prejudices were mistaken, feeling sincere remorse. The swordsman accepted the case, vowing to faithfully protect this relic. Next onto the platform came Wei Maxion, maintaining calm and confidence. The leader called him the genius of the century, but the young man modestly pointed to the true winner. Maxion publicly acknowledged the superiority of the fist warrior, giving him the palm of victory. The elder laughed cheerfully, and the main hero only shyly looked away. The leader asked if Maxion had chosen a name for his new blade. The young man joyfully named the sword after his martial art, the Golden Sand Sword. The choice was approved, considering such a name ideal for future feats. Finally, the elder's gaze settled on the main hero of the tournament. He ordered the Fist Warrior to stay while the night shadows thickened over the arena. The guards took the perimeter in a tight ring, preparing the place for the ritual. The young man remained alone with the leader, holding a precious box in his hands. The crowd watched the unusual preparations on the platform with surprise. Master Hua explained, the elder would personally guard the reception of the elixir from any threats. The girl was impressed by such care for the young champion. It was a usual matter for the leader. He always took care of gifted youth. Hua admitted, the old man was truly the most outstanding warrior of Uang Hu. The leader ordered the youth not to rush and to fully concentrate on the energy. The warrior silently knelt down, realizing the importance of the moment. He took the lotus position, opening the path for magical transformation. The box opened, revealing to the world the shining, legendary ginseng. The hero, without hesitation, began to absorb the priceless gift, feeling its power. Explosive energy spread through the vessels as he focused on chewing the root. Memories of the traveler's lonely past surfaced in his consciousness. Now he was not alone. A ring of reliable protectors guarded his peace. Friends triumphed in the stands while the alliance leader watched the meditation. On the old man's face shone faith in the future of the new great warrior. A calm smile illuminated the face. Meditation brought long-awaited inner harmony. A blue aura swirled around the body, forming a sphere of colossal power in the center. The world of martial arts revealed itself from a new side, displacing memories of former loneliness. Close up, magical light was already breaking through tightly closed eyelids. The gaze finally flared with a rich neon. The energy was completely mastered by the warrior. The storm subsided, leaving behind only perfect concentration and silence. The fist clenched, sparking blue lightning. Century-old ginseng was absorbed abnormally fast. Against the backdrop of the starry sky, the youth realized the 9th level of mastery was finally conquered. The alliance leader approached with news of readiness, impressed by the student's superhuman progress. The elder did not hide his anxiety. Such rapid absorption of power bordered on madness. The hero assured that everything was fine, and the guards left the arena center amid cheers of admiration. The seriousness of the moment shattered against a comical confession. The winner was simply dying of hunger. The crowd went wild while the old man laughed and called the hero's friends to the festive table. The cozy hall gathered a strange company, the leader, the champion, the nervous fox, and the calm insult. Xiao Myangho was literally drenched in cold sweat under the watchful gaze of the legendary head. The hero watched his comrade, understanding that the leader's presence paralyzed poor Fox. The old man ironically recalled the boy's nickname, causing him to almost choke on his food from fright. Insol watched the conversation about the new weapon, a special combat umbrella, with surprise. The girl continued to eat calmly while Myongho obediently promised to become a worthy master. The atmosphere was lightened by the young clan head Hua appearing in his extravagant style. The alliance leader recognized the guest, who respectfully bowed to the highest authority of Marim. A polite dialogue began about the father's health and the state of affairs in the family village. But the old man's innocent questions only caused suspicious confusion in the young man. The main hero instantly detected a falsehood. Representatives of the Kava clan were clearly hiding something. The elder laid the cards on the table. He was informed about the secret maneuvers of the clan near 5 tombs. The nervous laughter of the clan leader met the icy silence of the experienced leader. The elder's hand heavily fell on the table, preparing a harsh lesson for the young descendant. He sternly reminded, the leader's panic is a disgrace to the memory of his great ancestors. The leader demanded dignity, as the boy's parents were his battle brothers. The conversation shifted to strategy. The world of martial arts stood on the brink of great chaos. The kings of the fist and the sword fell silent. So Morim began urgent mobilization of forces for security. The young clan leader received a direct order to immediately warn his father about the threat. The demonic faction was preparing revenge, so vigilance had to become their main weapon. Then the elder addressed the main hero directly, changing his tone to commanding. He demanded the impossible from the boy, to become stronger than any known master. The hero silently accepted this challenge, understanding the weight of the mission entrusted to him. In the shadow, only a burning eye flickered. The elder decided to make him the hidden sword. While the cult did not know about his true power, the young man remained the faction's most important trump card. The old masters will take the blow themselves, giving the hero time for the final leap to power. The young man confidently confirmed his readiness, his own goal only strengthened by what he heard. Manhwa tried to reduce everything to a joke, never understanding the depth of this conversation. Dinner ended. Ahead awaited the decisive stage of the prestigious tournament. The alliance leader left the hall under respectful wishes of a safe journey from the youth. He decided to personally escort Insol, leaving the men alone with the drinks. The elder slowly walked down the empty corridor, lit only by dim lanterns. Suddenly he sharply turned around, feeling the presence of something sinister and bloody in the darkness. From the shadow emerged a man whose heavy steps echoed with a hoarse, barely recognizable greeting. The leader froze in shock. Before him stood a figure from which blood was dripping onto the floor. It was the Sword Emperor, mutilated, bloodied, with a lifeless body on his shoulder. In the wounded youth, the elder recognized with horror the only disciple of the Sword King. The grim confirmation from the Emperor only intensified the feeling of an inevitable catastrophe. The terrible news shattered the night's silence. The Sword King had been attacked by demonic forces. The calm of the residence was only a backdrop for the bloody tragedy unfolding inside. The healer immediately began treating the wounded disciple under the tense gazes of the masters. The alliance leader sadly looked out the window, trying to grasp the scale of the new threat. He demanded a detailed report, how one of the strongest warriors could lose this battle. The Sword Emperor confessed he barely survived after a sudden attack by demonic fiends. A flashback showed the night massacre. A crowd of killers led by two leaders surrounded the warrior. A chilling fact, even with mortal wounds, the killers in masks refused to die. The leader shuddered. The news about immortal enemies was the worst scenario for Murim. It was not skill. The attackers were kept on their feet by an unknown dark spell. The Emperor found only corpses. The residence was slaughtered, and the Sword King disappeared without a trace. The trap snapped shut. One by one, the greatest masters dissolved into the bloody fog. The alliance leader noted with anxiety, the bastards from the demonic faction began the bloody harvest. In the semi-darkness, an order was given to deploy the elite squads of the Cloud and White Dragons. The Cloud Warriors immediately set out to search for enemy traces in the depths of Uang Hu. The White Dragon squad received a mission to protect young talents at the tournament. The old master understood. This time the enemy acted completely differently than before. Under the full moon on the hotel roof stood a solitary figure of an unknown warrior. Inside the hotel, friends ordered wine and meat, enjoying rare peace. The pink-haired swordsman became interested in the past of his comrade, the former owner of a gambling house. The young man confessed that he once truly managed a casino, not hiding his story. The head of the alliance once advised him, "Do not look back if you live with dignity today." Now the boy firmly believed the past should remain only in memory. The head of the Hua clan silently supported this philosophy, raising a glass to the present. Then a counter-question arose. For what merits does his own clan call itself great? A tense pause ensued as memories of the gloomy grandeur of the past darkened the room. The history of the Hua family began with a man who had no name at all. Against the backdrop of bloody battles, an ordinary mercenary was only the third name on the list of killers. But the meeting with the immortal swordsman by the waterfall forever changed his fate. The new name, Hua Unryong, for the first time in 20 years made the killer feel like a human. An emotional tear symbolically fell into the cup, stirring the calm wine. Thus the clan was born, from the moment when an adult man was finally seen as a person. The swordsman gladly finished the story. He had nothing left to hide. Suddenly, a hand in a black glove stretched over the table, interrupting the thoughts. The third companion, with a sly smile, suggested simply enjoying the drink. A strange company gathered at the table, the descendant of a killer, the casino owner, and the merchant's son. The friends cheerfully admitted it was precisely because of their eccentricity that the alcohol tasted so good. The former casino owner enthusiastically supported this sincere toast. The camera pulled back, capturing the warmth and coziness of this unusual nighttime conversation. Suddenly, a tall figure in white appeared behind, making everyone tense. The players recognized in the guest their recent opponent in the arena. The blonde warrior sat down gloomily nearby, wishing only to drink alone. He honestly acknowledged the winner's strength, recalling his loss in the previous round. The blue swordsman silently filled the guest's glass under the quiet murmur of the wine. The warrior drained the cup in one gulp, despite the battle wounds on his face. The pink-haired master carefully observed the strange behavior of the night guest. The blonde man sighed heavily and finally decided to settle his debt. A heavy pouch of gold fell on the table, payment for the wine and the fair duel. Thanking for the drink, the warrior in white resolutely headed for the exit. At the end, he threw a bold challenge. Next time the victory will be his. While he disappeared into the darkness, the friends at the table remained in complete astonishment. The head of the Hua clan only laughed ironically at such strange behavior. It turned out that the fighter came to repay the debt for a lost bet, 30,000 yangs. But the pink-haired man refused the money, as he himself did not participate in that fight. The winner also waved it off. That amount wouldn't even be enough for new gloves. A comical quarrel began. The pouch of gold flew from one to another amid cries of refusal. The irony was obvious. The whims of the rich looked from the side like a real comedy. The morning at the arena greeted the spectators with the noise of flags and the anticipation of decisive battles. The crowd went wild, waiting for the clash of the main celebrities of Muram. On the platform met Snow Phoenix and Lady Hua under a shower of flower petals. The fox in the stands shouted with delight, passionately cheering for his favorites. Lady Hua exploded with a pink aura, unleashing a series of lightning-fast attacks on Insel. A powerful sword strike almost broke the blonde's block, making her scream. The shockwave split the stone floor right under the shocked girl's feet. With red fire in her eyes, Lady Hua raised her blade for the final execution. An energy explosion raised a cloud of dust, hiding the fighters from the spectators. "It's all over for you!" The cry rang out along with a devastating strike from above. But at the last moment, Insel threw off the sword, clenching her fists for a counterattack. A powerful blow to the torso broke Lady Hua's defense, shaking the entire arena. The sword mistress lost her balance and flew into the broken floor tiles. In the stands, friends froze. No one expected such skill in hand-to-hand combat from the girl. Breathing heavily, Lady Hua only smiled maniacally. She had finally found a worthy rival. Insel proudly replied, "Long ago, a man taught her the basics of body control." The flashback showed a little girl diligently practicing strikes under strict supervision. The young man in the stands shuddered. He finally recognized his own school in these movements. Close up, a barely noticeable warm smile spread across the hero's lips. The happy child with a flower in her hands reminded she had not forgotten a single lesson of his. The woman in the arena confidently clenched her fist, although victory was still far away. The hero hurriedly left his companion, returning to the affairs of the trading group Uang Hu. The full moon brightly illuminated the night sky above the dense tree crowns. He walked alone through the forest, irritably planning the overnight stay due to unexpected delays. In his memory surfaced the young lords of the Ouyang clan, whom his comrade detained in the guild. The hero recalled the smile of the leader Moyon. His guard still protected the trading house. Calm returned to the warrior. The rear was under the reliable protection of an experienced ally. On the stone bridge, he realized how useful this dangerous journey had turned out to be. Blue energy pulsed on his wrist. Now he had immunity and peak mastery. His thoughts flew to new friends, from the youth with the fan to the gray-haired leader. A step deeper into the bamboo forest became the beginning of his true triumph in Murim. Random merchants on the path were lively arguing about the mysterious tournament winner. The rumors shocked. The champion was a person who did not belong to any of the great factions. The rustle of leaves made the warrior sharply turn around. The merchants tried to recall her name. Suddenly, under the moonlight appeared a woman in white, whom the people called Pek Yak. From beneath the veil, blue eyes flashed. A stranger boldly greeted the title holder. She confessed that she had missed the final only to catch up with him personally. In memory, travelers with backpacks who spread news about the tournament surfaced again. The warrior discreetly listened to every word as he walked through the dense night darkness. Merchants assured the winner was an absolute dark horse for all of Murim. The hero looked around in surprise. Could it be that even the invincible Lady Hua had suffered defeat? The rustle of bamboo brought him back to reality, where the name Pek Yak hung in the air. Before him stood a mysterious stranger, bathed in cold and ghostly night light. Silver hair scattered over her shoulders as the woman gracefully removed her hat. The incredible beauty of this warrior seemed extremely suspicious and strange to the young man. He instantly noted her figure did not resemble women from the Central Plains at all. Her posture revealed a natural master. "I won the Dragon and Phoenix tournament." They froze in the night silence of the forest, surrounded by thick and heavy tension. The hero greeted her indifferently, although the girl's manner of communication seemed provocative to him. The woman's face became resolute. She proposed to have the final fight right now. The young man tried to leave, but Pekyak sharply blocked his way, demanding a duel. She assured that it would take only a minute, as she had run here just for this moment. Merchants nearby heard her ambiguous shouts and only whispered enviously. In an emotional outburst, the girl accidentally bumped her face into the broad back of the warrior. He turned with a predatory smile. "If you are an enemy, I don't mind fighting now." The woman only confusedly objected, having no intention of becoming his enemy. Suddenly, the hero's pupils narrowed. Instincts caught a deadly danger in the thicket. Through the bushes, a red glow and a heavy, nauseating smell of fresh blood broke through. Without waiting for an answer, the warrior swiftly rushed towards the mysterious house. He instantly found himself in front of a dark mansion from which only cold death emanated. The door creaked open, revealing a blood-stained room with a motionless body. The woman followed behind as the hero analyzed the emptiness of the deserted and dark dwelling. The room resembled a slaughterhouse. The bodies of bandits and servants lay in a dense magical web. Rage boiled in the warrior's heart. The monsters did not spare even ordinary, defenseless people. He carefully closed the eyes of the deceased, paying his last respects amid the bloody chaos. The analysis of the wounds was grim. The victims had their spines broken, condemning them to unbearable torment. Such sadistic cruelty was not at all characteristic of the ordinary criminal world. From the warrior's body emanated a thirst for murder. He vowed to find and destroy the scoundrels. Pekyak froze, physically feeling the heavy aura of his righteous and unrestrained anger. With the crash of a broken window, the hero jumped into the night, fully surrendering to the desire for revenge. His eyes blazed with white light. He knew this was the work of the bloody demonic faction. In another estate, a silent warrior in yellow stood guard, hidden by the night shadows. Cold eyes beneath a bamboo hat ominously watched every movement around. Behind the door, a group of cultists intently studied secret scrolls by lantern light. The group leader irritably dismissed the escort, condescendingly lecturing the youngest fighter. Orders came one after another. The enemy organization was preparing for another operation. The fighters of the demonic faction obediently grabbed their swords, preparing for a swift departure. Suddenly, a hero appeared in the doorway, interrupting their meeting with a deadly serious question. The hero approached the gate, where the guards in yellow instantly became alert. The young man stopped among the bamboo and reported a bloody massacre at a nearby hotel. The cultists brazenly waved it off. The fate of strangers did not concern them at all. The warrior calmly suggested that the one who visited the dead yesterday should come out. The atmosphere heated up. The mercenaries' hands tightly gripped the sword hilts. The irritated hero discarded the unnecessary, preparing for a brutal reprisal. Dark energy swirled around. He recognized the ancient demonic art. The cultists sprang from their places, trying to trap the youth in a deadly ring. The leader exploded with rage, giving the order for immediate killing. One lightning-fast strike cut off the attacker's scream mid-word. A fist in a blue aura literally crushed the enemy's face into a skull. A lunge forward, and another opponent flew into a tree, breaking the trunk. Blue flashes and red lightning emphasize his absolute superiority. A strike through, and a terrifying, bloody black energy burst from the body. Horror paralyzed the witnesses as they saw a bloody mess instead of their comrade. The frightened guard barely whispered about the death of their brother. The cultist vainly tried to catch the hero's movements, losing himself in the night sky. The young man fell from above, shattering the ground with a devastating kick. Thick, magic-soaked blood flowed down the back of the fallen enemy. The blood-soaked warrior calmly noted, "These dogs were fairly well trained." The remnants of the squad charged into battle again, exhausting the last drops of courage. Fingers formed a gesture, and deadly sparks glittered in the air. A sphere of dazzling light exploded. The 10-phase art was activated. The cultists were blinded by the unbearable glow, not even managing to scream. A white flash engulfed all living things, incinerating the enemies on the spot. Silver-haired Pekyak watched from afar the pillar of energy that pierced the sky. The girl realized the warrior who refused her is now fighting a real battle. Among the ashes on the scorched earth, only a severed hand remained. The victor froze in the middle of the forest, littered with mangled bodies. He turned around, and a predatory smile played on his bloodied face. The young man understood. These suicide bombers were just bait in a big game. He coldly lit a signal flare, calling the enemy's main forces. Red sparks tore through the night. He didn't care who would emerge from the darkness. From the smoke emerged a massive figure of an unknown man with a bandaged face. A sinister smile. He swore to cut out every scoundrel from the cult. The sky continued to blaze red from the fired fireworks. Fiery tongues swirled in the air, heralding the approach of a new threat. Through the fire, a warrior in yellow robes and a hat slowly approached. The stranger with talismans stopped, wondering if the young man was alone here. The hero boldly confirmed he was completely alone here. A heavy silence hung between the masters, broken only by the crackling of the fire. The hostile figure stood motionless among the burning trees, studying the target. The demon asked again, trying to determine the origin of his opponent. The young man was not afraid at all, maintaining icy calm before the enemy. A verbal duel began for the right to learn the true name of the opponent. Wiping blood, the hero modestly named himself the son of an ordinary merchant. His eyes narrowed. Today one of them would surely find their death. A stern look emphasized, this duel would be the last for one of them. The shadow retreated, revealing the name of the captain of the demonic corps, Okayon. The hero noted, before him was not a fanatic, but an outstanding master. Okayon coldly cut off. Unnecessary details are no longer needed for the dead man. The magical talisman flared in his hand, preparing a deadly attack. From the darkness emerged dozens of warriors, encircling the hero tightly. The captain gave a brief order. Swords instantly left their sheaths. The enemies descended on the youth with a deadly rain amid fierce cries. In the epicenter of chaos, the hero tried to recognize real bodies among illusions. He clenched his spiked fist, bursting with a powerful blue aura. The first attacker received a devastating blow to the chest, unable to react in time. Lightning-fast attacks scattered the cultists through the forest like ragdolls. With icy concentration, the warrior executed turn after turn. The fight turned into a beating. The demonic faction squad melted before their eyes. Blue lightning sparkled around them. The warrior's irritation reached its limit. A giant pillar of energy tore through the night sky, striking precisely at the target. A powerful discharge pierced the enemy, throwing his body back with an explosive wave. The earth cracked, raising a cloud of sparks and stone fragments into the air. The last guard on the branch watched the devastating flash in a daze. The sectarian only muttered confusedly, not believing in the reality of this slaughter. He crushed the paper bird, realizing before him was a deadly threat. The magical messenger flew into the sky, carrying a report about the monster to the young lord. Suddenly, a shadow fell from above. The hero finally found the last rat's hiding place. The enemy desperately threw a battle talisman, trying to stop death. The young man instantly appeared behind the victim, piercing her with an icy gaze. The devastating blow embedded the sectarian into the ground, accompanied by a blue explosion. The stones shattered into pieces, covering the arena with a thick column of dust. The bloodied enemy helplessly flew down under a hail of debris. The hero caught up with him in flight, pressing his back against the massive tree trunk. The sectarian spat blood, acknowledging this ending as very unexpected. Only mutilated bodies lay around, and the cult operation had failed. The face of the warrior pressed against the tree suddenly flared with magical fire. He tightly gripped the sword, preparing to bear responsibility until his last breath. The young man easily intercepted the blade, preparing his bloody response. The icy calm of the victor hung over the enemy like the Damocles sword. The mention of the palace of myriad demons only further ignited the fire of battle. The sectarian maniac smiled maniacally, prophesying the power of the demonic faction over the world. The young man's eyes narrowed with rage, catching the glint of the enemy's blade. The blood-red silhouette captured the moment of the final deadly strike. In the dilated pupil of the dead man, the sword blade became the last thing he saw. The merciless dance of death continued until the last sectarian fell. The blood-covered warrior froze in the darkness with a threatening red eye. A grimace of fury distorted his face under the pulsating blue light. He cold-bloodedly raised the sword, despising the names of the demonic lords. Fingers tightly gripped the dagger. Fate was not changed for nothing. The young man was not going to watch as the pitiful demons tried to rule the world. With an angry cry, he drove the weapon into the last opponent. The fist exploded with streams of uncontrollable, destructive blue lightning. The enemy burned in agony, consumed by bursts of magical energy. The final explosion tore the earth apart, putting an end to this battle. Torn leaves and blue sparks slowly dispersed into the night air. The wind scattered only black ash left from the demonic fighters. The hero remained alone under the starlight, wrapped in the quiet glow of the aura. The strange behavior of the faction was alarming. Their thirst for power was abnormal. Fist clenched, the former level of power was no longer enough for war. The sphere of 10 phases, the highest step of enlightenment, became his new goal. Unlimited control over lightning was the only path to victory. The warrior calmly looked into the distance while powerful magic pulsed around him. Suddenly, Pekyak descended from the sky, gracefully interrupting his thoughts. The beauty with blue eyes confessed that she was already tired of chasing it after him. The young man showed the intercepted bird, trying to understand its purpose. Pekyak stopped the messenger in time, who was carrying information about him to the enemies. The hero thanked the girl for ruining the plans of the demonic faction. The bird was reduced to dust, but the girl demanded payment for the service. The woman took a fighting stance, demanding the promised duel. Purple petals swirled above the trees, creating a mystical coziness. In the luxurious rooftop residence under the full moon, a cat lazily stretched. The white beast gracefully ran through the dim red corridors of the palace. The cat carefully slipped into the secret room through the heavy door. The magical scroll brightly burned in the air, illuminating the secret hall. The burning paper fell into the water, causing shock among the powerful silhouettes behind the screen. The voice gloomily stated, "The captain of the secret corps no longer breathes." Panic gripped those present. No one understood how they lost so many people. In the neighboring chambers, the young lord of the palace calmly read a book by the window. The messenger respectfully knocked, bringing news of the disaster. Intelligence confirmed, the entire Okyun squad was destroyed by one unknown master. The lord turned away with regret, calling the captain's death a great loss. The leader appointed a new captain, ordering the immediate reorganization of the broken corps. The subordinate obediently accepted the will of the master, leaving him alone with the candle. The chestnut-haired warrior sighed wearily. The influence of the palace was melting before his eyes. The palace had been raising orphans for years, turning them into deadly weapons of the faction. The majestic building glowed ominously red, hiding gloomy secrets. The former wards, the heavenly demon and the sword demon, betrayed the house, founding their own alliance. Scattered talismans on the water symbolized the shameful failure of the last operation. The leader desperately grabbed his head, feeling the insurmountable chasm between the forces. A white cat quietly approached the master, trying to distract him from gloomy thoughts. The man gently took the animal in his arms, seeking at least a drop of peace. He bitterly compared the cat to the orphans they had raised with the same love. A bloody eye flashed from beneath the hair. Betrayal had become the usual price for their kindness. The images of the three traitors made the leader ponder his own demonic nature. The hand clenched tightly into a fist. He refused to become a pathetic intriguer. The purple gaze was filled with coldness. Traitors did not deserve mercy. The green eye of the cat filled the frame, capturing the master's final decision. The room plunged into impenetrable darkness before the decisive step. The pause lengthened, intensifying the tension before the change of scenery. The red gleam in the eyes confirmed it was time to send the fatal message. A sealed letter appeared on the table, addressed to the leader of the Marine Alliance. The sun illuminated the residence where friends were already waiting for Jingyo's return. The warrior entered the courtyard, immediately asking about the state of affairs in the guild. The comrade with glasses reported the Moyon squad held the defense securely during his absence. Jingyo sincerely thanked the allies for their loyal service and professionalism. The red-haired youth began to complain about the delay, while the warrior calmly spoke about the tournament. The news of the absolute triumph at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament sounded like thunder. Friends froze in silent shock, not believing in such an easy victory of their leader. The redhead, in complete despair, began firing at the box, refusing to accept reality. The smiling girl greeted the hero, but he did not recognize the familiar face at all. Zhonghua reminded about their dramatic meeting in the courtesan's house. Thanks to his intervention, she was able to escape and open her own shop. Jingyo only awkwardly waved off, not considering his act anything special. Huayan hinted, this gratitude is the result of the great trade union he created. The flashback reminded about the founding of the alliance to protect all entrepreneurs of the region. The flag with 3 coins proudly confirmed the success of the collective union. The Yonghua clan now had no peace from the huge number of new contracts. The hero modestly attributed all the glory to Huayan's organizational talent. Suddenly, the comrade's gaze changed. He was tormented by one extremely suspicious question. He pointed at the strange silver-haired woman who was relentlessly following the hero. Pek bowed elegantly, demonstrating the flawless manners of a master. The girl politely introduced herself to the company, maintaining a mysterious smile. Her calm and confidence instantly drew the attention of those present. She declared that she had come to settle the matter, causing a wave of embarrassment in the hero. The redhead immediately began dreaming of a beautiful daughter-in-law, putting Huayan in an awkward position. The sunny courtyard was filled with jokes about the new relative in their guild. Left alone, Pek decisively refused tea in favor of an immediate sparring session. She proposed specific rules, only grabs and bodywork until a fall. Jingyil skeptically warned that he was not going to give in during the tough clinch. The girl suddenly began to undress, causing the warrior to shudder in shock. Pek calmly explained, under the clothes there was only a special wrestling uniform. The young man sighed resignedly. This woman was absolutely unpredictable. The girl's eyes flashed with excitement, and she rushed forward in a frontal attack like lightning. Jingyil barely managed to react to her incredible, explosive speed. The clash of the masters raised a cloud of dust, shaking the ground in the yard. Pek tried to capture the opponent from above, but the hero remained unshakable. She was already confident in victory when the situation suddenly got out of control. Jingyil intercepted her in the air, easily lifting the opponent by the legs. With an ironic smile, the warrior demonstrated complete domination in the duel. Hanging upside down, Pek calmly asked for a second round for a rematch. The hero gently threw her back, preparing to continue this strange sparring. The woman demanded a rematch, and the blue-haired warrior confidently accepted the challenge. The air shuddered from the collision, raising a cloud of dust and blue energy. Pek swiftly turned in the attack, burning with the blue fire of determination. The hero smiled fiercely, easily dodging blows thanks to absolute speed. He instantly caught her hands, pulling the opponent close to himself. The young man confidently advised the girl to watch her clothing so as not to give the enemy a chance. Pek was embarrassed by the unexpected closeness, only confusedly freezing. The warrior suggested continuing the sparring under the open evening sky. The sunset enveloped the courtyard in crimson shades, creating a backdrop for training. Both were breathing heavily from fatigue, preparing for the final round. The hero acknowledged his advantage in close combat, but the girl demanded an energy battle. The warrior's fist flashed like lightning. He had long wanted to test her inner strength. Suddenly, a giant ice block burst from the ground, creating a cold barrier. The youth shuddered from shock. Before him appeared the forgotten art of ice. He recalled her magical bird. The girl was a master of ice techniques. Pek calmly watched him while the hero warned of a harsh response. The blue aura sparkled with tension. The warrior recognized an ancient secret power in the ice. The ice cracked, and the youth remembered rumors about masters who joined the demons. An explosion of energy destroyed the barrier. The warrior directly asked if she was of the blood of the heavenly demon. The girl maintained icy calm and quietly confirmed a suspicion. She proudly declared herself a descendant of the very first heavenly demon. Pek confidently spoke about the magnificent heritage of her legendary lineage. I am a descendant of Pek Mujin. These words cut through the silence of the evening forest. The hero froze at the name of the legend, while the girl mocked the absurdity of his title. A flashback revealed Pek Mujin, the god of battles whose ice inspired terror and awe. Next generations disgraced his teachings, turning the techniques into demonic magic. Mujin was the strongest in his era, and Lady Pek turned out to be his direct heir. She stood surrounded by icy shards radiating cold grandeur. The warrior noted, the Pek clan on the Central Plains had not been heard of for many years. In the middle of the empty courtyard, the girl finally began her long story. The scene changed to a cozy room where friends gathered around a generous table. Pek was enjoying chewing a chicken leg, shining with gastronomic happiness. She praised the Manhwa cuisine while the hero's other companions cast jealous glances at her. The warrior returned to business, asking why her clan went into exile. The young man understood. The girl came to the tournament with a secret and important purpose. Pek explained, their bright art of ice was mistakenly branded as demonic. The clan became a victim of prejudice. Their gift was considered hostile magic of sectarians. Isolation in the mountains led to the fading of strength due to the absence of rivals and elixirs. The girl returned to the plains to restore the glory of her lineage and her own power. She sought to correct injustice, which surprised the young warrior. A sharp movement, and a thin beam of magical ice pierced the air above the table. The ice needle perfectly pinned the insect, demonstrating refined control. Pek vowed to personally destroy the demonic faction to cleanse the family name. The hero thoughtfully repeated her plan, looking at the starry night sky. A sly smile appeared on the youth's lips. He appreciated her cold determination. The warrior approved the idea, Sayam, Sa, anticipating a fruitful alliance in the upcoming joint struggle. Pek did not expect such quick support from her recent enemy. The heroes discussed strategy while the embarrassed girl complained about the sudden heat. The time was late, and the ice mistress decided to return to her temporary dwelling. She stepped out of the gate, bathed in the soft, silvery light of the night moon. Suddenly, a shadow in a hat jumped down from the roof, radiating a blue aura. It was Pek, the guardian who was troubled by the hostess's reddened face. The girl awkwardly excused herself, blaming everything on intense training. During the walk, Pek admitted the hero was hiding his true power in the tournament. The guardian was surprised by the young man's strength, asking about the details of their meeting. The girl closed her eyes, immersed in her own ambiguous thoughts. A comical dialogue about a full belly of delicious food ended with general laughter. The morning greeted the mountains with bright sun, finally driving away the night darkness. Pek warmed up in the fresh air, regretting yesterday's excessive dinner. She admired the lake view, which shone in the first rays of dawn. The place turned out to be perfect for peace, as confirmed by the Ice Master herself. Stepping onto the edge of the cliff, the girl decided to start active training. With a scream, she rushed down, not noticing the main hero below. Seeing the young man, Pek realized in horror her landing would be catastrophic. The hero caught Pek in midair, saving her from a hard fall. He anxiously checked the girl's condition while she tried to recover from the shock. The master apologized for the unexpected meeting on the sunny shore of the lake. A joint walk revealed morning training by the water was her long-standing habit. A peaceful silence settled between them. They walked side by side under the cloudy sky. Pek decided to change the pace and was the first to confidently take off. One burst, and the girl disappeared, leaving the warrior in complete confusion. Her incredible speed made the hero sincerely admire the skill of his companion. On the lake's surface, icy snowflakes froze, mystical traces of her steps. The woman gracefully glided over the water, using a unique movement technique. But suddenly a voice sounded behind her. Jinyon was very close. He caught up with her, noting the incredible lightness of each of her steps. Pek froze in surprise. Someone managed to match her speed. The hero enjoyed the excitement, although maintaining such a pace was difficult even for him. The warrior's compliment made the girl shyly turn away, hiding her blush. The desire to win flared up with new strength, and both dashed forward again. The sun flooded the river between majestic cliffs, far from prying eyes. Exhausted from the run, they stopped on the shore, gasping heavily. Pek admitted the competition took them much further than she had planned. Jinyon gently removed a leaf from her hair, making the girl shiver. The excitement disappeared, giving way to fatigue. It was time to return. The concern of the companion made the girl blush under his direct gaze. They ran 100 kilometers. The Central Plains turned out to be a real trial. Near the residence, they were met by an anxious shout from the guards. The hero was already being sought. Jinyon looked up at the cliff where the messenger with bad news was waiting. The head of the 8 Dragon sect demanded an immediate meeting with the young master. The hero only smiled ironically. He was not afraid of the wrath of the respected sex. The envoy called it karma. Every action had its bloody price. The reason for the summons was the Crimson Reaper, killed earlier by the hero. Jinyon tensed. This name surfaced again from gloomy memories. He directly asked who the loser he destroyed really was. ManHUA at that time was barely trailing behind, fearing another fight from his leader. Against the backdrop of the crimson sky, the hero vainly tried to recall the face of the slain enemy. Memory failed. That Reaper left no worthy trace behind. The guard reminded about the slain giant, looking disdainfully at the youth. Now the Reaper's teacher demanded personal retribution for the death of his student. Threats against the guild forced Jinyon to act as decisively as possible. He agreed to leave, but sharply refused any escort from the sectarians. Before the dangerous meeting, the hero calmly ordered to wait while he ate. The guard barely restrained his rage, reluctantly submitting to the boy's insolent demand. The crescent moon broke through the clouds as a deep and anxious night fell. The grand building ahead looked like a fortress, illuminated by dozens of lanterns. Jinyon openly mocked as he walked through the luxurious corridors of the enemy base. He confidently walked forward while the guard clenched his teeth in anger. A gigantic dragon statue greeted them in the main hall, bathed in moonlight. Stern elders with scars silently assessed the arriving audacious one. Hajonik, the sect leader, majestically introduced himself from his high throne. The hero only snorted disdainfully, unimpressed by this cheap show. He suddenly grabbed the guard by the face, catching him completely off guard. One powerful throw, and the guard flew across the entire hall under a flash of energy. The elders exploded with outrage at such unprecedented impudence. Hajonik maintained a mask of calm, carefully studying his new enemy. Jinyon rudely pulled up a chair, sitting right in the middle of the hall. A blue aura flared around. "Speak, I am listening," he threw to the leader. The leader ordered the beaten guard removed, preparing for a harsh conversation. Jinyon instantly admitted to the Reaper's murder, revealing no details. The dragon statue shone. The underground world demanded answers for the student's death. But the hero only asked again who that worthless teacher of the Reaper was. Hajunik emphasized, overconfidence will not save the boy from the consequences. He began describing the future collapse of the trading group, Yonhei. Threats to burn down the business and kill the clients sounded increasingly harsher. The hall was immersed in fiery illusions of anger. The guild faced total destruction. In response, Jinyon only laughed scornfully and confidently. Hajonik ironically asked if the enemy had a way to stop him. Jinyon said relaxedly, he did not kill those freaks only because they did not touch the guild. The elders were outraged by the youth's audacity, demanding to end his life immediately. The sect leader cynically disowned the Crimson Reaper, calling him only a source of money. The dispute over debts and profit turned into a harsh exchange of mutual insults. The blind elder exploded with rage while the youth irritably cursed the crazy freaks. Jinyon disdainfully cast a glance at the enemy, calling him a blind wretch. A confident step down the stairs, and the hero completed his humiliating characterization of the enemies. With a creepy smile, he asked if these dogs understood what kind of trap they had fallen into. Hajonik barely restrained his rage, feeling the boy's incredible arrogance. The room flashed with steel. A whole crowd of enraged guards drew their swords. The sect leaders did not believe that anyone would dare to demonstrate power in the very heart of their base. The blind warrior exploded with red energy, but Jinyon had already gripped the sword hilt. The elder delivered a devastating upward strike, but the youth easily dodged the bloody blade. The hero's gaze coldly reflected on the steel as he called out the real brash ones in this hall. He stopped the enemy's sword with 2 fingers, summoning bolts of blue magical lightning. A colossal pillar of energy crashed down from the sky, scattering the attackers with an explosive wave. Hajonik coughed up dust in the ruins, shockingly watching the rout of his people. The guards who survived rushed into battle again with fierce curses on their lips. The blade in the hero's hands flared with blue fire. His time of patient endurance was over. One grandiose swing, and a vertical wave of lightning swept away a group of armed enemies. The slaughter began. Discharges tore the attackers to pieces, leaving only death. The blind elder froze as another fighter was incinerated right before his face. Cold sweat broke out on him. Only one clan could wield such powerful energy. Jinyon stood in the center of the electric storm, radiating inhuman might. Horror gripped the old man. He finally recognized the apprentice of the legendary King of Fists. The youth mockingly praised the blind man for so quickly figuring out who stood before him. The elder shouted to his people to drop their weapons and flee, saving their own lives. His face was distorted by pure despair before the inevitable power of the monster. He frantically shouted that this youth was not the person one could fight. The black blade instantly pierced the elder's head, forever silencing his last scream. The dead body fell into a cloud of ash under the desperate wail of the sect's remnants. Hajonik shuddered. He realized he had just lost his only chance for salvation. The defeated leader fell to his knees, listening to reminders of his former threats. A hand in a blue glove stretched forward, threateningly preparing the final reckoning. The youth crushed the dark power in his fist, blaming the chief for reckless risk. A chilling question about Hajonik's family made him freeze in horror. The hero's face was illuminated by a bloody light. he was not going to show any mercy. An animal fear of the inevitable end completely paralyzed the leader's will. A giant shadow of a demon behind the warrior confirmed he would wipe out his entire clan. Broken, Hajanik ordered his warriors to immediately lay down their arms and surrender. Swords clattered loudly as they flew to the floor. The sect capitulated before a single warrior. The leader bowed down to the very ground, swearing to obey every order of the victor. Jinyon indifferently remarked that from now on he would speak to them only in the language of the underground. He ironically urged Hajonik to keep his word and avenge the blind man. The hero's moral pressure finally crushed the leader, demanding immediate action. The sect leader's trembling hand hesitantly reached for the sword left on the ground. With a cry of pain, he plunged the blade into his own flesh, sprinkling the hall with fresh blood. Jinyon mercilessly watched this act of desperate self-punishment. Dripping with blood, Hajonik vowed to cut off his fingers for every careless lie of his. The sect members obediently began to mutilate their bodies, submitting to the will of the new master. Puddles of fresh blood quickly flooded the floor, becoming the price for their lives. The young man turned around and walked away, unwilling to deal with broken weaklings. Lying in blood, Hajonik renounced the underground forever for the sake of complete submission. A heavy boot pressed the leader's head into the floor, demonstrating absolute dominance. The hero prophesied a fiery demise for everything dear to this worthless chief. A majestic picture of triumph. One warrior in the center of the hall over a completely shattered sect. A mad expression on the face and a fatal oath he would never know defeat. Hajonik trembled with animal terror, confirming that he heard every word. Only after full capitulation did the young man remove his foot, allowing the enemy to breathe. The hero's boot stopped near the severed toe. The matter was finished. The invincible warrior ordered the broken sect leader to follow him into the darkness. The hero made a serious statement against the backdrop of the evening residence. The beaten boy burst into a scream, begging to wait. The men in the gambling den obediently bowed before the new masters. Myonho mourned the broken umbrella until they shoved a new one into his hands. A severe order forced the head Ha to immediately go after the hero. The phrase about an important conversation sounded again over the rooftops of the buildings. Panic once again gripped the exhausted Myonho. The absurdity of the situation in the gambling house caused only irritation. 3 men silently sipped food at one table. Myonho recalled the devastating strike of the blue lightning that hit him in the jaw. The hero replied dryly that he was busy with urgent matters. Myonho's gaze stopped on a strange man nearby. The protagonist officially introduced the formidable head of the 8 Dragon sect. Myonho's face spread into a mocking smile. He burst out laughing, mocking the childish name of the enemy sect. While the boy rolled on the floor, the hero allowed Hajonik to beat him later. Irritated, Myonho finally got up and composed himself. He propped up his chin, not understanding why no one shared his amusement. Chief Ha reported about 200 subordinates in his unit. The hero directly asked if Ha could defeat Myonho in a duel. The affirmative answer from the chief instantly angered the ambitious boy. The order was clear. Myonho was to spar with the best fighters of the underground. The sect leader promised to buy rare elixirs for the student at his own expense. The hero demanded to make Myonho the new leader of the 9 Dragon sect. He once again emphasized respect for his student. Hajonik swore allegiance, ignoring Myonho's panicked shouts. The boy protested, unwilling to learn from the underground freak. The hero cut in. Every received hit would count as training. The fate of future sparrings was left to the discretion of the fighters themselves. A dark aura thickened. The time had come to investigate the disappearance of the masters. The main task became the search for connections between the underground and the demonic school. Hajonik swore to use all methods to find the truth. Before leaving, the hero decided to add one last important detail. The grim question, "Understood?" made Chief Ha break out in a cold sweat. The protagonist left, leaving behind a heavy atmosphere of silence. Myonho was surprised by the lack of pride in the once formidable underground boss. Hajonik admitted, arguing with the disciple of the King of Fists is suicide. In the underground, they knew no clan survived after a conflict with this master. The hero's status shocked Myonho, causing him to freeze. Suddenly, a cunning and insidious plan was born in the boy's mind. He decided to manipulate Head Ha to make his life easier. Myonho warmly embraced the new teacher, acting out a shared fate. A conversation began about the real reasons for the death of the Crimson Reaper. The boy dramatically lied that the Reaper was killed because of interrupted training. The performance succeeded. Head Ha believed in the incredible cruelty of the hero. Myono pressed on pity, painting images of their joint demise. Hajonek's deadly fright became a guarantee of safety for the cunning student. The fox smiled maliciously. The idiot completely swallowed the bait. The hero calmly walked down the street, accompanied by respectful bows. In the courtyard, monks practiced standing on nails, greeting the boss. He explained, "The art of the black dog is subject only to true titans." The monk's body became so strong that it could withstand a blow from a steel sword. The hero was satisfied. These fighters became his reliable support. Uang Hu still concealed countless dangerous masters. The monks admitted that sparring with Lady Pek gave them invaluable experience. The fighters' eyes burned with sincere devotion to their leader. The warriors bowed low, thanking for the chance to become stronger. An unknown man in green approached the group with an urgent message. Young Nosa met the young gentleman with a flattering smile on his lips. The herbalist offered an elixir capable of surprising even an experienced master. Jinyon responded only with icy silence and a skeptical look. The mythical crimson moonflower bloomed only at the top of Dragon Valley. The squad, led by the hero, began a difficult ascent of the snowy slope. The glowing elixir required immediate consumption, otherwise it withered at once. The low price of the treasure instantly revealed the true intentions of the cunning herb collector. Jinyon burst out with cynical laughter, causing the herbalist to freeze in surprise. The hero ironically advised the enemy to better think through his deceitful schemes. The mortally wounded enemy laughed maniacally, choking on black blood. A cold gaze pierced the herbalist. Jinyon demanded the truth about the cult of the little god. Yanosa panicked, trying to pass off the trap as a simple misunderstanding. The hero warned, any mistake in the flower ritual will lead to a painful death. The blizzard grew fiercer, as did the uncompromising tone of the young master. Ominous laughter cut through the sky, shattering the remnants of hope for a peaceful ending. A lightning-fast movement, and the bare blade of the sword froze in the air before the herbalist. Yanosa helplessly watched the deadly determination in the warrior's eyes. The mystical flower absorbed poison, blooming only in the dead silence of the moon. Blue streaks of lightning engulfed the sword, preparing the way for a magical cut. With one devastating swing, Jinyon tore through space, filling it with red. The herbalist and his companion froze in shock at the youth's sudden cruelty. The blade mercilessly severed the attacker's head, splattering the snow with a fountain of blood. In the magical glow, the hero coldly acknowledged the beginning of a true reckoning. A satisfied smile confirmed he fully controlled this bloody chaos. Jinyon swiftly cut down the enemies, recognizing the necessity of such cruelty. The great leader acknowledged the boy's cleverness, who had figured out the plan in advance. The hero irritably demanded to be given what he had come this far for. Jinyon recalled his analysis. The herbalist's too cheap offer was just a fiction. The leader mocked the boy. The trap in the mountains was only meant to distract him from the guild. A magical strike pierced through the enemy's chest, leaving a huge hole in it. The hero's face was engulfed by darkness, from which a fierce red eye blazed. Unrestrained anger exploded with the question, what happened to the Manhwa trading group? The terrible truth about the diversion plan finally reached the warrior's consciousness. The memory of the deadly blow only strengthened his thirst for immediate revenge. The captain in white screamed in pain, spitting out clots of hot blood. Jinyon cursed the bastards again, who dared such a vile strike in the rear. Masked fighters watched in horror the agony of their defeated leader. A desperate order forced the remnants of the squad to launch a final attack. A wave of warriors in white moved toward the lone figure in a blue cloak. The hero turned into a blue lightning bolt, scattering enemy bodies across the snowy plain. A fist strike into the ground dispersed thick blood, emphasizing the brutal power of anger. The last enemy desperately prepared a strike, ignoring the bloody veil before his eyes. Jinyon hovered in the air, accumulating colossal streams of magical energy. A pillar of blue light crashed to the ground, incinerating enemies on the spot. Malicious laughter rang out amid electric sparks and charred corpses. The hero stands in the center of the cracked earth, surrounded by mutilated bodies of killers. Every step on the blood-stained snow was accompanied by lightning discharges. Electric traces demonstrated a critical level of his inner strength. The energy of Yang went out of control, causing the young man unbearable physical pain. A terrible suspicion was confirmed. The real target was the defenseless guild. The warrior rocketed off the peak, leaving a long trail of blue flame in the sky. In his thoughts, he begged his friends to hold on until his fatal arrival. The defenders of Yanha tried to evacuate people under a barrage of enemy attacks. The selfless fighter received a sudden and treacherous blow in the back from the enemy. The ball giant gripped the mangled body of the defender with a deathly grasp. Dripping with sweat and blood, the warrior called for help from his comrade with his last strength. The enemy's devastating blow crushed the victim under a bright white-red flash. A massive club struck the woman in the face, breaking her resistance with a painful groan. The bald leader froze in the yard, noticing new enemies. He desperately ordered his subordinates to overwhelm the guards with numbers, but confidence instantly changed to animal terror. Through the ranks of warriors, Pek Yak walked gracefully. The girl calmly assessed the attackers surrounding the guild. She recognized them as unorthodox mercenaries thirsty for murder. Frightened merchants assured that they were seeing these bandits for the first time. The companion ordered the people to hide, entrusting the fight to the young lady. Magic hairpin in the hands of Pek Yak flared with a deadly aura. The girl unflinchingly moved towards the armed crowd. She ironically promised to finally justify her right to maintenance. The thugs rushed into attack with a fierce order to kill her. Blue sparks burst from the hairpin under the commanding gaze of the mistress. Pek Yak pronounced the verdict, die or freeze. An elegant sweep of the hand generated a powerful magical wind. Giant ice blocks thundered through the rocky ground. The ice pierced and froze the enemies right in midair. Witnesses were covered with cold sweat from the sight they saw. Pek Yak majestically froze amid the icy field of death. She touched the ice in which the mutilated bodies were frozen. Brilla crumbled, leaving behind only puddles of blood. Witnesses froze in shock, watching the bloody massacre. The girl casually asked if someone should have been spared. Suddenly, the residence doors burst open with a loud crash. Out of breath, Jinyon rushed inside, searching for his family. But instead of a battle, he saw a peaceful, sunny courtyard. The warrior stopped confusedly, not understanding where the threat had gone. Friends cheerfully invited him to drink, ignoring the recent attack. Jinyon suspiciously inquired about events during his absence. He felt that something incredible had just happened here. The blue eye of Pek Yak twitched nervously from fear of exposure. The girl modestly looked away, hiding her fatigue. Okulyarik enthusiastically told how Lady Pek with one sweep knocked down the enemies. Jinyon listened with goosebumps, watching the mistress. He sincerely thanked her while the friends were already joking about the daughter-in-law. Pek Yak smiled mysteriously, hinting at deserved gratitude. She coquettishly suggested having another sparring session. The hero accepted the challenge with a bold and confident smile. The yard filled with laughter and friendly jokes. The sun slowly set over the majestic buildings of the Alliance. The Grey Leader thoughtfully read the secret scroll in the sunroom. The subordinate's message made the elder become alert. The Moyong clan found bloody traces of the missing master, Moyong Chu. The leader anxiously awaited confirmation of this news. In the night forest, the warriors discovered the outline of a torn body. An abandoned sword and remnants of belongings testified to the intervention of demons. Anger and sorrow flared in the golden eyes of the old master. The body disappeared, leaving only clothes and white bone dust. The leader realized the enemies had prepared a treacherous trap for them. He took out the torn parchment, a mysterious message from the enemy. The map promised to reveal the hideout of the King of the Sword. Despite doubts, the leader decided to go there personally. An order was sounded to immediately gather troops for the mission. The operation to rescue the king began under the cover of fog. The prisoner's eyes slowly opened after a long oblivion. The bound man meditated in a damp cave by candlelight. The mysterious overseer greeted the prisoner with a sinister smile. A dark figure approached the Sword King, mocking his fate. The Sword King stood in semi-darkness, hiding his tense gaze behind a thick shadow. Shackled in heavy chains, he meditated on a stone ledge of the damp prison. A barely audible, heavy breath escaped from his lips. The moonlight caught his silhouette accompanied by the sneers of an invisible enemy. He maintained an icy calm, but his eyes burned with a threatening yellow fire. The stranger mocked the conditions of captivity while the king demanded to name a name. He carelessly declared that he had long renounced his own name. From now on, the world was ruled by only one nickname, the Sword Demon. The Sword King thoughtfully whispered this audacious name. He recalled the enemy's sudden attack, which left no room for error. He realized the enemy's affiliation with the demonic faction and asked about the reason for his survival. The demon sought to surpass the sword god, and for that he needed constant practice. He admitted that he had not yet seen the true skill of the captured master. A ring of masked assassins closed in around the king. The demon offered the prisoner a cruel game in exchange for freedom. He promised to give a chance to exterminate his people one by one. The Sword King accepted the challenge with a barely noticeable stern smile. The demon firmly gripped the shoulder of one of his subordinates. A harsh order was given: kill the king or accept death. The assassin silently obeyed, preparing his blade. The king asked if his comrades had died the same way: the Fist King and Chu. The demon ironically recalled the battle with the Fist King. He acknowledged the skill of the fallen enemy, which he could not leave unpunished. The king lowered his eyes, realizing the loss of close friends. The killer slowly drew the steel. The hall was flooded with the powerful golden glow of the king's inner energy. He swore to take the enemies with him to hell. The ninja dashed forward like lightning. The old master gripped the hilt of the blade with a death grip. Dark energy enveloped the attacker during the devastating lunge. The swords clashed with thunder, scattering sparks. The fighters' gazes crossed in a silent confrontation. A chaotic dance of steel began in the darkness of the cave. The king noted the incredible training of the young swordsman. He realized that ordinary warriors would not last even a second. A sharp change of stance opened the way for a counterattack. The golden energy reached its peak, demonstrating a true chasm in power. A dazzling flash engulfed both silhouettes. The master's facial expression changed to pure shock. The blade pierced the ninja's throat but did not leave even a scratch. Taking advantage of the confusion, the assassin prepared a retaliatory strike. The stone hall trembled from the powerful explosion of energies. The king let out a hoarse groan from the devastating pain. He collapsed onto the cold floor among the rock fragments. The assassin coldly lowered the weapon under the master's watch. The master could not believe that he was thrown off from such an unstable position. The enemy mocked old age until the demon interrupted him. The demon became angry because the subordinate prematurely revealed the secret of invulnerability. He grabbed the killer by the face, demanding better acting. The king realized with horror before him were not humans, but fanatical monsters. The demon noted that the prisoner had enough time for a short rest. He allowed the subordinate to continue the game but forbade killing the master. The king unleashed his fury and curses, gritting his teeth in helplessness. Only a maniacal smile responded. The leader headed to the exit, leaving the prisoner surrounded by enemies. The king disdainfully threw a question about hypocritical politeness over his shoulder. The demon admitted that the game of politeness simply amused him. The doors closed under the ominous gaze of purple eyes. In complete darkness, only the eyes of the killers remained, glowing violet. A peaceful sunset illuminated the balcony of a distant residence. An elderly man tried to drown his anxiety in wine. The silence was broken by the voice of an unexpected guest, the leader of the Heavenly Sword Alliance. The leader of the Heavenly Sword paid tribute to the ally, but he only snapped back irritably. The red-eyed warrior immediately understood. The comrade came not for liquor, but for a new target. While the enemies waited for relaxation, the leader had already chosen his next prey. The next target was the legendary Sword Emperor, Wu. The ally doubted success, but the association had already discovered planted traces of Chu. The killers scoured the wasteland, luring the main forces of the Namgun clan into a trap. 50 fighters were sacrificed to clear the way to the main goal. The path to the Emperor was open. The trap was closing like the jaws of a predator. The conspirators complained about the coldness of their lord, dreaming of greater help and rivers of blood. A predatory deathbed smile played on the man's face. Against the backdrop of a crimson sunset, a fatal question about the murder of the palace's own leader was raised. The red-eyed one did not hurry, counting on the chaos that the young heir would sow. The magical web was to become the pretext for the final betrayal of the Palace of Myriad Demons. They celebrated the upcoming coup despite doubts about the young master's courage. The conspirators decided to act in pairs to personally neutralize the strongest enemy. The red-eyed one squinted, clarifying who exactly would deliver the final blow to the emperor. In response, only a quiet, serpentine laugh was heard. The man confidently declared that this role belonged to him, mocking his friend's concessions. He promised eternal loyalty, even if the whole world was engulfed by demonic darkness. The friend stood up, preparing to retreat toward the enemy clan. His path lay to Namgun. He intended to end the life of the Sword Emperor today. The red-eyed one suspiciously watched him, sensing something unspoken. His gaze flared with rage, accompanying the cruel order to finish off the Sword King. The conspirators dispersed in different directions under the last rays of the sun. The leader of the Heavenly Sword walked alone, immersed in gloomy thoughts. He was gnawed by doubts about the nature of their friendship and the heritage of the Heavenly Demon. The night forest greeted him with oppressive silence and shadows of mountain peaks. He tried to suppress in himself the belief that true loyalty was possible among demons. The purple eye flared. He decided to cast aside weakness for the sake of the great plan. The cold moonlight illuminated the stone gate where the reckoning was to take place. A sudden sound of footsteps behind him made him instantly grab his weapon. Despite the danger, he boldly greeted the uninvited guest. From the darkness emerged the mighty figure of the leader of the Alliance, enveloped in a blue aura. The golden eyes of the old master radiated unwavering readiness to kill. Tension reached its peak. Both warriors froze in anticipation of the first move. The warrior of the demonic faction continued to be ironic, hiding anxiety behind a smile. He could not believe that the head of the Alliance himself had appeared on his path. The old master focused, preparing a devastating strike. An icy voice advised the enemy to be extremely careful. The fight erupted instantly. The speed of the warrior shocked even experienced observers. A real hell unfolded in the clearing under a barrage of attacks from ninja assassins. A magical explosion of blue energy split the ground, raising clouds of dust. The master leapt lightning fast from the epicenter, cutting through the air currents. The assassins intercepted him in the sky. The clang of steel shattered the night silence. Defending himself, the warrior realized the Alliance could not find this place without a traitor. Memories of the cowardly young master of the palace instantly surfaced in his mind. The suspicion was confirmed. It was the vile betrayal of the Heir. The attacker swooped down from above with a victorious cry, exposing his back. With one sweep, a blue arc of energy cut the enemy in half right in midair. The other ninjas froze, stunned by the ease with which their comrade perished. The warrior launched a counterattack, enveloping his blade with a sinister purple aura. A powerful whirlwind of energy scattered the opponents in all directions. The blue and purple forces collided, flooding the forest with dazzling flashes. The head of the Alliance ordered his fighters to retreat, taking the main fight upon himself. The assassins obediently vanished into the shadows, leaving the masters alone. The warrior of the demonic faction mockingly greeted the intervention of the old master. Eye to eye, hatred reached boiling point before the final duel. The hum of battle magic rolled over the night mountains, announcing the beginning of the end. A grand explosion of the clash of two energies tore the space around. The Alliance leader began to press, delivering a series of devastating strikes with blue steel. The warrior realized the softness and unpredictability of the enemy's style was his main weapon. Each block was given with enormous effort, threatening the loss of limbs. To become the god of the sword, he had to overcome this living mountain despite the deadly risk. Using the sword as support, he sharply retreated, acknowledging defeat in this round. At a safe distance, he concentrated a dark aura, preparing the path for retreat. Purple energy burst from the blade, breaking the silence of the underground hall. The swordsman attacked from the sky, but the gray-haired master blocked the strike, raising an explosive wave. The ground split beneath the feet, releasing thousands of sharp magical spikes. The Alliance leader flinched from surprise, retreating under the pressure of the dark force. The warrior landed harshly, leaving behind a purple trail of the magical eye. He dispersed his presence, trying to buy precious seconds for escape. The leap into the gorge became a chance to survive and meet the 12 swords. A thunderous voice caught up with him, along with a devastating wave of blue energy. Dodging death, the swordsman acknowledged the monster's power with a tense smile. Another warrior in the very center of chaos desperately tried to hold on under pressure. A gigantic blue tornado swallowed the remnants of rocks and enemy silhouettes. All forces went into the last, desperate scream in the heart of the storm. A pillar of icy energy pierced the clouds, turning the battlefield into ruins. The fighters clung to the ground, begging each other to withstand the magical storm. The witnesses froze. This power was capable of overturning the sky. Pills settled, revealing to the eyes the true, terrible power of the head of the Alliance. The mountain was split in half, causing the warriors to tremble at what they saw. The wounded brunette saw a hardened warrior step onto the broken ground. The head stood before them, reinforced by a grand phantom of a roaring tiger. The elder addressed the surviving Sword King with relief, preparing for a serious conversation. However, the king only craved the blood of his tormentor, gripping the hilt in fury. Suddenly, a black pillar of energy crashed down from the sky, shattering the stones. From the darkness emerged a swordsman, disdainfully throwing words at the Alliance. Bloodied, with a burning eye, he ordered everyone to disappear immediately. The mad warrior sprinkled the blade with his own blood, activating an ancient spell. An explosion of violet power blew away the rock fragments, filling the space with chaos. The master realized the enemy had decided to erase the entire area from the face of the earth. A dazzling flash engulfed the remnants of the gorge, leaving only emptiness. When the dust settled, only the wind ruled over the dead peaks. The head of the alliance scattered stones, comparing the agility of demons to rats. The elder refused to pursue, complaining of fatigue and advanced age. He revealed the secret. The enemy's location was given by an anonymous informant. Despite the subordinate's anxiety, the head focused on helping the wounded comrade. An order was issued to immediately report the return of the demonic faction to higher authorities. In the depths of the forest, the ninja tried to escape the inevitable exposure. He froze in the shadows, worrying about the fate of the retreating comrades. Doubts gnawed at him. Was it worth returning to the epicenter of danger? A voice from the darkness made his heart stop. The swordsman was waiting in ambush. The ninja's eyes widened with the realization of a death sentence. Blue magic of the blade with force crashed down on the last desperate block. The warrior pressed on the steel, demanding an answer while the enemy still breathed. The ninja choked on blood under the unbearable weight of the foreign aura. A sadistic smile foretold a slow and painful death. Suddenly, shining violet threads of a magical trap appeared in the air. The noose instantly tightened around the executioner's neck, forcing him to stop. The stranger in violet saved the fighter, lifting him above the enraged enemy. The red-eyed master with a fan reminded the emperor of the order to retreat. The sword emperor demanded an honorable fight but received only a new dose of mockery. Cold anger engulfed the master. The prey slipped from his hands again. He imprinted in memory the silhouette of the mysterious savior. The violet flame against the moon became the backdrop for the stranger's bold words. He called himself an orphan of the Murim alliance, promising a swift meeting. The teleportation flash left behind only emptiness in the night forest. The emperor lowered his weapon, remaining alone with his fury. A heavy step on the cracked earth put an end to this round. Dawn over the monastery found the conspirators discussing a new refuge. The ninja bowed in gratitude, unaware of his leader's true intentions. They discussed the appearance of the head of the alliance, dismissing thoughts of betrayal within their ranks. The leader asked for one last favor, preparing to unite forces. Suddenly, a hand shrouded in darkness pierced the chest of the loyal servant. Agony shattered the morning silence under splashes of hot blood. The world paled before the eyes of the one dying from the treacherous blow. The killer threw the body into the abyss, cynically wishing an easy rebirth. The sword emperor indifferently watched the fall, mumbling under his breath. Warm rays of the sun illuminated the mountains, hiding a bloody secret. The raft slowly carried two figures down the river, awaiting the gathering of scattered forces. In Anhui province, a lone warrior sought shelter under the cover of night. The tense sword was worried due to the lack of news from his comrades. A chance encounter on a dark street made him quickly apologize. But the tall stranger stopped him, sensing a foreigner. A blue eye flashed in the darkness. The warrior asked about the reason for his loneliness. 4 hours ago, the Yanha estate froze in the golden rays of sunset. 3 girls waited exhaustedly, frozen in awkward silence. The quiet rustle of Li Jinyong's steps made one of them flinch. She smiled with relief. Her neck was already numb from waiting. The boy adjusted his gloves, suspecting that the beauties had come for another sparring session. The elder and his assistant led the guests to meet the hero. Jinyong's response about the training ground made the elder blink in confusion. In fact, the guests did not come to fight. They demanded a marriage alliance. The assistant unrolled scrolls with portraits of brides from the most influential clans. Letters with proposals flew from everywhere, promising profitable alliances. While the elder was outraged, the young man in glasses only envied such luck. Jin Yong categorically refused. He was not interested in other women at all. The cunning elders immediately changed the subject to Lady Pek. The boy only replied ironically, leaving the choice to the girl herself. The sun was setting, and the elder tried to unravel the secret of their savior. Jin Yon revealed the cards. Lady Pek is a descendant of the very god of martial arts. This explained her incredible skill and steel character. The assistant nodded sympathetically, understanding the price she had paid for her name. At the top of Uang Hu, there are always fewer friends than enemies. The glory of the great ancestor became a bloody curse for her. The magical chains of the past did not allow her to live a free life. Jin Yong recalled her bitter words about the clan's unfair fate. The trading group decided to thank her by preparing a place in the mansion. Everyone agreed Lady Pek must become part of their family. Tired of the conversations, Jin Yong decided to withdraw to his own affairs. He went to training without even looking at the disappointed brides. One of the girls lowered her eyes in depression. Her presence was simply ignored. The elder looked slyly after the apprentice, devising a new plan. He suggested the assistant figure out the girls himself, throwing him into the heat. In the night silence, a mysterious stranger in a hat watched the hero. Jin Yong was looking for a gift for Lady Pek and accidentally bumped into a passerby. A blue flash in the eyes made him stop. The aura was suspicious. The stranger gripped a sword with a strange metal plaque. The bloody hieroglyph on the token seemed too familiar to Jin Yong. A gloomy scene from the past tournament surfaced in memory. Under the bamboo hat, a creepy smile twisted. The plaque finally confirmed the worst suspicions. Rage overwhelmed the mind. One of those freaks stood before him. Wrapped in a blue aura, Jin Yong coldly stopped the enemy with a question. The stranger flashed violet eyes, surprised by such audacity. The boy's magical pressure increased. He demanded to know where the rest of the killers were. The cultist only snapped irritably, unwilling to waste time on the madman. Using a teleportation technique, he tried to dissolve into the darkness. The shadow instantly flew onto the roofs, trying to disappear. The enemy was sure that the boy was just lucky to stay alive. A powerful leap was supposed to put an end to this encounter. Enjoying the flight, the fugitive suddenly noticed the chase with horror. Jin Yong flew parallel, gathering lightning in his fist. A powerful collision shook the sky. The sword barely withstood the blow. The stunned enemy finally realized before him was no ordinary master. A sharp magical push threw the opponent backward. With a demonic smile on his face, Jin Yong began the hunt. A devastating kick to the chest sent the enemy into a steep dive. The body pierced the ground, leaving behind only a crater and dust. The metal token in the hero's hands confirmed affiliation with the demonic faction. The defeated enemy spat curses, preparing a bloody counterattack. The earth cracked from dark, furious energy. The purple aura of the sword sliced through the air in a frenzied assault. In the forest, two elements clashed, blue lightning against dark flames. Jin Yong easily read every move. The enemies grew stronger, but not for him. He gracefully avoided the blade, demonstrating absolute superiority. The blue energy in his palms found every vulnerable point of the opponent. A grand explosion of blue fire incinerated the enemy's position. The victor pressed the cultist to the shattered ground, thrusting the sword as the final argument. The gaze froze. He was fighting to the death, but the enemy stood firm. The hands sparkled with lightning. Ordinary steel was powerless here. A sinister purple aura began to compress the space around the hero. The enemy's shadow crashed down from above, but the young man vanished into thin air. A graceful landing in a cloud of dust. Hair froze in the dynamics of movement. A daring smile and an ironic, well. The ground cracked beneath the cultist's feet. He couldn't believe he was seeing the energy of the outgoing fist. Dark veins pulsed on the enemy's cheeks. He began to suspect something. Magic streamed from his hands. Where did the boy get such knowledge? The purple sword blazed, and the villain studied the stranger's lightning technique. A mad snarl. He recognized the student of the King of the Fist. The cultist mockingly asked if the boy wanted to die like his teacher. No, a short word and discharges of blue death on the knuckles. A pillar of dazzling lightning tore the sky, covering the enemy. Rage overflowed. At the sight of demonic degenerates, control vanished. Eyes burned with the desire for revenge. He wanted to kill them all. The desire to kill became physically unbearable. The cultist rushed into attack with a frenzied scream. The shockwave from the clash of fist and blades shook the air. The enemy was thrown back. He desperately tried to stay on his feet. The cultist's veins glowed from tension. He was on the edge. Not a second of peace. A new strike from the sky and flashes of light. A grand explosion shattered the stones to pieces. A direct hit to the chest. The cultist only laughed, boasting of his invulnerability. Then the fist instantly moved to his snout. Calm voice. I know, but I just want to beat you. A storm began. Blue fist turned into a solid blurred wall. An endless hail of blows didn't even let the enemy breathe. Final strike. The villain gave only a pathetic groan. The body sliced through the air and flew back. The enraged cultist released a giant wave of purple magic. The shockwave turned the ground into ruins. Magical blades flew one after another, but the hero remained elusive. The distance shortened. The enemy switched to brutal close combat. The blade passed by a millimeter. Something was wrong with the enemy's technique. Phantom of Master Mo Yong Chu, the first stolen technique. Following him, the Phantom of the Sword King. The cultist was an ordinary thief. Finally, the spirit of the ruler of the Green Forest appeared. A disgusting cocktail of righteous and dark styles, complete helplessness. A strike to the ground, a new treachery was being prepared. The enemy released a concentration of aura. You think too much. A dazzling flash of violet energy covered the hero. Dust rose to the very sky, sweeping everything around. The cultist laughed smugly, celebrating a premature victory. The smoke cleared. The young man stopped the enemy's attack with one hand. Triumph changed to primal horror and confusion. The enemy began to retreat before the majestic power. Sweat in panic. The energy of the lightning was too powerful. Behind the young man stood the phantom of the legendary Fist King. How many have you killed and how many techniques have you stolen? A stern question sounded. The villain only grinned cynically. He never counted the victims. The purple flame once again engulfed his sword. Your power will also become mine, he shouted in madness. A colossal arc of dark energy flew towards the hero. Rocky immovability. The dome of lightning reliably held the defense. Bitter disappointment. The stolen techniques looked pathetic. The memory of his own death in a past life burned his heart. A beam of pure energy tore the darkness apart. Blood was boiling. Revenge was near. The technique of 10 stages of lightning. Divine level. The fourth stage is the inevitable reckoning for everything. The power shattered the purple attack, turning stones into ashes. A wave of light was advancing, leaving no chance. A gaze full of awareness of one's own death. A dazzling glow, the enemy dissolved into oblivion. A gigantic explosion tore the earth apart, sending tons of molten rock into the sky. A massive crater smoked with blue energy, and on its edge stood the victor. The mangled enemy choked on blood among the rocks, emitting only helpless groans. Jinyon slowly approached the fallen opponent, marking each step. With a last desperate effort, the cultist tried to use dark telekinesis. A purple ghostly palm materialized in the air, aimed at the hero's chest. The boy went straight through, not even slowing down under the protection of the energy barrier. With a single wave of his hand, he cut through the magical attack, demonstrating the complete worthlessness of the enemy. An iron grip closed around the cultist's throat, forcing him to wheeze in pain. The young man's face was hidden by a cold, almost demonic smile of a predator. The blue glow of his eyes blinded. He found a weak spot in the bloodied gaze of the victim. Without a trace of pity, Jinyon thrust his fingers into the enemy's eyes, tearing the night with a frantic scream. To the question about his true identity, the cultist responded only with a mad laugh. A new bolt of lightning to the face instantly cut short that disgusting laughter. Icy calm and a simple choice, truth or immediate death. The opponent, whose face had become a bloody mess, began begging for death. A brief understood, and the final dazzling bolt flew into the enemy's head. A colossal pillar of energy finally scorched the remnants of life at the battlefield. Only the broken sword hilt on the cracked ground reminded of the fierce clash. Jinyon stood alone in the center of the scorched crater, gazing at the ashes. Having confirmed the enemy's death, he calmly adjusted the dragon-ornamented bracers. The boy took the blood-stained token. The answers were already in his hands. The light changed. An exquisite plaque in an unknown pavilion foretold a new threat. In the shadow appeared a scarred warrior with a black blade, the legendary sword demon. Anhui province was immersed in the red light of lanterns and the noise of the night market. Namgunhui met with his subordinate in tense silence. His eyes narrowed from gloomy thoughts that gave him no peace. A laconic reply, nothing, and the carriage disappeared behind the gate of the luxurious building. The territory of the Unsho Pavilion looked too calm for a place of conspiracy. A majestic, multi-tiered pagoda towered in the center, bathed in a bloody glow. Inside, a man in purple attire studied secret scrolls. He greeted the guest with a cunning smile and an ironic remark about being busy. The sword demon entered the office, bringing news of the arrival of the Sword Emperor. The pursuit was relentless, which thoroughly exhausted the scarred warrior. The loss of 10 swords was a painful blow to their organization. The man with the scythe raged over the huge losses and the impossibility of retrieving the weapons. The sword demon suspected that behind this was the young master of the Palace of 10,000 Demons. The lord of the palace stepped out of the shadows, and his son had already begun his own game. A new name appeared in the report, which made the conspirators wary. The man in purple pointed to the map, preparing a new move. Li Jinyong, the eldest son of the Yonghua trading group, became the main target. Rumors about the young lord spread faster than the wind. His formidable image began to interfere with serious players. The sword demon had never heard of him before, doubting the importance of this figure. But the boy already had too many enemies to survive for long. The Kuyang clan had already hired a guild of assassins for his elimination. The hand and rings clenched the box while Jinyon's fate hung by a thread. Reinforcements were called, and the chances of rescue were melting before their eyes. The conversation returned to the main report and strategy for the future. Namgun Hui planned to challenge the Emperor of Blades despite the danger. However, the man with the red eyes advised waiting, sensing a trap. The mighty Yu Zhonghan had already entered the game, preparing an ambush. The sword demon gritted his teeth. He hated hiding in the shadows. A fist strike on the table revealed his uncontrollable rage at the inaction. They were not hiding, but waiting for the moment when the prey would come into their hands. The thirst for blood demanded murders, not simple thefts of technology. A man with a fan proposed a new bait for the Emperor of Blades. This proposal made the sword demon turn around with interest. The title of demonic god required decisive steps and great sacrifices. The plan was simple: to absorb the Emperor's power and become invincible. The next target was to be the Palace of 10,000 Demons, mountains of corpses and burning ruins. Such was the price of absolute might. The sword demon could not believe his ears, struck by the scale of ambitions. Tea poured into cups while the conspirators sealed their bloody alliance. To become a god, one had to surpass the level of emperors and absorb their power. Reflections on the divine level were mirrored in the calm water. A drop broke the silence, falling into the bamboo cup. The man with red eyes dreamed of the complete collapse of the righteous Murumu. The sword demon silently studied his drink, preparing a plan of action. The absorption of the strongest enemies was supposed to erase any doubts. The dark aura confirmed the time for hesitation was gone forever. The conspirators were preparing to show the world their true power. The destitute exiles became those who prepared the final destruction. A sinister laugh cut through the night. Even a god needs at least one ally. The cups clashed with a metallic ring, sealing the bloody pact. The beginning of the apocalypse was only a matter of time. On the night roofs, a hand tightly gripped the handle of a massive umbrella. A strange master in pink sliced through the air with his unusual weapon. A sharp lunge and a battle snarl. The training was in full swing. Suddenly, his stomach twisted treacherously from last night's dinner. The cold meal turned out to be a fatal mistake for the warrior's stomach. Despite the discomfort, he stubbornly refused to interrupt the training. The memory of humiliation by the leader of the 8 dragons only added fuel to the fire. A scream into the void about his own significance did not help to quell the rage. The promise of revenge froze on his lips when someone appeared from the fog. A wild scream of horror. Before him stood a figure with blue eyes. It turned out to be Lady Pek, sincerely surprised by such panic from the master. The coward recognized the ghost as a living person with relief. Shame overwhelmed him completely, and the fright almost led to an embarrassment. He attacked the girl with accusations while she grimaced at the suspicious smell. She contemptuously called him a weakling and went her own way. Lady Pek turned away with disgust, leaving the loser alone with his majesty. Dakchan Hori proudly tossed his umbrella, trying to save face. He comically scurried into the darkness, accompanied by a contemptuous psycho. From the shadow of the yard emerged Li Jinyong, wearily greeting his companion. A weary look and bloodied hands revealed a recent fight. The young man confirmed his return, inquiring about the waiting time. The girl was horrified, noticing fresh blood on his knuckles. She anxiously grabbed his hands, demanding immediate explanations. The boy calmly recounted the killing of a cultist in his caustic blood. His awkward gesture made the girl shyly recoil. Lady Pek's sincere reaction brought a warm and tired smile to his face. They decided to continue the conversation on the way. Despite the dirt and blood, he firmly took her hand. A blush flooded her cheeks, but she did not let go of the palm. In the night silence, he asked tenderly if her hands were cold. A soft smile finally dispelled the gloomy thoughts about the battle. Under the blooming sakura, the couple retreated into the depths of the night estate. By the lake, he revealed the secret. The enemy is invulnerable except for the eyes. Lady Pek also had news. Her sister Lan was already gathering data about the factions. Family archives could become the key to unraveling the secret enemies. The title of demonic swordsman indicated a connection with ancient immortal evil. Being a descendant of Pek Mujin was a heavy cross she bore all her life. Jinyong saw the pain in her eyes that she so diligently hid. On the central plains, it was calm, until a certain moment. The master with the umbrella flew by again, reminding of the oddities of this place. Sad reflections about the heavenly demon who chose life in the eternal snows. The price of his power was thousands of broken lives. Bloody memories of the past came alive again in their memory. The descendants of enemies still carried resentment for the deeds of their ancestor. Silent agreement. The calm of the lake could not drown out the echo of ancient enmity. The atmosphere changed sharply. A deadly threat arose behind their backs. From the fog emerged a golden mask. The killers came for his head. In the pouring rain, the couple was surrounded by dozens of dark silhouettes. The leader in a white cloak with an umbrella looked at them as prey. Lady Pek's question hung in the air. Who are these mysterious killers? Jin Yan instantly recognized the symbol of gold and silver. Professionals never show themselves openly unless they are confident of victory. These elite fighters were head and shoulders stronger than anyone he had fought before. The golden mask gleamed ominously, and the sound of a bell cut through the night silence. Explosions shook the cliffs under the relentless order for a massive attack. Assassins from all sides pounced on Jinan and Lady Pek, who stood back to back. A pillar of white-blue energy tore the shore to pieces. Jinan quickly rolled back, avoiding the deadly wave of dust. Masked attackers pursued him with frenzied screams. Raindrops mixed with sweat on the hero's cold, focused face. He instantly grasped the tactic. The enemies were trying to cut him off from Lady Pek. In battle, Jinan bitterly realized he was once again indebted to his ally. The enemy's deadly strike met an unyielding block. A blue flash cut through the space, leaving only an electric trail in the air. The mercenaries froze. The head of their comrade was already rolling on the sand. The body fell into the blood, and Jinan disdainfully challenged the rest to a fight. The body sparkled with rage. He promised to come for them himself. Suddenly, a blood-red sound of a bell penetrated directly into the hero's brain. Wild pain made him clutch his temple. The enemy used sound technique. Purple waves from the top of the cliff disoriented all living things around. Taking advantage of the moment, the killers rushed at the defenseless victim. The golden eye of the leader watched Jinen's agony through a magical veil. Despite the pain, the hero released a destructive lightning beam in advance. The leader was surprised. His secret technique somehow did not stop the boy. Blood flowed from Jinen's ears, confirming the power of the sound strike. Despite internal torments, he continued his bloody dance among the enemies. 3 daggers whistled straight into the hero's heart. The attackers began to get nervous, seeing the inhuman endurance of the target. Jinen caught the blades with his fingers. His patience finally snapped. The daggers flew back, bringing death to their own owners. A giant leap in blue whirlwinds of wind carried him into the very thick of the battle. The leader's gaze under the mask filled with rage and primal fear. The earth exploded from the clash of 2 powerful elements. Wrapped in lightning, Jinin hovered over the enemy like a god of thunder. A heavy kick pressed the leader's mask into the stone. The hero's eyes shone with fury, and the battle cries shook the night sky. A new wave of purple sound struck his consciousness again. Jinin flew back after a powerful counterattack with a disguised weapon. He cut through the ground with his legs by inertia, trying to maintain balance. Consciousness was slipping away. The bell inflicted deadly internal injuries. The leader of the killers folded the umbrella, preparing to finish the job in close combat. The metal tips stuck into the rock. The trap closed on the wounded. Maniacal laughter accompanied the final throw of the killer from above. The blade hidden in the umbrella aimed at the back of the immobilized hero's head. Mrs. Pek's cry of despair tore through the night while the enemy promised an easy death. An incredible flash. Jinen blocked the strike with bare hands, tearing the ground. The leader's shock was the last emotion before the boy smiled. He calmly wiped the blood, cursing the damn bell. To break the illusion, Jinen consciously burned his own mind with energy. Bloody counterattack. The hero's hand pierced through the enemy's flesh. The wild scream of the leader drowned in a fountain of blood under the icy gaze. The mutilated killer received the last chance to reveal the location of his base. Jinin towered over him, placing an ultimatum between confession and death. In panic, the enemy activated the hidden mechanism of his umbrella. A bright, magical flash of flowers momentarily blinded the hero. The bloodied leader threw down his weapon and fled, saving his life. Jumping off the cliff, he realized in horror that he had fought a real monster. The hostage plan seemed to him the only way to escape. But below, Mrs. Pek had already created a deadly forest of sharp ice crystals. The energy in her hands formed into a perfect sphere of absolute death. Her command cut through the air. The time for the final strike had come. The magic sphere and the lightning of Jinan merged into a single stream. A pillar of blue power pierced the night, incinerating the enemy on the spot. The golden mask shattered into pieces along with the life of its owner. Two masters froze in perfect synchronization after a deadly lunge. A radiant stream of energy went into the clouds, leaving emptiness behind. Silence returned to the shore along with the lonely blue snowflake. The energy of the full moon collided with the might of the white lightning, tearing the sky with blue discharges. A dazzling white glow illuminated the night, scattering magical sparks around. Blue rays fell from the heavens, creating the illusion of a wondrous white night. The shattered mask of the leader remained in the ice. Such a battle could only be witnessed by one equal to the gods. Under one umbrella, the heroes watched the finale of the magical storm in awe. Lady Pek froze in anticipation as Jinan suddenly broke the silence. He smiled softly, noticing that they were perfectly suited to each other. The girl instantly blushed, quietly agreeing with his words. Shame overwhelmed her completely. She excused herself, saying she blurted it out without thinking. His gaze shifted to her bloodied shoulder. The wound turned out to be serious. She tried to deny everything, but Janen's face became gloomy and heavy. He warned, being near him is a deadly risk, and suggested she leave. Seeing despair in her eyes, he sharply changed his tone and ordered her to move to his trading house. Among the icy shards, he explained, only by being near him could he guarantee her safety. Deeply moved, she called him by his first name for the first time. Realizing the familiarity, the girl panicked, and Jinan suddenly grabbed his head in pain. She tried to joke it off, but the boy was already barely standing from severe dizziness. In a moment, her eyes widened in shock. He began to fall. Jinan weakly collapsed onto the mutilated ground, completely losing consciousness. His body lay motionless under the desperate cries of Lady Pek. Consciousness was engulfed by darkness, and an inner voice confusedly asked, "Is this a dream?" He found himself in a strange space, sitting on the perfectly smooth surface of the night water. Legionen's body simply could not withstand the ninth phase of lightning and a direct blow to the forehead. Bloody memories of the battle confirmed the bitter truth. This body was too weak for such power. Looking at his pale reflection, he vowed to train to exhaustion. While he worried about Lady Pek, the water beneath him began to crack from icy energy. From the blue glow emerged the majestic figure of Pek Mujin, promising the hero a scolding. The gaze of the legendary master radiated unwavering confidence and formidable power. The blade slowly slipped out of the sheath, preparing for a deadly strike. Jinan instinctively felt the approach of an absolute threat. A devastating vertical strike crashed from above, cutting through the magical space. The blade stopped a millimeter from his face, sparking sparks right before his eyes. The boy barely managed to roll away from the colossal arc of icy energy. The cold of this strike was painfully familiar to him. This was not ordinary magic. The enemy's aura exactly replicated the deadly arts of Lady Pek. The image of the master merged with the phantom of the girl. He understood whom he was fighting. Before him stood the very god of martial arts, and his predatory smile confirmed it. Jinan rushed forward over the water. The reason for the master's appearance in the dream no longer mattered. He always strove to be the strongest, and this challenge became a gift of fate for him. Gripped by a maniacal battle grin, he prepared to clash with the god himself. The speed was so high that the space around began to blur from the tension. Pek Mujin cold-bloodedly intercepted the hilt, preparing to meet the furious onslaught. Two figures collided in the center of giant waves spreading across the night surface. An explosion of icy energy scattered pillars of light and ice fragments in all directions. Jinan, with incredible effort, pushed his lightning, trying to break through the defense. Giant ice blocks rose from the water, forming an insurmountable wall. Shock paralyzed the boy. This magical ice was completely indestructible. The master calmly observed the futile attempts to break his barrier. The blue light of Pek Mujin's aura illuminated the entire surrounding space. With a mysterious smile, the legend leaned toward the hero, whispering something indistinct. His finger gently touched the boy's forehead, leaving him in complete stupor. The scene abruptly ended with the loud thudding of footsteps on the pavilion's wooden floor. The old man and assistant burst into the room with frightened screams. Jinan amusingly rolled upside down, weakly blinking his eyes in confusion. Veselun Chayen only laughed loudly, thinking that the boy had simply fallen asleep. The stern mentor cut off the laughter, although Chayen continued to stick to his line. Jinin remembered the lake. It turned out that Lady Pek had carried him home on her own back. She did not leave his side for a step until she was sure he was safe. The news of her injury caused the friends to fall into comic panic and call a doctor. Chayan continued to mock. An adult warrior was carried by a woman, a shame for the entire guild. The elder asked about the killers, and Jinin confidently stated that all were already dealt with. But the mentor was not worried about the guild's safety, but about Jinin himself, whose body was on the verge of collapse. The elder anxiously squeezed the hands of his adopted son. Jinyon's exhaustion was too obvious. He begged the boy not to bear the entire burden alone, promising the support of the entire trading group. The young man guiltily looked away, apologizing for causing his father unnecessary worry. Chayan silently watched this scene, hiding his own concern. The sun was sinking in the mountains, flooding the dense forests and sharp cliffs with gold. The silence was shattered by the screech of energy and a devastating bolt of blue lightning. Jinyon tortured himself with training, gathering the destructive power of thunder in his fist. The devastating strike turned the stone to dust, scattering electric sparks around. The boy landed heavily on the shattered ground in a cloud of dust. Sweat flooded his eyes and his breath faltered. This power was catastrophically lacking. The craters on the cliffs looked pitiful compared to the magical ice of Pekmujin. In the darkness of his own thoughts, he realized the chasm between him and the god of martial arts was immense. Skill, speed, energy, he was losing on every count. A mocking question echoed in his head. Was he really satisfied with the meager successes of his past life? The lightning bolt struck the ground again. It had to break through the invisible wall of his own limit. The stones began to levitate in a wild aura. The vow to become the strongest was above all else. The body betrayed first. A coughing fit tore out a blood clot, stopping the training. Strength left him. He fell to his knees in the center of the crater with a silent "why" in his thoughts. Red drops fell on the stones. The 10th level was once again unreachable. Despair and rage mixed in his gaze. He did not understand what exactly was blocking his way. Through the thick fog, a familiar voice of his brother broke through to consciousness. The frightened Chayan grabbed his face, trying to bring him to his senses. The brother was outraged by his recklessness, not understanding how one could destroy their own body like that. Lightning in the mountains was visible even from the mansion. It was impossible to hide such power. Jinyong promised to finish, looking at the ruins of the cliff beneath his feet. Chayan's glasses gleamed slyly. He came not just to interfere. He proposed a competition to dispel the gloomy thoughts of his sworn brother. Arm wrestling on a flat stone was Chayan's only chance for a symbolic victory. But already in a moment, he was crying out in pain. Jinyong could not hold back the force in time. Rubbing his swollen palm, Chayan respectfully acknowledged his brother's strength. He seriously asked, why does the master of such power punish himself so harshly? On the way back, the boy confessed that he lost to the god of martial arts in his own dream. Chayan was shocked. His brother tortured himself only because of a defeat in a dream. However, in reality, there were enemies against whom the current strength was insufficient for victory. Falling before Lady Pek became for him the highest expression of his own helplessness. He felt miserable, unable to overcome even his own inner limit. Chayan reminded him of the greatness of the day when he returned to Hero. The dazzling victory over the Gaiyan clan was forever engraved in the brother's memory. Then Jinyon looked like the strongest warrior in the whole world. The brother asked him to stop frowning. The old man's face did not suit the young master at all. He promised to take on all the troubles so that Jinyon could focus on his strength. For the first time that day, a confident smile appeared on the hero's face. The knocking of fists in the golden rays of the sun sealed their unwavering trust. Night covered the residence with silver moonlight and silence. Li Jinyon finally fell asleep, restoring his body ravaged by exhaustion. But consciousness once again dragged him into the mystical bamboo forest. The blue icy energy beneath his feet suggested this place was different from the previous one. Loud laughter echoed from behind the waterfalls, rolling through the pavilion. At the table, Pekmujin awaited him with a cup of wine and a friendly smile. Jinyon lowered the glass. He was interested in only one thing. What exactly did the god find so funny? The master's good-natured mask instantly fell off, revealing a predatory, deadly snarl.